it, please.
It is leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866, we be big. As always, we thank you for making us part of your day. I know there's a lot of things out there that you could be doing right now, but you said, no, I'll tune on over to Rick and Bubba. Some of you might have accidentally found us. Welcome in. Give us a chance. It's the Good Time Gang. What we do is we kick things off for the guys. I am Speedy. To my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. We are rolling today for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Everybody good?
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey.
Everybody good?
Everybody good.
Everybody good.
Boys good.
So we've got a legend with us today in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It's a dog.
I think you're throwing legend around a little loosely here.
If you
I need
live
to hear more.
in South Alabama, you know that Gator, the deer tracking dog, is a legend, especially if you've killed a deer or shot a deer and you can't find it. I think Gator has found 111 deer just this season.
We're interviewing
his owner, Brian.
Translate?
Okay.
We're interviewing his owner, Brian Morris, of South Alabama Deer Tracking Service. And, you know, anybody that can really be the best in whatever they do, it's going to be interesting. But he came our way through people that we know that have actually used him. And he can talk to us about mistakes people are making coming off deer season, tips, stories from the road. He's actually tracked and been successful 3 times for Hank Williams Jr. He's also tracked for some other celebrities, but he started using Gator the dog before the 2021 season, and he had a unique talent of baying up live injured deer and finding them. And so we'll talk to him about that, and it's just going to be an interesting conversation. At least my conversations with Brian and those that know him and the service that he provides, it's an interesting conversation, and really will go more towards, you know, everybody that's been hunting. If you can initially find what you're hunting, you're like, uh-oh. And when do you back out? How do you go deeper in? Are you pushing the deer? He'll talk to us about that. Interesting conversation today. We'll also talk to Senator Tuberville today. We call him Coach Senator Tuberville. He is, of course, the U.S. Senator for the state of Alabama. They had a briefing about the Chinese spy balloons, the spy balloon, and the other objects that were shot down the other morning. What did we find out? What do we know? We'll talk to him next hour via Zoom and break all that down and see if he can help us understand a little bit more of what's going on, since the president won't just talk about it. They send out others to discuss it and are all real vague. So we'll see what he knows. So that's kind of the setting the table for today. And, of course, your phone calls, as always, 866 We Be Big. How was y'all's yesterday? Everybody good?
It's good. It's busy, productive, but
Yeah, sure.
but good.
Good.
Yeah. So was tired last night.
Yeah.
Found a few minutes.
I'm
to
tired
watch a
every
few.
night. Sleepy.
Yeah.
Man, it just hits you.
It hits you, yeah.
I try to
It
watch
does.
something else, and I go,
Right.
yeah.
It is. I noticed, just a real quick update, I noticed a couple of my other neighbors went ahead and laid some sod in their yard too yesterday.
Well, that's
So
good. I'm glad
I
y'all
think we're
doing that
down to
guy's
just
work for him.
just a few houses left, I think. I saw that yesterday. I was like, oh wow, so you got that done. That's good. So that's a real quick update.
Any reach out from the city at all?
No, I did get
Nobody cares.
I did get some reach outs from other residents in Helena from other subdivisions saying,
Want y'all to come work?
no, saying
we got holes in ours.
basically saying, been there, done that.
Okay.
They destroyed our neighborhood too, and nobody did anything about it really. So
Well, they're not, why would they? Y'all are going to do it.
yeah, I
You
guess
got
so.
it. Yeah. They got it. Well, they showed you.
I'm telling you, man. Good night. But at least it's down and it's over. But very frustrating.
I need help from the audience today.
Okay.
It's not a question from the audience. It's a question for the audience, and you two may be able to help.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got an international player from Greece
Okay.
who is attempting to get his driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
He's been in the States for a couple of years. He's already done all the paperwork. He's done his like what you would do if you were 15 in the state of Alabama. He's got his permit. He's went through that process. Now he's got to do the driving part. And they have advised him that, and the reason he's doing this is he's when they get out of school in May and we finish up the season, he's going to Europe to play all summer, and they're going to provide him with a car. So he needs a license. And anyway, he doesn't have a car here in the States. And so I said, well, you can borrow one of my cars. You probably don't want to drive the truck to do your test, but I can get Amanda's car or something like that. And he said, well, they told me they don't really want you doing that. So my question is,
what do you do? Okay.
What
they don't want him borrowing a car?
Yeah, they were like, and I was like, well, then what do they expect you to do? And he said that they mentioned, and I don't know, again, he's from Greece, so he speaks very good English, but there's still understanding certain things, terms and terminology and phrases that we use. He said, is there a service that provides for situations like this? And I got to thinking, probably we're fortunate because our kids go through driver's ed at school and then they just take their parents' car or we buy them cars. I'm sure there's people that don't have a car but still want a license. So how do they do that? What's the game? Is there a service out there? I mean, you can't go rent one, I don't think, because there's all kinds of insurance involved with that. But is there a service provided for people that want to get their license but don't want to buy a car? What do they do? That's my question.
Yeah, I don't know. That is a good question, though. I know that when we've gone for driver's tests, they've never checked. Like, hey, let me see the registration. Is this your car? You know what I mean?
Well,
they've
that's
never
what
done that. But
I told him
they're going to want you to be insured with whatever you're driving.
Yeah, I told him that worst case he can use one of our vehicles. He said this to me. He said, worst case, let's do that. But he said, I would really like to find a service where I can pay them and this all be on me so that I don't have to get you involved, which I thought was very mature of the guy. But I don't
remember, but one of my kids tried to take a smaller car that belonged to my sister-in-law. I can't remember, and we got there and couldn't use it.
See,
I can't remember what it was.
That's
Maybe
what
it was
I'm
proof
afraid
of
of.
insurance that I didn't have. Not what I would have. I don't remember, but for some reason I had to go get another car.
That's weird.
I can't remember why. It's been
and
a while.
they acted to
it's been
him
a minute.
as if there was some kind of service that he could just, but they didn't give him any details.
Yeah.
And so he asked me yesterday. He was like, "Hey, do you know any car services or whatever, so I can go get a car?" And there's a couple of guys on the team that has cars, and I thought, well, just borrow one of theirs. It's just taking a test.
So you're saying like maybe they have a car there that's just sitting there at the building and
yeah,
they can use it.
Yeah,
I don't know, but is
there any educational systems that would loan it out for 30 minutes? I mean, I don't know. This can't be the first time this has come up though.
Yeah, and I don't know because I just know that I've had 3 kids go through this, and not one of them have they ever asked to see registration for the car or whatever. They just walk outside and go, "Which one are we going in?"
I don't remember.
And the reason he's choosing, listen to this. This is great. First of all, he's going to be here for another couple of years, but for him to just get his license where he's going to be in Europe, $1,000.
Wow,
1,000. He's like, so I'm just going to get it here, and then that way.
Is he a U.S. citizen?
No, he's here on I guess a college, whatever the college visa is.
Okay, so that's how he can get a license?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that process has been pretty smooth. I thought he's going to have to go back and forth from the DMV and all that, and he went one time, and they said, you don't have all the information. He brought back exactly what they needed. He took the written test and all that. Now, the first time he took the written test, he had some issues, but he ended up taking it a second time, and he did it. I'm actually impressed with the maturity that he's had through this process. But a guy needs a car to take his test, and he's like, I drive. I'm a good driver. He's like, I've drove so-and-so's Jeep, and I've done this, and I've done this. He said, I got to have a car to do my test.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to buy a car. There's no sense in him buying a car here.
Right.
Because they're going to provide him one in Europe.
Sure.
And so the whole thing's strange. I don't know where to point him.
Right. Well, we have the greatest audience
ever.
We do. So somebody out there knows, and then we'll start looking into it as well. But Helmsy at rickandbubba.com if you got information on that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before you're out of warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend SimpliSafe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at SimpliSafeBubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's SimpliSafeBubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, we got 22 minutes past the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Next hour, we have Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville. He'll be on with us. A couple of topics, one being the Chinese balloon and other objects that have been shot down. Some of the senators had an intelligence briefing the other morning, and he can update us on what he can tell us and what he knows. And so we'll look at that and maybe another topic or two while we have him. That'll be Zoom next hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, quick update. Helmsy, you had a question about one of your international players trying to get a driver's license, but he doesn't have a vehicle, and the DMV and how they treat that, and you got some answers in the break maybe?
Well, this person, I won't use their name. I don't know if they want me to. She says, I work for the ALEA. Is that the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency?
Don't know.
In North Alabama, and we allow them to use any vehicle as long as he has a licensed driver with him. We have to see that person's driver's license, insurance, and tag registration on that vehicle. Everything must be up to date. We even allow them to use a rental vehicle as long as he is listed on the rental agreement. So that would be out because he can't do the rental agreement because he's under 25. I think that's what the age is on that now.
Okay.
Could be wrong there too, just throwing things out. But I guess I could, according to this, I can go, and as long as I have insurance, which obviously do, everything's up to date, he can take, and I'm there with him, he could use my car. Now, my only other question I have, the hang-up possibility, is does he have to be listed on my insurance? And I don't know the answer to that. I think it could just be a blanket deal where there's a part of the policy that whoever is driving your cars is insured.
Sure.
I guess. I don't know. But I need to look into that.
Yeah. But it looks like you're heading
looks like
the right
there's a
direction.
solution.
Yeah, exactly. That's good. Well, look at that. Solved.
Thank you. And several people reached out with similar emails. Mm-hmm. Getting a lot of, though, he needs to be on your insurance, and I don't know about that. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're right.
I have one here. Make sure Greg rides in the back seat. I don't know what that is.
That helps.
Yeah. How about the backseat drivers? How y'all feel about them?
My wife's the worst one ever. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Wow. Well, according to her, I look way too much. Why are you looking over there?
That's another thing too. I don't know how, if I'm with this guy, I don't know how
my surroundings.
I don't know how I would feel in the back seat. Like, am I nervous that he's making mistakes, or do I just grab my phone and just kind of catch up on some email, not worry about it, and let him do his thing?
Yeah, I get accused for being a smart aleck a lot from my wife.
We all do,
and I can't help it. Sometimes it just comes
my
out.
nature. Yeah.
Yesterday, it kind of happened pertaining to a little bit of this driving deal. So she was working from the house yesterday. I come in late, and I'm gonna make something to eat. But I noticed that she's over there working, and she's looking at me, like what I'm doing. And I said, "Are you looking to make sure I'm doing everything right?" And she said, "No, you've made, I think it was spaghetti meatballs and something else, whatever." She said, "Oh, you've done that before." I said, "I know, but I've driven before too, and every time you're with me, you seem to tell me what to do there."
That's a fact.
And she just looked at me like, "Well, you smart aleck."
Well, and that's still good.
And I was like, "Boy, I didn't mean that the way it sounded." Of course, she laughed about it. Thankfully, she doesn't get angry much, but. Yeah, she just said, "Well, you can't help it, can you?"
Lisa thinks I'm going to hit every mailbox we pass for some reason. Watch that mailbox. I see it. It's fine. I'm going to be in that lane that's next to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't get in the middle of the road. What do you mean to do about it?
Training my kids to drive, though, was the worst. And, I had a buddy that does Taylor, did he do this for a little bit? Was he driver's ed for a little bit?
Still is.
Yeah. Still is. He still is. Okay. I thought, I couldn't remember if that's where he was.
He's giving out license.
Yeah. So I had a buddy that did that as well. And he would tell me stories about driving with kids.
Yeah.
And he could always tell when they got in the car, the ones that were practicing and were a little bit more comfortable, and the ones that the only time they drove was during the class because he was a nervous wreck and they were too. But, trying to press the pedals on the other side and have control and all that.
I asked Taylor, I said, a lot of pressure if you pass somebody. Okay. He goes, no, it's obvious. He goes, it's very obvious the ones that don't need to drive. He said, there's not borderline. It's pretty easy call.
Yeah. That's kind of that was a little bit. I think one time he gave me a story about how someone they had enough and just stopped and was getting out of the car, and he's like, well, we're in the road right now.
At least get in the parking lot.
We can't do that. They had a little bit of a panic attack. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm out.
When we were in school, we had a kid. The driver's ed car was parked facing a building. And he threw it in drive instead of reverse and slammed, panicked, crashed into the building, destroyed the car. We all thought that was funny.
We would always try to get Coach Burleson to go to McDonald's and stuff like that. Chevron. Hey, let's go visit Andy at Chevron. Those kind of things.
Coach Mann would take us out, and we'd have to stop and get him some sugar babies at the store. He liked them little sugar babies.
Yeah. Tyler had one that, hey, I need to run some errands. Let's go. Knocking out some errands. Knocking out some errands for Coach.
I'm going to go pay a bill here.
And I'm Coach, you're hungry too. Okay, let's go.
Drive-through. You got to learn how to do a drive-through. That's part of the training.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
They don't like you to eat in the car, though. I can tell you that.
No.
Just got an update from the same person that works with it. She said he doesn't have to be listed on the insurance. The vehicle just has to be insured. You will not even have to ride with him in the test. It will be just him and the examiner.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So as long as you show proof, hey, this is my car. There's my
they can go do their
license.
thing, and I come back.
You do realize you're going to show up, and this is all going to be wrong, and they're going to send you to the house.
This particular person is giving information. I feel really good about it.
Right.
I'm telling you, I got sent home on one, and I can't remember why.
Greg, you need to stop talking.
That happened.
Okay, because you can't remember why.
I don't remember why.
For some reason,
but we were driving some kinfolk's car because it was smaller.
Hey, negative dog, we're going to get this done.
And what I'd like for you to do is find out the real story, and then you can talk about it.
Yeah, there's no way I remember it.
Because right now you're just scaring everybody.
Long time ago.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother.
All right, we're rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is rolling, and we always thank you for being with us. We do have a special guest today. Our chief engineer, John Scruggs, is here. Young Scruggs, just overseeing some things, making sure they run smoothly today. I can tell you, just between me and you, Scruggs, so far so good. But he is here today just overseeing some technical things, just making sure we run good, and we appreciate him being here. He's wondering where breakfast is, and I told him that Greg had that handled. So we should be – hey, we do have some Buffalo Wild Wings in the refrigerator if you want that. And Edgar's Bakery delivers breakfast. We're very blessed to have them around the corner and thank them for that. So that's coming shortly too. I could tell he's walking around. You see him? He's walking around wondering where it is. All right, so anyway, we got Rick here. Bubba should be here shortly. It's a little concerning that Bubba's not here and Rick is.
I was about to say,
did
he walk through and I didn't see him?
Right, yeah. And Adler will join us here soon as well. All right, so Helmsy, you said you had some type of sleeping question?
So I got this yesterday from
Do you still sleep in your shirt? That was a question I was asked the other day, by the way.
I actually did last night, but the night before I didn't.
Does it ever get twisted and tangled up?
It does.
Like
it usually comes off before it's all over with, but yeah. Sometimes
but you got to lay down with it on?
Sometimes I
Do you sleep with socks on?
No.
Okay.
No, goodness, no.
Yeah, I don't see how my wife does that. She's literally dressed like she's going to a ball game and she's going to bed. Yeah. I'm like, so you've got a hoodie on, sweatpants, and socks. Where are we headed? Yeah. She's like, oh, I'm going to bed. What? All right, so anyway, sorry.
And this is probably more for the ladies.
I'm over there in my underwear.
Ladies out there. Amanda doesn't
in the winter.
fall into this category. But I wondered if y'all have ever known anybody that does this, and that's wear those sleep masks to cover their face.
Oh, I don't think I could do that.
I've never done it, and
I've heard
I don't
people
know
swear
anybody
by
that
it, but I have not. I have not. I had a friend in college that did that.
I just don't know if I could feel that on my face.
Yeah, because normally we just have a dark room.
Panic.
we normally have a dark room.
Yeah,
I
ours
don't.
is
I hate
too.
when sun comes in there and all that. Now, of course, the college days, everything was blacked out. It looked like you were in a basement, because there was no light coming
I
in.
guess if I had to sleep during the day, of course I used to sometimes sleep during the day, and I didn't wear that.
Mm-hmm. I would think maybe if I travel a lot, would it help you like on a flight? Because I can't sleep when I'm on an airplane or something. I don't know why.
You'd look sharp on a plane.
Yeah.
That'd
I've
be
seen
good.
commercials
Nobody make
though.
fun of that.
There's been a number of commercials that have been on recently where I've seen some that you pull down like.
Oh
that.
yeah.
It seems like more
I can
women
tell.
use the
Yeah.
sleep mask than men, and I don't
Right.
know if that's we don't
What
want
if
to
you
get
have
caught
to
with
sleep-
one on.
What if you have a sleep mask and a CPAP? Boy, that's quite a
Wow.
rig. My goodness. Put a space helmet on or something.
It's
I
funny
don't
though.
think I don't believe I could sleep with that on my face. I don't know.
I mean, I
My
googled.
face would get hot.
I
Yeah,
googled
yeah.
sleep mask, and there are people. Of course, the first images that come up are of women with sleep masks.
Right.
But there are some dudes here that are wearing these things too. I
Let's
can't.
challenge.
I can't do it. I don't think I can do it.
You hear me? Let's
Yeah.
do it. Get a challenge. Let's get one. Each person has taken home and sleep with it.
All right, I'll do it.
See how it goes.
What if we had this Rick and Bubba sleep mask and it was in the
Yeah,
store?
why not?
Knowing me, I'd get up at 2 a.m. to go pee, and I'd forget I had it on. I'd crash into the wall or
Yeah.
something.
You think you lost your vision?
Right.
I just don't
Ted'd
want-
find me over by the box fan behind it with my mask on.
Yeah.
Somebody help me.
I just don't
Where are
want
you, honey?
something.
I'm over here. I'm blind. No, you got your mask on.
You went with blind.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, when you wake up, your mind messes with you.
It does.
If you
It
forgot
does.
you had a
Forget.
mask
You're like,
on.
Yeah.
It's really dark in here. I don't know.
So anyway, there you go. I have never
I
done
did.
it.
I don't want to. I can't have anything wrapped around my head
Nah.
Yeah,
trying
I
to
know.
sleep.
Why don't you just tie a towel around your head?
Of course, I sometimes sleep in a shirt. So what am I talking about?
Right.
Well, he's got asthma.
Yeah, he does. So
He's
That was a
asthmatic.
funny bit. By
He's
the way.
asthmatic.
yeah.
Well, Greg, I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm an asthmatic.
Yeah. Announced it.
Uh,
A lot of people don't know it.
back to the sleeping with stuff on, the shirts and all that. I just feel like something's getting me. I don't want anything to be all
Yeah.
twisted up and all that.
Yeah,
so
I like that. It's like
I
somebody
couldn't do
got
that.
you
I,
a
don't, I just
full
want to be. I
Nelson.
want to be free.
It's usually undies and undies only, but I will wear a shirt from time to time.
There he is. All right, we're worried about you. You good? Bubba's here.
Oh,
he's
he's
Chewing on something.
Got a mouthful of
Bubba's coming in
granola.
eating. We're good. All right. And he tapped his rear end. I
Peanut
don't know what that
M&Ms.
means. All right, so that's there for you.
I think I've known him for 15 years, and I think I have seen him eat more than not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I always love back, especially the other studio. It's a little different here. When people from the golden ticket seats had come in at the end of the show, go,
Sure.
wow, so he really does eat for 4 hours.
Yeah. We thought y'all were kidding.
We really ought to start selling tickets to it.
There you go, right there, 7,
That looks good.
7 p.m.
Oh,
so you're
wow.
already home by
Well,
then,
that's
Greg.
nasty. We're looking at the local
I got
weather.
a little survey here that was done and some research from the university, a university professor in London with a PhD in music psychology, and he
boy.
claims to have cracked the formula for the happiest song ever.
Okay.
Had we
says-
had these before? I mean,
it was-
he's saying this is a different one.
Well,
It's a scientific approach.
This is a science. Yeah, exactly. This isn't just a survey or like what songs do you
he
like.
said this is how you
Yeah,
make a
exactly. He
happy
says
song.
basically the song has to be in a major key with 137 beats per minute and other musical technicalities.
Ooh, upbeat.
And and by the way, danceability is a must. So he has come up with the top 5. Starting at 5, and I wish we could play them for you this hour, but we can't. We'd get in trouble. Excuse me. Billy Joel, Uptown Girl, is number 5 according to his formula of what I just discussed. 137 beats per minute, being a major key.
I
and
don't
some
really
other
like that
things.
song, but-
No.
I don't know what that means by major key. I'm not a music guy, so I don't have any idea what
Yeah.
that means.
You got majors and minors.
Yeah,
Sure.
I did know that.
Right. Number 4 is "Get the Party Started" by Pink. I know that's one of your favorite artists, Greg.
I
You
like
talk
Pink.
about Pink a lot. Do you really?
Yeah, I do.
don't
There's
like
a
her
couple of
politics,
songs.
but she's
There's a couple of songs that I like.
Right. Number 3, "House of Fun" by Madness. This is
of
huge in
Fun?
England, apparently. I don't know.
The only one I know by them is Our House. They must have a
Right.
lot of house theme
Yeah, I
songs.
guess so.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, of course, James Brown.
okay. Number 2 is I Feel Good by James Brown.
Yeah, I can see
Makes
that.
sense.
Yeah. And number 1, The Beach Boys.
Oh,
Good
God.
Vibrations.
No.
For some reason, I think me playing it off in the background is not going to get us in trouble.
Like it makes any difference.
No, it probably doesn't. So there's your top 5. According to him, these are the happiest sounding songs.
I guess he's right. I mean,
Happiest sounding songs.
I mean, I like them, but they kind of sound happy, I guess.
If Good Vibrations comes on, do you turn it?
Yeah, I'm not a big Beach Boy.
You don't.
No,
do
I'm
you
not
find? Do you find yourself
It bips to
go,
me.
man? I should have turned it, but I've listened to half the song.
No.
I was happy, but I didn't
Are there
know why.
songs that you hate or you can't stand, but you sing along with them and you know every word?
Yeah.
Well, here's what's funny.
I'm too sexy.
Don't put that in
I do
our
hate
mind.
that one. I hate that song.
We
That's
play a lot of music every day at practice, and it's a lot of obviously upbeat songs that are motivating and that the guys pick out.
Sure.
And I hear them once or twice, and I'm over there going, "This is stupid."
I bet you they like.
And then like 2 days later, I find myself bobbing head and dancing with it, and I'm like, what just happened? That song's for 18-year-olds, and you're sitting here enjoying it. Then I'll get home and I'll find myself saying the lyrics. There's one particular song that I really do, and I still think I think it's the dumbest song ever.
Oh, dumbest.
And then like 2 days later, I'm singing it in my car on the way home, and I'm like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Like music will play with
guy
your
just
mind.
broke
It will
it down for
influence.
you.
It will influence.
This guy just gave you the reason.
Yeah.
For
Must
happy
have
songs.
been a major key.
Yeah. With so many million beats per minute or whatever.
Yeah.
137.
137, Greg.
Yeah.
Wish I could play some for you.
Yeah.
If I can play some background. Let me see what this one is. That's Pink.
Coming up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And hold on, what was the other one? I want to go back.
I get it.
All right, hold on. This is House of Fun here.
I don't know about House of Fun.
Oh, they did a little mix there. How about that? Probably should have just played it through the board. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I think you pretty much
It
just.
is.
I felt like somehow we didn't get in trouble
Yeah.
from YouTube.
Hey,
on
we
that.
wouldn't do the
How about I
board.
got 2 Pink songs on my playlist
Do
here?
you
Do you?
really? That's,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't like saying that out loud, but I don't be a
Did
liar
she have
too.
come off some health? Did she have a health scare or something? Or
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
making
she
that up.
did some kind of documentary on Amazon or Netflix or something. Let's see which one's it. Try by Pink and Just Like Fire by Pink is
good.
actually in my playlist here.
And you're admitting it. Okay.
Yeah. Said that out loud.
People heard you.
So the Beach Boys, according to this guy, has got a PhD and a long, just a long title here. He has found the happiest sounding song according to his research, major key with 137 beats per minute and some other musical technicalities. So there you go. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. 800-889-7814 now. I'm here with spokesman for the firm, John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call in.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here with you. We always enjoy answering the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Call 800-889-7814.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now to speak with a live agent for free. Call 800-889-7814.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
The new Crispy Melt Taco is now at Taco Bell. Some facts about it are, 1, its shell is freshly fried daily. 2, it has a melty, cheesy blend inside. And 3, it comes with seasoned beef or black beans. And totally feel free to drop those Crispy Melt Taco facts whenever you want, too. Like maybe save them for when a friend's like, what should we eat? And you say, Crispy Melt Tacos. And they're like, nah. And then you need to make an airtight case for why they're wrong.
The new Crispy Melt Taco. Try one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation which vary.
3 people you should be 100% certain about. Your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by mypillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow. We've been talking about MyPillow for a long time. They are best known for providing you an all-night comfortable sleep, and they have just expanded more from just pillows now. They've got their men's 2-piece jogger set that's 30% off right now. There's all kinds of savings if you go to mypillow.com/Bubba. For all the ladies out there, they're now offering long sleeve shawls for 50% off. I need to talk to Terry about this. They have got all kinds of things. MyPillow is also offering men and women's drawstring pants. Greg, I know you like to wear those.
He does.
I like those.
They're 35% off.
You like to wear the women's.
And something we can all use is their new MyPillow smooth toe socks. And I know you like your little toes warm. All socks for men and women are 30% off, and you can find all details at mypillow.com/Bubba.
There you go.
And, look at here. You want to check out their men's and women's longwear or sleepwear products that are up to 80% off. So check them out. MyPillow.com/Bubba. They are buy one, get one free.
BOGO.
They have some of those. They have the knife edge sham, and they also have available with 4 loft levels when it comes to their machine washable and dryable and include a 10-year warranty. So they got all kinds of stuff. Check them out. MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba. You always have that 60-day money-back guarantee. And a whole lot more. So check them out, mypillow.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
This here's an update. I think we did a story on this when he was starting. Frankie Muniz, you know what I'm talking about? My Dog Skip, Malcolm in the Middle.
Mm-hmm.
I love My Dog Skip. Great movie.
Okay. I didn't know that about you.
Didn't make you cry. He's a race car driver now. And will be making his debut in the ARCA event at Daytona this week.
Really?
I mean, he's straight up trying to be a driver.
Seems like we had this
I think we
before?
did.
I think so.
He was dabbling in it. But now he actually has secured a ride in the ARCA series, and this will be his first season, and he will be racing in Daytona. Malcolm in the Middle.
How about that?
It's just funny. You know, he's that one of them little kid stars.
Uh-huh.
He's also one of those people that looks like a kid even when they're grown.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he's going to be in the ARCA series, and he's serious about it. He said it's not like, I mean, this is what he wants to do for a living.
Yeah.
It's not like, hey, I'm a celebrity and I'm going to run a race. When I was a kid, we'd go to Talladega, both races every year. And back then, y'all remember, you heard the country singer Marty Robbins?
Mm-hmm.
He used to race at Talladega. He had his own car and everything, but he was just doing it. But Frankie, wants to be a race car driver.
How about
I guess he's done with acting.
Yeah. Well, I saw NASCAR on Fox put something out because that's where the Daytona 500, I think it's on Fox. I think midday. I think it's going to come on around 2 o'clock or so on Sunday. And did they say it was the 75th year?
Is it?
I don't know. I saw something. I was just kind of flying by it, but you forget that. How about NASCAR? It's Daytona is Sunday. That's a big deal. Back to your point, that's a big deal. I feel a little lost when it comes to NASCAR, and it's on me. All these young drivers, I feel like I need to know more about them, and I don't.
Yeah, it's a little different. I don't follow it like I used to, but I keep up with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's there's a lot of new guys that you know that are. Last year, I think they had 19 different winners last year. Wow. That's the first time they've had.
There was a run. I didn't miss a race at Talladega. I'm talking about I was going twice a year. You kidding me?
I can't decide if the more interesting story here is Frankie Muniz being a driver or you liking the movie My Dog Skip.
I can't like that movie.
I don't know that I've ever seen it.
Oh, well, you need to rent it.
But I'm sure I would like it, Greg. But liking a movie called My Dog Skip is just confusing to me.
It's a really good movie. Yeah, it is.
Is it a tearjerker?
Yeah, it's a tearjerker.
Oh
gosh!
Come on.
I don't like movies where dogs die.
It's based on
I don't like it either.
The author Willie Morris. He's a writer. I think he's died. It's kind of his life when he was a kid.
Okay,
a story about.
All right,
loosely based on.
I just wasn't expecting that out of you today. I really wasn't. You'll throw a curveball.
How about I've realized too? You'll watch some sad movies.
It's a good one. You need to watch it.
I don't know that I want to.
No.
Huh?
Yeah,
I'm not big on sad movies.
Let me ask you a question.
Everybody's seen
do y'all not cry? I'm not talking like boo-hooing, but do y'all like tear up in movies?
I do.
You do?
I get emotionally involved. I admit it.
Every now and then.
I do.
How about sometimes I think one of the reasons why I stay away from like emotional, sad movies is because Terry does not really tear up that much, but I don't want to be like over there being the dude, and I'm over there.
And I'll tell you this,
and she's like, "What's wrong with you?" You know,
I'm
admitting shouldn't have that kind of voice, but
I'm admitting a lot.
I feel like we're changing. You know, I don't know. So I try to stay away from them.
There are certain.
I'll tear up if you don't watch.
There are certain moments in emotional sports movies where I'll tear up.
Yeah.
Not sad. Like just certain pieces of the movie that hit me a certain way.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm coming clean. I've teared up on a commercial before.
A commercial? What? I don't know if I've teared up. What commercial?
I don't know. I can't really
Was
remember.
It a Super Bowl commercial where
I just remember like going, "What's wrong with me?" Like seriously, like self-analyzing myself. Like, so you just teared up on a 30-second commercial.
That's hilarious.
I mean, I'm not talking, but please understand, I'm not talking about like tears coming down. I'm just talking about like little watery eyes. You know?
Yeah. I don't know.
I'll do that. I'll excuse myself to go to the bathroom if you don't watch me. I'll be right back.
I'll fake sneeze so I can wipe away. You know, like I'm wiping my nose and I'm actually wiping my eyes. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some. Do you want anything to drink, honey?
Hey, do the dogs need to be let out?
Right. And fake call. Hello.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I've noticed that I stayed away from those a lot. That's on me. But Greg, apparently, you just cried. Do you cry with Lisa?
No,
Y'all
she
just sit
cries
there
at
and-
different stuff than I do.
Okay.
She likes The Notebook and all that. You know.
I told y'all that movie that I was talking about the other day on Valentine's Day, The Choice. Well, that was a tearjerker.
Really?
Yeah, it's got a good ending, but yeah.
The Choice.
I'm okay with watching tearjerker movies if it has a good ending.
Yeah.
I don't like I'm left there and
You're left in a
everything's
bad
sad.
place.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Because where do you go? Then it's like,
Right.
you know, I need somebody to embrace.
No, I get it. I do. I get it. I understand. If we're sitting down to watch a movie, it's more action, drama, comedy, you know, some family-oriented stuff, but the tear-jerkers and the really sad ones, if somebody goes, hey, man, you ought to watch this movie. Oh, man, it's really sad. It's what, and I'm like, I don't know that I want to watch it.
There's even parts.
I probably missed some really good movies not doing
Let's
that.
say a movie lasts 2 hours. I'm even to the point where if something tragic happens 45 minutes into the movie, a lot of times I won't even continue on.
Oh, now wait a minute.
Really?
Yeah. I'll give you a good example when we go to break because I don't want to ruin it for somebody.
Well, it's the end of this hour.
I'm
you're talking about off
just
air.
talking about off air for y'all.
Okay, I was saying when we come back.
But there was a show, very popular show with a very popular actor, and like a couple episodes in, I was like done with it because I couldn't get over that particular part, and it turned out to be very popular, and it probably ended very well, but I couldn't watch it after that.
Oh my
Just tell us who it is. What was it?
No.
Come on, just open up.
I'm going to tell you to.
Just open up. Just say it.
Come on.
I just don't want to ruin it for everybody
Just
that hadn't
say
seen
it.
it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean, one game. All right. So how long you been listening, Jason?
About 10, 15 years.
Okay. So there's a lot of knowledge here. There's a lot of knowledge. All right. So do both of you
going to say minutes?
Do both of you know how to play the game? What's going to happen? The first round will be a lightning round. So this means shout your name if you know the answer to the question. I'll pick the first one. Here are our categories for game one of the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge: celebrity interviews, best of Rick and Bubba, historic Rick and Bubba moments, Rick and Bubba interns, and speedy adventures. So these are the titles that you can pick from. We will start out with, I'll pick the first one, and that is celebrity interviews, okay? And this is a lightning round. And if you know the answer to this question, shout your name. The first name we hear has a chance to answer it. If you get it right, you'll get the point, and you'll control the board. If you get it wrong, your opponent gets a chance to steal. If neither of you get it right, we throw it out and go back to another lightning round. Do both of you understand that? Boom. All right, here is the question from the category of celebrity interviews in the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. This celebrity was actually having a stroke during the interview. Selena?
Dick Clark.
Dick Clark is right. Dick Clark is right. Many people have blamed us for his death. I think that's a bit of a stretch. We had nothing to do with his stroke. So now you are controlling the board, Selena. Speedy, will you keep score for me? Selena has 1 point. Selena has 1 point.
Yep.
All right, so Selena, you're controlling. Jason, stand by to try to steal. The categories that are still left for you: best of Rick and Bubba.
Can I say something real quick? I'm sorry. All my friends that keep on texting me while I'm trying to do this, please stop. I will call you when I'm done.
Thank you, Selena.
Salinas.
Let me tell you one thing. You better. All right, so here's the final categories for you to choose from: best of Rick and Bubba, historic Rick and Bubba moments, Rick and Bubba interns, or speedy adventures.
Best of Rick and Bubba.
Best of Rick and Bubba. Which one of these is not a title of a Rick and Bubba Best of CD? You're wanting to name the one that is not a title of a Rick and Bubba Best of CD. Here are your choices: Got It Like We Like It, Pull Our Finger, She Commenced to Shaving, Know What I Mean, Smell of Success.
She commenced shaving.
That is incorrect. Yeah, that is incorrect. We actually have a CD named that. All right, Jason, you have a chance to steal. Do you know the one we just said that is not the title of a Rick and Bubba CD? Got it like we like it. Pull our finger. She commenced the shaving. Know what I mean? Smell of success.
Know what I mean?
That is correct. Bring it. 1 to 1.
1 to 1.
1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Second. All right, Jason, you're now in control of the board. Selena, stand by to steal. Left on the board, historic Rick and Bubba moments, Rick and Bubba interns, and speedy adventures.
Historic Rick and Bubba.
All right, here it is. Are you ready? The show throughout its history has been carried twice on 2 cable channels. Now, this doesn't involve RBTV or anything like that. There's only been twice in Rick and Bubba history the show was actually carried live on a cable channel. Name those 2 cable channels.
No idea.
No idea. Selena, can you steal?
Homeland.
Yep.
And TNT.
Incorrect. Oh, my goodness. Greg said yes, and you actually had both wrong.
It's a show.
The correct answer, we would have taken Turner South and Heartland. Turner South.
Homeland's close enough.
And Heartland.
Homeland.
Yeah, Greg was giving you credit for Homeland. I was going to have to be the bad guy and take that one right away from you. But anyway, so neither of you get that right. Still 1 to 1. So we go back. We go back to a lightning round. Back to a lightning round, which means you can shout your name. And this is going to be an important point that is up for grabs. Shout your name if you know this one. The category will be Rick and Bubba interns. Are you ready? There have only been 2 Rick and Bubba interns that have gone on to be hired full-time as employees of the Rick and Bubba show. Name these 2 interns.
Selena.
Selena, go.
All right, Adler and the dude that plays Lou Holtz.
That is incorrect. Can you steal that, Jason?
What are you laughing at?
He's tickled.
You know she got 1 right. You get 1 more, you got this point.
I'm going to say Adler.
People are shouting at the radio right now.
Don't know it.
Oh, goodness.
Don Juan DeMarco.
Yep.
Don Juan DeMarco, man. Come on. Y'all didn't know he was ever an intern, did you? Because you knew he was here.
I did not. I did not, apparently.
Well, this one may decide it then. We're down to the another lightning round. Oh, boy. Another lightning round. Shout your name. Whoever gets this one right, if you don't, we'll have to go to bonus questions. Whoever gets this right is going to win the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. All right. We don't have to do that every time I say it. Here it is. Are you ready? From Speedy Adventures. Oh, boy. Are you ready? Jason, you ready?
Yes.
Selena, are you ready?
I'm ready.
This Speedy adventure is credited with injuring Speedy's shoulder.
I know it.
I don't know.
Do you know, Jason?
No, sir.
There it is. Come on, man. It was when Speedy was attacked by a police dog.
Yeah. And the crowd went crazy.
Yeah.
All right, lightning round again, bonus question. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us as a brand new hour has begun. We start this hour as we have after the attack on America way back in 2001, 9/11. We begin the very next day, starting this hour with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. A lot to do on the program today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. They've already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. If that's part of your Rick and Bubba daily experience, we hope you've enjoyed that. They join us now as we go forward. Eddie Van Adler settles into his booth. The YouTube experience is ready to go. Live and archived today, including a best of hour for your consumption on your own time. You also can catch that on Blaze TV as well today. Podcast archives also available for you on the parts of the show that you didn't catch live today. Catch those later today on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba radio network carry this baby live. Our TuneIn app has it live, including some past shows that are archived there once the live show is done. So however you're receiving Rick and Bubba on whatever time frame, we're thankful that you are here. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Also, John Scruggs' favorite radio show of all time.
It's favorite.
And we appreciate that.
Yep.
I know, being a music critiquer, you probably know the motivation behind that song, because I don't. I was going to ask you.
Well, I will tell you that I wrote a parody song called Grandma, bum, 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 where's the biscuits? So, you know what? I honestly don't. I do not know the background on that. I mean,
there has to be an interesting story going on with that.
If you look at the lyrics, it's clearly making an analogy of an attractive lady and an automobile. And then suddenly the Panama's thrown in there. So I don't know if I
really follow that.
I don't know if he was in Panama, and you know, I don't know if it's Panama City.
Right.
You know, it's I do not know.
Did they have a boat they needed to get through?
Yeah,
I mean, the canal.
I really don't know. Greg, do you know the origin of the song?
Greg will know.
Panama. Why the Van
So it's
Halen?
not just me.
You know.
Do you think it's one of those? And I've heard it on other songs. It's not so much what it's about, is just that word fits it.
Correct.
Like Susu Studio. Remember, he said he wanted to put a name in there. He never could come up with one, so he just said it.
Just
Susu
didn't know it,
Studio.
yeah.
I wonder if Panama, like you were just making you needed something to fit there.
How's it
and
go?
The word Panama fit.
Well,
because it doesn't make any sense.
Go Diana.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I told Greg, you mentioned. I said I had a parody song called "Grandma, Where's the Biscuits?" Yeah. But anyway, if you look at the lyrics are all a female automobile analogy, kind of like Little Red Corvette. But when he hits the chorus, he just uses Panama for the chorus.
That's what I'm saying. I think they liked the way that sounded, and then we couldn't find a word, but the word Panama actually fits.
Yeah, Adler, you know?
When I was a kid, no, I'm just talking about how stupid I was when I was a kid. I couldn't understand what they were saying, so I would just say, "Ready to rock."
Ready to rock.
I didn't know what they
that
were saying.
makes sense.
See, that fits.
Ready to rock.
That fits.
Oh, wow.
That was a stupid kid.
Yeah, but if you look at the lyrics, the chorus doesn't even fit. I mean, it seems like the chorus should be something about a car. It should be something about a car, but it's odd. But anyway, so those of you that watched on YouTube, we were singing Van Halen's Panama. Of course, we paid the rights for it here in the audio world, and would pay it for the YouTube if they'd ever figured that out. But anyway, so we have a lot to unpack on the program today. Do I mention the unspoken today?
I got the answer.
Oh, do you? Okay, great. Go ahead.
I got the answer. Although the song features some suggestive lyrics,
yes,
it's about a car that Roth saw in a race in Las Vegas, and the car was called the Panama Express.
There you go. Thank you, Greg.
There it is.
Thank you, Greg. That explains why the car lyrics are there and why the chorus says Panama.
I'm in a weird kind of way. I'm kind of glad to put that to bed.
I am too,
because I've wondered about that for years.
Well, you had me
because I thought, man, they must have a condo down there or something.
Yeah, is there anything worse that when somebody plants something into your head and you go, I really am going to try not to be concerned about that, and suddenly you are?
It's almost like an earworm song. You can't quit singing. But now I wonder why the car was named Panama.
The Panama Express.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I like that, and I like that a lot. Do we mention?
And I like it.
Do we? Because with this, okay. So this is saying this is making the mistake of thinking you have something.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Well,
don't you even dare.
I won't mention it again.
Let's give it an hour.
Okay.
Don't you even?
Yeah.
Then we can talk about it.
I mentioned he was here, but he's just observing.
So
hopefully
I shouldn't mention the success of yesterday hour.
Nope.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, let's not.
Come on, Rick.
Oh man!
Well, how about
Don't
this?
poke the bear,
Greg. I said this to Master.
We'll poke the bear next hour.
I said this to Master Engineer Young Scruggs. I said this is a term I'm using a lot these days about a lot of things because I've learned that you can be too far one way and too far the other. That where you're on one end you're nothing but a critical spirit, on the other end you're ridiculously optimistic and you're not in the real world.
Right.
And so and by the way, it's okay to find that middle ground, which is probably where we should be.
Right.
I'm cautiously optimistic.
There you go. Okay.
That's a good term.
Yeah, it is.
It's a good term.
I like it.
People have asked me about a lot of things lately, and I said, I'm cautiously optimistic, which means I haven't really looked into it. I don't really know, but I'm not going to be critical.
Like it's going to be
How about
all
this?
right.
I don't know enough to be critical of it, but I don't know enough to endorse it.
Right.
So I'm just kind of cautiously optimistic.
There you go.
So there you go. All right, we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. We do need to talk UFOs a little bit today, and that always stirs a little. We'll tell you about how that's going to go. Bubba had an MRI yesterday and took a Valium.
Oh.
So we'll get an update on that.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah, sure. Yesterday's Bible study archive is there. The letter to the church in Sardis from the Revelation. That archive is available on the YouTube and podcast channel. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. About burpees. We called them up downs when we.
True.
And I know that there were other names, but they were used as punishment when you played a little ball.
Oh, sure they were.
Yes, they were.
They were called up downs. But anyway, I understand what this is now because I got tricked a year ago in getting into. Now I do old man CrossFit kind of stuff. It's not what these competitive people do by any stretch of the imagination, but it's I'm trying to do a little better, moving around a little bit, and you're getting old when your doctor says if you could just give me 2 to 3 days a week of 20 minutes of cardio, that'd be great. Anything else you're doing is just a personal goal, and you're really getting old. Like we said on the Drop the Mic tour, Greg. You're getting old when people ask you what's wrong. You don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, because the way you're standing or walking.
What do you mean? What's wrong? What do you mean? Are you injured? No, I think that's just how I walk.
Yeah, that's
me.
So
right. So anyway, we have a personal trainer. So now I guess because I know that when I'm doing my little deal, and it's difficult for my age or whatever a lot of times. But I'll see there's another group that go and do competitions about how much you can do of this, and they're kind of another. Then you have the athletes that are down here, and you see people getting ready for NFL combines, and you're like, okay, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
But anyway, this is a personal trainer that claims. And Guinness says they are approving that she has set the burpee world record. Do y'all know what burpees are? Does everybody know what that is?
Evidently I don't because I'm watching this.
I was going to say.
All right, so I know that there are people that deal with this every day, and I know that there's nothing more frustrating than for the trainer, whoever's running the class, to say you got to do so many of fill in the blank, and he'll say not a rep.
Yes.
Right.
Oh,
That is not a rep.
Doesn't count.
No
You-
rep
that
stinks.
doesn't count. You didn't do it right.
Right.
And from what I've gathered, every time I was told not a rep, I was doing a burpee like she's just won a world record for.
Yeah. But according to Guinness
you are
Book,
probably doing more than what she is doing.
Oh,
actually.
definitely.
I'll
Have
give
you
her
seen the
this.
video, Rick?
Doing what she's doing as long as she did it in as many reps is impressive.
That is.
But that's not,
not a
what we were
burpee.
called burpees.
Yeah.
A burpee is a push-up, get up, jump up,
Jump
throw your
with your
hands
hands
up.
over your head.
Look, Rick.
Rick, look what you done.
That's not a burpee.
Thank you.
That's what we're saying.
Number one, she's not doing a push-up.
Yeah, she's not even going down. She just puts her legs back.
She's not doing the jump either.
No.
Well, yeah, she's
doing
barely
a
doing
she's doing a
jump.
barely jump.
No,
And
I
according-
think
That's not a burpee.
According
I
to
wished it
Guinness,
was.
Guinness World Records, all she has to do is her feet and hands
No.
have to leave the ground. This is according to them. I'm not talking about the right way. I'm talking about according to
But
them.
you normally have to do
the
a
start,
push-up.
Right. The start position is with the hands and feet on the ground in a semi-plank position.
Okay.
And then all she had to do
That's not a burpee.
is when she got to the jump position was to remove her hands and feet from the ground at the same time, which she did. But those of us
How many times
that
did
have
our
had to do these know that would be considered a no rep.
our trainer said not only do you have to jump off the ground, you have to throw your hands over your head, which we would be like,
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I would go
exactly.
about right here.
here's
exactly. But
here-
at least we were trying. She's not even. I could do what she's not as many as she did, obviously. But if we
How
would
many
just,
she
when we
do?
had to do burpees, if we did that, I wouldn't have hated them near as much.
No.
What's the top there? 1,400 and something, Rick? And 60,
That's a
60
bunch.
minutes?
That's a bunch of anything, but it's
It
not a burpee.
is.
Don't say she set a burpee record.
Those are
say
frog-
she set a
frog
record.
hops.
Say she set a record for whatever that is, because that's not a
just
burpee.
my feet go back, they come up, and I kind of crouch.
The
That's
reason
all that is.
The reason why I know a year.
Speedy, get up and do one like she's doing.
Huh?
Do one like she's
Yeah,
doing.
let's see it.
You do it.
You can do it.
Why do I got to do
Well,
it?
my crackle show or something. You try it.
Have Helmsy do it.
let's-
He works out 7 days a week.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do this.
They're on me because they don't believe that I actually run 7 days a week. Now, I didn't say I run miles and miles and miles, but I get on a treadmill and run 1 mile a day at least.
Every day, 7
Every
days a
single
week?
day. That's not
But
not
what he
that
don't
much.
understand.
No,
we
I
weren't
just don't believe-
questioning
Guys, y'all are asking
that he
like-
couldn't do it.
y'all-
We were questioning it's hard to fit that in your
I don't-
day.
no,
every
I don't
day.
believe- I don't believe
That's
7
all
days.
we were
Hey,
questioning.
it's 1 mile, and it's not hard to fit.
You know
your
what I
day.
do every
It's
day?
not
I
easy.
walk. I walk a lot. I walk from the truck to here.
So but there's no way 7 days.
Yes, there is a way.
Just working it in. I'm not talking about like.
when you have a treadmill at your house.
What about when you're at
and a
tournaments?
member-
What about your tennis tournaments?
So you
I'm
come
not at
home, you've been
tennis
going all
tournaments.
day, and you hadn't
Oh,
done
yeah.
it. You go in
No,
there and
I
do
make sure I get it in.
No matter where you are,
I'm not,
7 days a week.
I'm not somewhere for 24
All right,
hours.
Rick, I've had a tournament. I
Guys.
get home and it's 11 o'clock at night.
No, I
and
do it
I'm gonna go
before
in there
I
and
go.
get on there, but I couldn't because I
Greg,
was
I
late.
do it before
but
I
I
go.
was late.
I do it before I go.
Not if I was late.
Not every week, 7 days.
Yes, every day.
Just stop.
Every day.
So you're saying 365 days a year you do
Well,
it?
no.
Right.
Now I had been doing it for 3, but
Right.
probably for about 6 or 7 weeks now. That's been.
All right, so 21 minutes past the hour. A lot lies ahead on today's program. And we have Senator Tommy Tuberville, who's a regular here on the program out of our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama. And there's been some sort of gathering on all the weird stuff that is going on with the Chinese spy balloons and then, Bubba, they apparently were taken behind closed doors and had some sort of intelligence briefing concerning UFOs.
Yeah, and we want to be briefed on it. The general public is still very curious about this, and so we've asked the senator to come on and share with us what he can.
Right, which is probably going to be nothing, but we will press him on it.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure, sure.
And I think that with our relationship with this particular senator, if Lubbock, Texas, is any indication, I think we can get him to blab something. Okay, so that because I want you to know that's what I'm going for. I'm gonna try to say, who are you afraid of?
Well,
Tell
let me
us.
ask you this:
I'm gonna see if I can't. I'm gonna see if I can't goad him into telling us something.
I don't see how we don't know what it is can be classified.
Right.
You know, that's to me that's not classified.
No, you can say
information.
that to anybody.
If we know it's somebody from the Vegas star system, then maybe that's
Yeah,
classified.
sure,
You know,
absolutely.
I don't know. It's so we'll ask.
Right.
How about this? Of all senators, I think Senator Coach Senator Tuberville will be as brutally honest with us as he possibly can.
Oh yeah, and I really think we can goad him into saying something. I mean, we've done it. We've done it before. I'm not saying that as a negative toward him. I'm saying that as a positive toward him. I think he wants to say, "What are we hiding this for?" I'll tell you about it.
That's funny.
I mean, I think on A Few Good Men, he says, I think
Colonel Jessup wants to say it.
I think Colonel Jessup wants to tell us.
Yeah.
Now, he may tell us we can't handle the truth, but he wants to tell it.
Yeah.
And that's you know what? You're darn right. There's UFOs.
So again, I'm kind of taken
You're
back.
darn right. We got an alien.
We got the one off the South Carolina coast, but this other one that was octagon in shape and all of this. I don't know why we haven't been able to recover that and get a little more info on it.
I'll tell you what.
I went down into a region, Bubba, they can't get to.
Went down in what region?
Just what they said. Little area they can't. It's hard. The terrain's tough.
Well, in Canada, I thought the Canadians were handling that.
Well, they're working together to get it. It's just going to take a little time. They say.
We've heard this garbage for years.
They say a little time.
Everybody says, "What's our narrative?" Too hard to find. That's the reason why you hear all this stuff.
Debating saying something.
I know you are. Go ahead.
Try not to.
Say it.
I'm not. There's nothing to say.
Okay. Now you sound like Tuberville. But I think Tuberville's going to tell us today.
Rick, tell us more than we've ever known.
I'm going to be Tom Cruise, baby. Did you see an alien? You darn right I saw one.
I think the more concerning thing is that, and I hate to go back to the Tic Tac stuff.
Here we go.
I kind of wish, we would say that it's this or that. The fact we don't know, to me, is more concerning than anything.
Oh, we know.
Huh?
Yeah, I got off in the Tic Tac thing on the day I was going around on YouTube.
Yeah.
Navy pilots, they're straight up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the
footage
is ridiculous.
Greg's in.
It is.
It
really is.
Well, somebody's got. I don't know if it's aliens. Somebody's got something pretty sharp.
That's it. That's the key.
Somebody has got something.
Yeah.
It may not be a Martian.
It's doing
but
things
something
that
is going on.
Is it another branch of our government testing stuff? And we know they've done that before. But they say they have checked in with everybody, and nobody will claim responsibility for it. Is it a foreign government?
Yeah.
Now, if I find that a little hard to believe, it's not totally off the table. So if it's not that, we have to assume it's somebody not from this planet or something we have never seen before on this planet.
Did you see,
it may be living here now. We don't know.
Did you see the one that they sent two F-18s off to go look, and they went and they saw it under the water?
Yeah.
And then something come up was hovering over it.
Yeah.
And when you under the water, it said it looked like some type of
I know
craft
I know.
just under the surface, and the water was boiling on top of it.
Calm down.
I love the way that goes. I love the way that goes from left to right.
But Speedy likes to always give him a turn and look at him as it's coming around. Scary. But let me say this.
We always post some statement as soon as it happens.
And it's 100%, but every time I turn around, it owns you, just like Bubba loves non-denominational.
You're right.
But,
and does all of this somehow go back to Betty and Barney Hill? That's the bottom line.
Well, what I just heard a minute ago, Helms, Speedy, Adler, and Bubba, you already know it. Do you remember the Dr. Pepper commercial when Larry Culpepper said Flutie's in? Do you remember that?
Uh-huh. Yep.
I just heard Greg weigh in.
Yeah.
Greg's in. He's in on Tic Tac. Yeah. You're in on Tic Tac,
Well,
aren't you?
we got pretty credible pilots talking about it. It'd be different if it was, what's his face? Jones, what's his name? The guy that's
Alex.
Is that how you describe Alex? That's your description?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to press Tuberville.
Yeah.
When we send these people off to represent us, they need to be telling us stuff. We're going to press him. What do you think the answer will be?
I think
we'll never
our
know.
military is going to say they don't know. But
space junk.
They obviously have recovered the stuff from the Chinese balloon. So why haven't we been told what's on it?
Right.
I mean, I want to know.
I want to know. They haven't recovered all of it. I heard the brief or the news report on that.
How long
Somebody's
does that take?
taking. Hey, putting quotes up.
The balloon, what was it moving? What was smoking 5 miles an hour? We couldn't get ships out there ready to catch it.
Some tough weather and the Atlantic has not been cooperating as far as getting down to the bottom and getting everything, but they're working on it. They have recovered some stuff from the surface though, but what's down at the bottom they're working on. And weather the other day was so bad they just couldn't do anything that day.
I just can't believe they shot down something off the Alaskan coast and then something over Lake Michigan, and we can't find it. We can't find it.
Yeah,
that's it. We can't find it. We got GPS. We got satellites taking pictures. We know exactly to the foot where it was when we shot it. And we can't find it.
Well, Bubba, it's just, I mean,
do you believe
where it went down? It's just tough to get
based on what you
Bubba.
just said. Do you really believe we haven't found it?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm just saying.
What they could tell is that where the Chinese balloon could kind of maneuver and they could control it.
Yeah, had some steering capability.
These other objects were just floating.
Mm-hmm.
I know. You're looking at me. I'm just telling you what
I know.
What they were saying.
I know. Hey,
they were just floating. And look, let's also be honest. The Biden administration's embarrassed they let a Chinese balloon float right through our country. So now they want to start shooting stuff down so they can look, like they're all over.
And I'm still just a little perplexed at why the Chinese need a balloon to do this, to look at this stuff when they have satellites.
I've heard they have not found.
And I know satellites go over faster. I got that, and it's a lot further out. Y'all, I can go to Google and see my dog in the yard. That's a white dot in a green yard. It's 8 pounds, and you can see the shadow it casts. I think the satellites could get it done.
Well, they've explained that balloons are a lot slower and they can hover over where they want.
How much more of a picture do you need than an 8-pound dog out in the yard taking a tinkle?
There you go.
Apparently and see the shadow from it.
They said they have found the money D.B. Cooper tried to hide.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Going on.
Okay. Short period of time.
Yeah, well, 6 or 7 weeks.
Right. Well, okay. But I mean, you don't plan on
this. Has a lot.
There's
to do
no
with
way you can do that 365 days. Just come time.
Well, I don't know. We're gonna see.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably will.
Well,
I'm stuck on these burpees.
I mean, I don't know.
Here.
Things happen.
That's a lot. 7 days.
I could
a week.
get hurt.
Yeah, every day.
I don't know.
It's gonna be tough to keep up.
But that's happened.
Just from a
you
time
ought to see me. I
standpoint.
do these burpees every day. They look like that when that lady does.
I could do these every day.
Look, this is ridiculous.
I mean,
I could do that every day.
Guys,
well, I don't want to do that.
Look,
hurt my back.
that's a lot, whatever it is, to do as many as she did, but that's not a burpee. It's not.
No, it's
How
not.
can you say that's a world record burpee when it's not?
It shouldn't be in the burpee category.
Well,
it should
if
be
that is
something
a
else.
burpee, I wish I would have had this footage when we were doing burpees.
Exactly. I
So
would
that
have
I
told
could
Clay,
say, hey, Lewis. Hey, Lewis.
Yeah.
Well,
take this.
This is burpee because I'm sorry when about halfway through, I weren't throwing my hands over my head anymore.
No.
I would do good just to get up and go.
Right.
Well, actually, all right, let me go back to this.
How about
again.
the burpee over the bar?
When
we had to go to burpee over
So y'all
the
can't
jump
work
over the
in
bar?
10 minutes a day?
No, I can't.
It's 10 minutes.
Of exercise?
Yes.
No.
10 minutes.
No, I mean, I normally wouldn't. No, I'm
I
sure
probably
I could.
can, but I do most, by the way. But
Right.
I just don't think I can do 7 every week.
I couldn't
It's
do
just-
It's 10 minutes, guys. Y'all got 10
I try to
minutes.
get in every work day, and that sometimes doesn't
See,
happen. But on the
y'all-
weekends,
here's the thing.
I
Y'all
don't.
actually probably do more than I do.
Oh yeah, I'm just talking
That's
about
what
it.
I'm saying.
7 day
I
thing.
don't think there's anything I could do 7 days a week. Just not that I know I could if I decided
Now,
to.
and I did tell them this, and you need to understand this. When I play tennis, there is no running because that is my running. I'm
Right.
actually doing more running than if I got on the
Right.
treadmill.
Right.
So that's 2 or 3 days a week. Don't forget that.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, Jack LaLanne.
This one.
But what I'm saying is
My gear is my schedule, man.
Right.
It's you got to be efficient.
Yeah.
no,
that's it.
could I?
And that bothers them for some reason.
No, it's
I don't
not.
know
It's
why.
not a time thing. I just never would do it 7 days a week.
Yeah.
I just could. I mean, I wouldn't. I just wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I guess you could.
If I
I
don't,
mean, but like I'm
Rick,
picturing.
if I
think it's
don't,
good to have an
I
off
won't
day.
do it.
Right, I got you.
Yeah.
No, I'm picturing myself like at a men's conference, and I'm
Yeah.
like, man, I got to find somewhere to do my treadmill. I mean, that's probably not going
Got to get up at 4 to run.
Yeah.
Well, see, I don't do that.
Right. But but I know some people do, and they get on your nerves. By the way, you ever been around those people?
Evidently,
you ever
I'm
been
getting
around
on
those
Greg's
people?
nerves
You ever
about
been
it.
around that thing where those people?
No, I just say it's hard to do it 7 days a week.
You ever try to go on vacation with those people? They're gonna get to work out of you.
Oh boy.
You talk about annoying.
Yeah, that's foul.
Hey, where are we going to breakfast? Wait a minute, I got to go do my run. I'm like, we're on vacation.
It's not going to hurt you to miss a week.
Leave the run. We're on vacation. You know what I mean?
Leave the run.
That's when the tennis comes in.
Hey, is there a gym at this hotel? I don't know. I don't look for one.
I don't plan on. If they are, I hope I don't accidentally walk in it. Tell me where it's at so I can stay away from it. You know, there's a bunch of people exercising on their vacation.
Yeah, every bit of exercise.
Weirdos.
Every bit of exercise I do because I need to, not because I want to.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I do 10 minutes a day, Rick.
Because
I don't want to do any more than that.
Right. Well, yeah. Because the other day I was just like, what am I doing? But when I first started, you know, when I didn't know I was in CrossFit, when I got tricked into being in it, because
they named it something else.
They named it something else. So I was there, but when I started, they would tell me to do what she's doing because I was old and was just getting started.
Yeah.
And they would say, now at some point, once you get this and lose some of the weight and whatever, we're going to make you do a full burpee. But this is how you start.
Right.
And I would just do my feet back and forth, and that's exactly what I was doing.
She's in better shape than I'll ever be in my life,
question.
but that's not a burpee.
No.
It's not.
Well, that's like me saying that I've set the record, you know, for running sprints, and you go over there, and I'm like, you know, running in place, you know, and you're like, well, that's not the same thing. You know, it's just she's saying she set the record for something she's not doing.
You're right.
Yeah.
If you want to say you set the record for that, then
whatever it's called,
whatever that's called, and that is impressive. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All right, so we try to do our best to see if we can't get you guys some deals out there and some cool gifts and things we want to share with you. Well, we've gone to the folks at Lear Capital, and we've gotten you a free silver bar. Yeah. Our URL with Lear Capital is learbubba.com. You want to go there because you're part of our audience to get that free silver bar. Here's what you get. For every ounce of gold that you purchase, you get a free silver bar. Highly respected financial analysts right now are predicting that gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. And there's no magic 8-ball that says that's going to happen or whatever you believe can predict the future. But let's look at some facts. If you bought gold today at the very, very favorable prices right now, because gold prices are remaining surprisingly low, which that means there's an opportunity there. And the cost of gold, say, jumps anywhere near that prediction, you're gonna be sitting pretty for a major return. So if you want to look at their risk-free purchase guarantee, it's there. Their 25 years of experience, that should give you peace of mind, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Join us and visit learbubba.com. That's learbubba.com. For the next 14 days, all new learbubba.com customers in the Rick and Bubba audience, you're going to get a free silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. If you want to talk to them directly, you'd rather do that. 1-800-707-4575. Or just go back to learbubba.com, whichever works better for you. There's also a link, if you want to get real simple, at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button, so take advantage of that. All right, Bubba, some other things, because we're going to talk to Senator Tuberville in the next segment. So we're gathering everything we're going to talk about. The UFO intelligence briefing is going to be the forefront, obviously.
We need to ask him about the daylight savings time thing, too.
Oh, you know what?
That went through.
I forgot, because what's happened
in
to
the Senate, and where is it at now?
Right now, if you turn on the news, it seems that trains are derailing, 18-wheelers are crashing, spilling toxic stuff here and there. We've got all these. We got weather balloons and then spy balloons being shot out of the sky. The UFOs, and now I get up today and a Black Hawk military helicopter's crashed, and that's near our. It's in Alabama, but it just feels like feels like this thing. It's like every day you get up, there's something crashed, something falling out of the sky, something running off the road, something running off the rails. Some sort of explosion, earthquakes, pestilence, cats and dogs dating. So this is a sad deal. It says 2 people have lost their life. It is a fatal military helicopter crash, and that happened yesterday afternoon on Highway 53, as Bubba said, near Huntsville. So they'll be investigating what happened, but you hate that. A lot of you see there's video of it. Witnesses saw it fall right out of the sky.
Yeah, let's see what because it is falling
this is
like a
some
rock.
This is some security footage from a home.
Yeah, that's awful. And it is, like you say, it just came out of the sky. Something went terribly south.
Yeah,
and down it came.
Yeah, because usually if a helicopter or movable wing aircraft has a problem with an engine, they can auto rotate to the ground. But that thing looked like it didn't even have the props on it the way it was going.
I know. Something that controls the steering or something was completely.
Yeah. Do we know any more information on it?
In the story, it does not go through the calls. Just talks about the crash and the responders, and Red Star Arsenal was aware of it, and they were working with first responders, and that's really about all the story has.
Yeah, all they can tell us now, Bubba, to Speedy's point, is unfortunately the 2 individuals in the helicopter both died in the fiery crash, likely on impact, and that no other people on the ground, no cars or any pedestrians were injured as a result of the crash. So that's all we really know, and they'll have to get in and investigate.
For them and their family.
Yeah, then they'll come out and they'll give us the details. But sad, very, very sad, because it just seems like every day we get up to something like this, and to a very large scale, or in this case, it's not as large a scale, but it's still just in line with all this bad stuff we keep seeing. So there you go. We also one of the things that you said we were talking about. And we may get in with Tuberville. I don't know how we'll get all this in, because I think really a UFO briefing, it's going to be hard for that not to take up 1 10-minute segment.
You're right.
But anyway, we'll try to get all this in. But I know another thing that Senator Tuberville and others are very concerned about is this whole world of Title IX being destroyed by all the transgender. No matter what someone decides, you have to adapt to it. And this Leah Thomas story is really causing some problems for those because one of the things that we said all along from the very beginning, and Bubba, it didn't require some sort of degree or some sort of training. From the very beginning, we waved a caution flag, and it was just a caution flag that waves out of logic. It was just a logic flag that was just waving. That if we allow biological males to just tell us that we just have to understand that they're identifying now as a female, but then they say, and not only am I going to live that way in my private life, I want to be acknowledged as a woman in all aspects of public life, including me being in dressing rooms, locker rooms, showers with biological females. And you can't deny me that, because then you're mean and you're transphobic, and you must be run out of society because of your meanness. And all we're saying is, well, where is that balance of not being mean to you but protecting them?
Yeah, what about being mean to the girls?
Where is that line?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not allowing us to have a logical discussion about that, like maybe you go dress somewhere else.
Yeah, I hate to quote Mr. Spock here, but the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
So women's sports advocate Riley Gaines is calling on the NCAA to establish separate locker rooms. That just seems so logical for transgender athletes competing in female sports after she and her teammates were forced to undress in front of the University of Pennsylvania swimmer Leah Thomas after a meet last year. Well, now they're going on and they're being interviewed, and they say the separate locker rooms for transgender athletes must be done because she said, I was in the locker room with Leah, but as Greg would say and Bubba have said before, Leah has not done anything about the plumbing. I'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
And Leah pulls his body. She is living as a woman, but when she pulls her pants down, there's a man, and we're being exposed by that. So not only are we having to undress in front of Leah is exposing male genitalia to us. No matter what her mind says he or she is, what we're seeing in the locker room would be like a man pulling his pants down. I'll leave it at that.
Right.
So why in the world are we put in this situation? And isn't that a logical, what should be an easy answer to say, well, I tell you what, we want to be sensitive. Listen to me. Now, hear me out, because I want you to hear the balance.
Look at the size difference, too, of these two individuals physically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We want to let Leah live her life, his life.
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to live as a female in their private life, we wish them well. It's none of our business,
Right.
even if we find that to be something difficult to understand. But we can't allow that person's private preferences or even what they may think is in their inner self. We can't have that cause issues for other people in public settings. We already are letting a biological male dominate female sports,
Right.
okay?
Right.
But because of muscle mass and all the reasons that men and women are equal, but they're not the same, and they're distinctly different.
Heart size, lung size.
Equal in value, but not equal in strength and all that. They're not. And that's okay. It doesn't mean that they're unequal in value. Isn't it just logical that we would not let a biological male expose himself to biological females or watch them undress if that makes them uncomfortable? Where did their rights begin? And it's like we're just ignoring that. We're preferring Leah's rights over their rights. But there is a way for both to live their lives the way they want to, and that would be separate locker rooms or a separate place for Leah to get dressed. But see, what happens is the transgenders won't have that because they don't want to accommodate anyone, but they want you to accommodate them, which to me I think is hypocritical. If we're supposed to understand them, why are they never called to understand the others? I don't understand that.
Right. Rick, I go back to Mr. Spock.
Yeah, it's preferred rights.
Right.
And that's not what this country is based on. And a simple, logical answer is you just don't need to dress in the same place they are while you are still biologically male. Does that seem so simple to y'all?
Mm-hmm.
It really does to me. And why that is such a controversial statement is just weird because it's so logical. But like you said, Bubba, this is going to end badly if we don't deal with it because somebody's going to say, I don't care what's politically correct. My daughter, my wife, my sister is not going to be exposed like that, and I'm going to do something about it myself. And we don't need to get there.
Nope.
We don't need to get there. Tommy Tuberville next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you doing today?
Doing fine, guys. Laughing myself silly, but it is always an honor to listen to y'all's show.
Thank you,
It's
buddy.
the first time I've ever called in, but I had to laugh. I think his name's Helmsy. Is that his name?
Helmsy?
Yeah, Helmsy.
Helmsy?
I used to get out and run a mile and a half every day. And, of course, I'm kind of like y'all. I'm a 6-foot frame, and even when I'm thin, I'm still around 225. My body just don't get thin.
Right.
So, so I was doing this, and, of course, in my football years, I played linebacker, and every joint I have, I've had surgery on, stainless steel pins in the knee and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
So when he was saying he could do this every day, yeah, we'll find out, because the doctor actually told me I had to stop. My joints were just not going to take that pounding.
Well, maybe the treadmill, don't they have a kind of give you a softer
First of
hit?
all, I don't weigh 225 pounds. I weigh 200, and I'm 6 foot.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
So I don't know that my body's pounding as much. When I get to 205 or 210, I can tell a huge difference on the weight on my body.
Right.
That's when I have to really
And he
shut
said a
things
mile
down.
and a half.
And I said a mile, okay?
Right.
It's 10 minutes.
Right.
10 minutes.
Yep.
Sometimes it doesn't even take me that long. Depends on how much I'm wanting to get after it.
Yeah, it's I'm just talking about it, but the pounding, you know.
And look, could I get hurt or maybe yes?
Mm-hmm.
In the days when I play tennis, I don't do this because first of all, I don't need to be running a mile and then playing tennis.
Right.
I do have realistic expectations. I'm 40.
Yeah.
So my back will only take so much.
Yeah.
Well,
And I found this out too,
Yeah,
and
gotta be careful with it.
Adler can vouch for this. That during the times in which I have stopped walking and running, my back will hurt.
Yeah.
As long as I keep moving, guys, I'll get up in the middle of the night and walk around just because if I sleep through the night, I will wake up hurting.
Yeah, it was fun.
That's sad, I know, but it's true.
Well, we laugh about it all the time. We'll be me and some of the older guys will be out there. We'll be moving around. They'll want us to do some move. You know, we'll hear it. It has that old grind, and I'll say, remember how that felt when you had cartilage?
Yeah.
You know, when you have cartilage, that cartilage is actually quite beneficial, wasn't it? When you feel those old bones run together, I feel like the Tin Man, like I need to get oil. But yeah, over time, the people who run a long way. Now that's not like Helmsy's talking about.
It's not for me.
But the people that
Not
run,
happening.
I you know one that we know, and he said that he said he totally regretted it. He was one of these that would run miles and miles and miles, and to the caller's point, it tore his body up badly.
Yeah.
I mean, it really, really pounds.
That's
on
what
you.
happened to Bubba.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That's what happened to his knees.
You know the best thing for you is swimming, but I've never really done that. Are y'all very good swimmers? Are y'all very good swimmers?
No,
I tried it. I know you got web toes.
That's
I know you're
right.
good.
I'm an excellent swimmer.
I can swim okay.
Okay.
Good enough.
I'm Johnny Weissmuller.
I'm not a competitive swimmer. Like I'm gonna beat you down the pool. No.
Yeah.
It's great for low impact though. Boy, no impact really.
Yeah, I know.
Fixes your core, back problems, sciatica, whatever the problem might be. You mentioned
Wet all the time though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe
I'm one of those people. The minute I got out of the pool, I got to be dry.
It's hard to find a pool too.
I got to
You
be
can
dry.
run anywhere.
You got to go to a pool, right? Fish oil really helps. You mentioned your joints need oil. Fish oil really does help.
Yeah.
I can feel a difference if I get some in me, especially my bad knee here.
Oh, look at it.
It's
Throwing it
kinda-
up.
Yeah. That really helps. And then also, I've had to kind of steer clear of tons of pounding on a treadmill and the stair machines. I know girls get on those to make their booties popping, but
What did you just say? What?
It really does help to.
What?
It's a great exercise and it's low impact. The stairs. So I'll do.
They're horrible though.
I'll do 30 flights of stairs in 5 minutes, and I am dying
They're horrible.
afterwards.
The stairs.
And it's no impact. And then I'll run on a treadmill like twice
How's that
a week.
booty?
And booty's popping. Guys. Booty is popping.
I saw him over in the girls section the other day doing those little things.
No,
I
I'm
saw
not
him
doing
over
the,
there.
the thigh flies. The
Yeah, I
fly
saw
flies.
it.
I'm
I
not
saw you
doing
doing
those.
them. I saw it.
Had leg warmers on.
No.
Now, what's this stair challenge you were doing? And it was like going up a certain amount of flights. What was it called? Because you were telling me, it's
horrible.
It did sound hard.
It's horrible.
So I do 30 flights in 5 minutes. If I set it on like speed 13, whatever it is in there.
Boy, to kill you.
And if y'all seen,
No, but
oh
you
my
had a
gosh.
name for it. I thought
Like
I thought,
climbing to freedom. It was as I was ramping up to get married. That's
what it was.
That's
Okay,
right.
okay.
Yeah,
I
it was
remember
like,
something.
Ruin
like
that.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Is that why you were doing the little thigh thing?
And I was gonna actually do 100 miles before the wedding, like in like 50 days.
Yeah,
or so.
well,
I
that
forget what-
lasted,
and,
didn't
and my
it?
back started messing up. And you guys were like, most people don't run away from their wedding. I'm like, I'm running towards the wedding, you idiots.
Right. And you had those little white things sticking out your ears.
Those are called AirPods. They're very popular. Not.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville is our guest. Senator, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, sir?
Good morning. Welcome to the clown show up here.
All right, let's get right to it. We don't have a lot of time. And I want you to know, as I told you in the break, we can handle the truth. Don't hold back.
Just give it to us straight, Coach.
That's it. And I don't want to be accused of riding the clutch. All right, so let's talk what you saw in the briefing, and we want you to tell us everything, hold nothing back.
Well, we have these classified briefings where supposedly nobody can hear anything, but China's got 300 satellites. They can hear everything we say. But the bottom line is we go in there and either they don't know anything or they're embarrassed to say anything. In first time in 57 years, we've not had a Goodyear blimp at the Super Bowl. And the reason was they're afraid to get shot down. It's absolutely amazing. Now they're saying it was probably balloon trash in the air, a U-Haul trailer balloon or something that was advertised that was floating around. We shot two $400,000 missiles at it, finally hit it with the second one. I mean, it is absolutely embarrassing of what's going on up here. For the first week, we knew when the balloon took off in China, goes to Hawaii, then goes up to Alaska, goes across our country. We know it is a spy balloon. Well, these goofballs up here don't give the go-ahead to shoot it down. They're afraid that China might get insulted. So we let them look at everything that we had here. We finally shoot it down. We spent millions of dollars digging it out of the water when we could have shot it, and it landed on in somewhere in a wooded area where it wouldn't hardly cost us anything. But we spent millions of dollars trying to find it. And then we just overreacted and shot down probably. And again, I don't know why Biden is not coming out and saying anything. I guess he's just so embarrassed of what's happened that they're not putting him in front of the camera. But we're not in any danger. This was probably balloon trash or whatever kind of trash that's been floating up there for a while. The radar that we use in NORAD doesn't pick up that small stuff. And so we probably had that trash up there for a while, but we did pick up the big balloon, the spy balloon, early, and they just made a bad decision to let it float across our country and take pictures of everything that we had. And again, they are totally embarrassed of what's happened. And hopefully they've learned a lesson, but I tell you, up here, they don't learn many lessons. Our border of crime, education is going south, fentanyl. I mean, name me one thing that these people have done right up here. I can't name it. I argue with my Democratic colleagues, and they're so embarrassed that you can't even get them to argue with you anymore. It is absolutely over the top of what's going on here.
Coach, Senator, let me ask you this. Why is China using balloon technology to spy? We know they got satellites. You can go to Google Earth, things that are public. I mean, I can see my 8-pound dog out in the yard taking a leak and see the shadow that it cast. Surely they can get what they need with satellites. Why are they even fooling with balloons?
Well, first of all, Bubba, they released that thing, and again, it goes towards Hawaii. It's got a 400-mile radius around it that it can take pictures of. 200 on both sides. So then we track it, and then we track it going to Alaska, and somebody made the decision. Van Hark, the general that we have in NORAD, basically has told everybody, hey, we know it's coming, but he couldn't get clearance to bring it down. Then it goes over Canada. They didn't want to do anything with it. We did not release it that it was up there. And just because we had a couple of farmers see it in Montana is the only reason that this administration admitted it, that it happened, or they would have just said, no, don't say anything. Let's let this thing go. But China really doesn't, as you said, Bubba, they've got over 300 satellites that's listening to us talk right now. I mean, if they want to pick it up, they can pick it up. So it was probably taking pictures, but again, they can take pictures also. And it's just sad that we do not have the gall to tell China, said, listen, Biden should have called Xi Jinping after it was coming towards Alaska and said, listen, you got 30 minutes to call me back. If not, we're going to bring it down. We want to know what it is right now. But the protection of this country, it just goes to show you what they're doing at the borders and crime. Protecting our country is way down on the list of this administration. I can't believe, and this is not a Democrat or Republican thing. This is not where I'm attacking the Democrats. I'm attacking people that don't like this country, that don't want to protect this country. I don't care who you are. If you're a Republican, I'm against you too, if you're against protecting this country. And so it's over the top now. And again, I'm going to Munich, Germany this afternoon to a security conference where they bring in all the prime ministers and NATO and the Secretary of Defenses and all that. I want to hear their thoughts about what they think about our country. And of course, who's representing us over there is Kamala Harris. And oh my God, last year she gave a speech over there. It was so embarrassing to the American public, or it should have been. I was embarrassed that she got up and said what she said in front of NATO right before the war started. And but she's going back over, and no telling what she's going to talk about. It's scary.
Senator, it appears at this level that this balloon is at, the 80 to 120 foot level, Our fighter jets are below. They can't really get that high. It's lower than our space assets. And like you said, our early warning radar system is designed to pick up ballistic missiles, not balloons. Do you think they're exploiting this? I mean, I hate to use the term test balloon, but could this be used as a weapon to bring in a suitcase nuke or some type of EMP device? And are they probing our defenses to see how we would handle that?
Well, that's what I asked in a question in one of our hearings was, first of all, it's a balloon. We know where it came from because we tracked it the whole way. Now, it's not like it all of a sudden it just showed up in Montana. We knew it for 4 or 5 days where it was going and where it'd been and what was on it. But that's what I asked. I asked General from NATO, I said, listen, first of all, this is coming from China. We know that. And if I'm not mistaken, they just killed 15 million people with the virus. And have we forgotten that already? I said, what's to say that they don't have some kind of bio germ on this balloon? Or thinking about, let's run this over the United States, see if they'll do anything. And then if we really have to attack them, we'll do the same thing next time. It's just, there's no common sense with this. They are our enemy. China is our enemy, folks. They are building every day to go into Taiwan and to change this world and be the #1 superpower in the world. And unfortunately, we're buying everything we've got, most of it from China. President Trump tried to move it back, but Biden has moved it back over. I don't know whether he's compromised or not, with all this Hunter Biden stuff there, but there's more protection for China policies than from this administration than there is for the United States. It's just, you can't make it up what's going on up here. And everybody's kind of walking around thinking that, do we have any leadership in this country anymore? And I can tell you right now, over the past 2 weeks, of course, look at what happened in Ohio.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Pothole Pete running around the country talking about extremism when people up there it's kind of like a mini Chernobyl with this train wreck up there. And the White House finally sent somebody up there 2 days ago. Well, it happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It really is.
Senator Tuberville, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're not stupid, okay?
Yeah, I thought.
You know what I think they look like.
Yeah, I know what you think, Greg. We all know what you think.
We all know them.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks.
Well,
man.
but see, I'm in the deal. Well, I'm older and trying to get all of it done. We were doing something the other day, and if I don't have a trainer, then I always give myself a pass.
Well, yeah, Rick.
On everything. You're done, Rick. But anyway, trainers don't do that, and so they did some impossible workout. The workout they did the other day was so bad for old people that I demanded whoever came up with it be fired.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoever this is related to, please fire this person. Because at one point they said in it like they didn't understand, Mr. Burgess, don't stop. Don't stop. And I said, but I must live. I'm not stopping trying to be defiant. I'm stopping in order to not die.
Yeah.
If I don't stop, I'm going to pass out or something bad's about to happen. I'm stopping because I can no longer get air. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not trying to do anything other than I'm stopping in order to continue.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah.
I just hope Coach Burgess isn't listening right now, Rick. That's all I got to say about that.
Well, look, I was told by every single strength coach, head coach ever that I ever was associated with, if you would just simply do the workouts as hard as you work to get around them, you'd be in tremendous shape.
Yeah.
It's just something that there's a survival instinct that kicks off in me that I have to just say I have to be very careful with it.
Do you wear like a heart monitor or anything
I do
like
not.
that?
No.
Maybe look into it.
No.
Maybe check it out.
Well, I mean, there comes a point where you want to breathe and you have to
If you
stop
could wear
and
watches,
breathe.
you could have a little Apple Watch or something.
Have you seen those people that wear the masks that make it harder to breathe? Yeah, what's up with that? No,
That
thank
is
you.
where they look like Bane off of Batman.
Well, yeah, what are you doing? Weirdos up in Planet Fitness? This is a Planet Fitness, okay?
It's a no
We're
judgment zone.
Yeah, this is not World's Strongest Man headquarters, okay?
You ever talk to them?
How you doing, man? You doing all right?
They ought to hit.
wrong with that? Oh, is that what that is? I was trying to be nice because I thought those people were like really sick.
Yeah, they
had a cold.
Something showing.
No, I really thought they were really sick. I was like, man, that person must really be struggling.
Can you realize how miserable that's got to be on your face?
No, thank you. No, Thank you.
Yeah,
Get that out of the no judgment zone now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
and hey, you with the booty popping over there, get that out of here. That's what they say to me because my booty's so popping all the time. He's in conversation going, hey man, boy, your booty's really popping. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it, bro.
Appreciate it, bro.
What's that in your ear? There it is, popping.
Somebody help him. He's got a Q-tip stuck in his ear.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour. We're back. And thank you for being with us today. Thank you, Senator Tuberville. Wish we had more time with him, but we got in what we could and at least got the update on the briefing on the balloon. And it sounds like from the senator who was there, it was a spy balloon from China. I think we all knew that. He said this other stuff we shot down really was just a bit of a, as we had predicted. Y'all do something when they look like we're not goofy. Shoot some stuff down.
Well, one of the assistant secretaries of defense has called it low-speed clutter in American skies. In other words, you know, we launch It says here in one of the published stories today from NPR that the National Weather Service alone launches 184 balloons every day across the country to give us weather readings and to help with all that kind of stuff. So, there's just a lot of stuff in the air. It's big air, but there's a lot of things floating around.
Yeah, sounds like some of you out there had some stuff that you probably invested some money in whatever, and you were collateral damage. Once the Biden administration got embarrassed by letting this float for a very long time, so they tried to look like being people of action. They shot down all your balloons. Sorry about that.
This is what I don't get. If
how embarrassing.
But let me ask you this, and I think this is a fair question. We appreciate the senator coming on.
Yep.
If all we have done is shoot down clutter, okay, a U-Haul balloon or something else that got away.
Yeah.
Why would that need to be classified? Couldn't we just come out and say that?
Yeah. Well, because they're embarrassed. I think, and it's. I think they wanted to give these.
What is a
senators-
U-Haul balloon?
Well,
you've seen it like where you can rent U-Hauls. It almost looks like a mini blimp.
Yeah.
And they put they tie it down with a flag, with a rope that's got all the little triangle flags on it, and I mean that thing will be up there 100 foot high. And it's a pretty big balloon.
So nobody can figure that out.
It probably looks like about the size of a car or something when it's up.
Wouldn't you
there.
look at that and go, "That's a U-Haul balloon"?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know if I got to go through.
Greg, that's how the Chinese get you.
I guess it is.
I don't think any of this was done because we were worried about anything. It was done because they're embarrassed of what they let happen, and so now they're trying to act bad.
It was the first clue I would have if it says U-Haul on it.
Well, that's how they get you, though.
Well, here's the problem. I don't think they can get close enough to read that. It's floating higher than our jets can go, and it's lower than our satellites. So,
hey, it says U-Haul. I believe we're good.
No, what they did is they said somebody shoot something down. We got to look proactive now because everybody's on it, Greg, and they start shooting stuff out of the sky, and they're embarrassed that it was a shoot-ready aim, and they're like getting everybody behind closed doors going, look, if you need to calm your constituents, here's what's going on. But, can you imagine Jean Pierre getting up there and trying to clarify this for us?
Yeah. I think they hit one that said over the hill 50.
Greg, that is a good
mile
one.
hour.
That is a great one.
Happy 50th over the hill.
Right. One of them had happy birthday on it. But anyway, so that's what we got. He did not talk about UFOs because they're hiding something, and we didn't have enough time. So there we go. We have
Look at large mad.
Yeah, we got some other things, and Bubba, I want to get an update on the MRI yesterday.
Yes.
But are we going to speak of this other unspoken, or do we give it more time? Well, we don't want to.
I honestly think you're free and clear.
Right.
But
let's be honest.
I think
you've been one to take. You're a little bit cavalier with Mojo.
I am too. I am because I don't really believe in it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, I don't either. But I just can't explain how these things happen.
I know, but I do. I think we're in the clear on this. It's not just gonna.
Okay.
If you fix something, you fix it.
Everybody, be quiet for just a minute. You hear that? Nothing.
Nothing.
Which is a good sound.
Exactly.
We think, and we feel pretty confident.
Yeah,
that's a safe place to be.
No,
so far we have had 3 hours. If you count yesterday's Bible study, we have had 3 hours of no popping on our audio, and Master Engineer Young Scruggs got with the company, and there's been a software change. Firmware is that what it's called?
Yep.
Firmware, and they think they found the problem on the popping.
Mm-hmm.
It only took 13 months.
Right. And we think we have 3 hours where we've had no popping.
And I'll tell you why I feel like I'm so confident about it is because of what you just said. It's not like it just started this morning. You had a test yesterday for a good solid hour. Then the Gremlins had their opportunity to come in and play overnight.
Yeah, overnight.
And now we've been successful for a few hours. So I think we're good.
Well, that's good because now if we can work on our sniffling and coughing,
I guess we're going to take antihistamine.
Right, yeah. But as far as technologically,
tongue popping,
yeah, I think that we've smacking and our abuse of the English language. But there's nothing we can do about those things because that's our human bodies,
right?
But in our minds,
we can work on
and our lack of education from government schools. But as far as the popping and the firmware problem, we think it's been resolved.
And great important piece that you brought up earlier is that you may still hear it in some commercials as we go to break, because when we recorded those commercials, there was some popping.
Yeah.
So don't think that that's what's live show is the only thing we can go off of.
Keep in mind, there are only 3 hours, and we're now in the 4th, that we can tell you popping shouldn't be there if you're archiving.
Right.
Yesterday's Bible study, which is now available.
Yes.
The kickoff hour and last hour, and so far this segment.
Yep.
I think the noise floor sounds better than it's ever sounded.
It does.
It's very clean and
Any
crisp.
archive or commercial that you're hearing that's been recorded before yesterday is still going to have popping in it.
It is.
But that's a recording.
Yeah.
So we're only talking about going forward. You should see that go away too as things get updated.
It feels like a new day, Rick.
Right. Today's archive should be pop free.
It should.
Should be.
It should be.
Right. So
look, Speedy is not loving that we just discussed this.
I understand, and your concern is legit.
No, we
and
we all need to be on alert,
and it's
to try to listen for it.
I was just going off what the chief engineer asked.
Yeah.
Right. So there we go. Yeah. I didn't catch that. I must have headphones on.
I called it, but decided that I was just going to go against it.
But when do we listen to that?
That's what I was
to that.
Yeah.
You know?
But what a glorious day if it's actually worked. If it actually fixed the problem.
I'm sure.
It's fixing to go to
Right, I thought I heard
any
one.
minute.
I'm just kidding.
No.
So then,
thunderstorms today.
Greg, please stop.
Go ahead.
Stop doing that. I see you doing it. I can see your mouth doing it.
Greg, you're not even hiding it.
Right. I'm quoting our mother. I'm quoting our mother right now when we were children. I see you.
I see you doing it.
I see what you're doing. Stop it. And so. Stop it, Adler. Now you're don't let him do you that way. I know you feel a little bit better.
That was Speedy.
You know, I know you're feeling better. Be glad of that.
Thank you.
All right, so Greg, like I say, now, Greg, now the sounds that we all make, like there's nothing we can do about that.
Nah, it's gonna happen.
We're strictly talking about
the sounds we make. You can hear now better than ever.
I may even drop the term on the bleeding edge of technology, but I think we're not quite ready for that yet. Because I think we're still on the bleeding edge a little bit.
Yeah.
But
we're moving to cutting edge.
Right. Yeah, we're trying to get it. We're trying to get it. Will we stop eating on the show? No.
Oh,
yeah, that's not. But you know what? We've gotten better about eating. Not you, Greg, because I've caught you a couple times.
Yeah,
no, I watched the
No,
screen.
you think you're on?
You're off, but I think Adler puts you back on purpose, which is great.
great
Keep
when-
doing it, Adler.
But I do watch the screen.
Buddy, you watch it until you look down to get a bite.
That's on Adler.
So we think technological popping we may have solved. Still got to work on these other things, but that's all behavior.
Yeah.
And so there may not be much we can do about that. You know what that sounds like? Did you ever? Was it the second Shrek that Donkey was doing that while they were driving on the long drive, and he kept doing that popping sound? I can't remember which one it was, but that's what it sounded like. All right, we'll be back. Bubba's MRI. Oh, Daddy went in. Oh, we got an MRI. And Bubba popped a Valium. So we got all that.
Daddy was relaxed.
He asked if they wanted to cut his leg off. Go ahead. No. We'll be back. We'll get an update on that. We'll get in some of your phone calls this hour, update you on a few things when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was laughing. I heard some interview show over the weekend, and they were all of a sudden it was one of these music shows, and then the interview was talking about I forgot who was interviewing about how it feels to go through all you went through, and now the era of the American Idol. Of course, now it's back, and The Voice, and
all that good stuff.
Said and the guy he said, look, if you can skip some steps, I'm glad it's available to him. He said, but I do find it funny sometimes when they do theme nights. And he goes, and most of the theme nights they do of artists who would have never been picked on the contest.
Yeah, I know. That is funny. Exactly.
He goes, you think Tom Petty would have won The Voice or American Idol? You think Dylan would have got very far?
No.
It really kind of skews how you get to stardom. You know, that format. So I mean, maybe that's good. Maybe it lets some people in who wouldn't make it normally.
Yeah, he said that. He said, but those contests are not designed for the Tom Pettys, the Bob Dylans, the Bob Seegers, of the world. He said because they would have never got picked. It's not a styles point. It's we think you have some raw singing talent. We said we make a star out of you.
Right.
And then what usually happens, a lot of them don't make it because all they can do is sing.
Right.
You know, they can't really write songs and they don't really have any style. But they
Don't
sing.
have-
But
don't
they
have
sing.
stage
But they
presence.
sing really.
Yeah, yeah.
And how about there's a lot of people that can sing really well. I've noticed. I mean, there's a lot of them. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a ton.
They
Well,
are.
I told Greg I heard this about with Bill Withers. That's who it was. Bill Withers was being "Ain't no sunshine when she's gone," and he was talking about what it used to take and how hard it was to get there. And he says, I think a lot of people don't understand that. They think if you can play guitar, then somehow you're going to be this famous guitarist, and if you can sing really well, somehow you'll be a star. And he said, some of y'all need to understand, just because you got a big booty don't make you a Kardashian. You got to know how to market it. You got to have something to bring to the table. There's more to it than that. So I thought that was a good line. And then, of course, he told some stories about how when he finally made it and his whole family kept showing up always with little cousins and their tape, wanting him to hear them.
That's funny. That's funny.
And they asked him, said, did anybody ever send you anything that you thought was usable? He said one time, and there was one of his songs that's real popular I just wasn't aware of. He said that a guy actually sent him that song in the mail and said, I really think I've got a good song here. And he said, I read it and whatever. He goes, by the way, it was. He said, I got one good song.
But how many letters was it?
Oh, buddy. He said, you get all you want. And then I picture, he goes, and of course, you can't even go to family stuff anymore because everybody comes up with somebody they've got or a cousin or whatever. And he said, who's going to sing for you?
Oh yeah.
And he goes, everybody
I can only imagine.
He said, everybody thinks after all you've worked to get there, they want you to take all the work you got and then just launch them from the point you are to the next place.
Right.
He goes, it really don't work that way. All right, we'll come back. Lots to do, as I said on the program. If you want to know who won Fix Mama's Mouth, we're about to tell you. A lot of you voted over the weekend and got some emails about that. So we'll find out who got the most votes and who will get this $15,000 dental makeover from Dr. Dudney. If you would like to donate to the charity coming up for the Celebrity Pro-Am, if you donate the most, you can go with Bubba coming up this Wednesday.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Make a note in Sweet Home, Alabama, and Mississippi, all these areas. You know, there's a line of storms that are moving through. May or may not cause some severe weather. The potential is there, and because of that, we had a man church tonight scheduled in Huntsville, Alabama, at Hopetown Church with Blake Prime, and Pastor Tim Ashley and the gang made the decision late yesterday. You know, when you have men that are wanting to go to this service, if something were to happen and their wives and children, you know, are feeling scared, or, you know, if something were, God forbid, to get severe, it's not worth taking a chance on. So they're just moving that tonight. They're moving that to the 23rd, which will be next week. So it'll be coming up on next Thursday. So moving it 1 week. So if you were going to that man church in Huntsville tonight at Hopetown Church, know that has been canceled because of potential severe weather and has been moved to next Thursday. And we've made that change at themanchurch.com, and you can see it there. All right, so Bubba, yesterday, MRI. First of all, tell the audience why we're having the MRI and what was discovered, and really and why you and I now have struggled to get inside MRIs.
Well,
and we never did in the past.
Well, Rick, having some leg, knee pain, which is not totally not that has become the norm.
Yes,
in a lot of ways.
Yes.
And when you've had cancer issues, it's always good to look at everything. And so we were going to have an MRI, couldn't do the open MRI due to heart stent and the Tesla rating on that machine. So we went back yesterday, and for some reason, I've had many MRIs over the years. I know you have too. The last time I was in one, it became a little bit of an issue. And I don't know if the tube is getting smaller or I'm getting bigger, but we wasn't fitting real well in that thing. And I think we can answer that.
Yes, but you want me to take a stab at it?
That's a little comedy there.
Right, yeah. That's back to I don't know why my feet hurt.
So before we went in this time, we were prescribed a Valium to take. It was only 5 milligram, which I don't know that 5 milligrams is enough to do much. I couldn't tell it really did anything, so maybe that means it did its job. I couldn't. Did
you feel anxious?
Anxious? A little bit, yeah. But I was just talking myself through that, and so we got there, and the folks at Physicians Imaging did a great job, and I appreciate them taking care of us. And I actually dozed off a few times. So.
Okay.
That's good.
But that's I don't know. Relaxed. I don't know that you would put that to the Valium as much as that. If I get still at 1 o'clock in the day, I can go to sleep anywhere anyway.
I've seen that for years. Yeah. Yeah. So and then
that's awful.
And that's funny. Yeah, I can't speak to Valium. I've never really had Valium, so I don't know what you could have expected. If
I hear a lot of jokes about it being very good if you're in a tense family situation.
Yeah.
But the doc texted me last night just with an initial review and said, arthritis in the knee. We knew that. Not a lot of cartilage left there, if any. But said I had a tear in my GASTROC.
But notice what he put in parentheses. I guess
calf.
He's saying, is that their word for calf?
I guess
what we
so.
call calf?
Yeah, I guess so.
So you have a tear in your calf.
Right. Nothing bad. He said he'll review it more today. So we'll have a little closer look at that.
Do you remember how you tore your calf?
I was just about to ask the same thing.
The first time I noticed it is after I had been walking in the woods, and I remember getting back out of the woods going, wow, my calf is hurting. So I don't know.
That's what I was going to say. I remember you did some walking, some surveying, and you came in saying, man, my calf's bothering me.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
And it kept cramping up kind of out of the blue.
Sure.
I even had, I had my snake boots on. It tried to cramp in the boot one time, which was really weird because it couldn't.
Right.
But it kept trying to, and I couldn't get it to quit till I found mustard.
Understood.
And
I found mustard.
Yeah.
So did you realize that this wasn't a cramp because mustard had no effect?
Well, the mustard does help the cramp. It doesn't help the pain.
I was about to say, we can't help the tear.
Yeah. So, and I don't know, I don't know what that means. I guess you just let it heal over time.
So better now?
Well, it's a little better, but it's not right. I mean, I can tell you. I mean, look at me walk. You can tell something ain't right. So
yeah, well, but
I guess the skiing trip's out this spring.
That's it. So darn it. So you were able to calm yourself in the MRI this time?
Yeah, but here's the good news. I didn't have to go all the way in it either. So
well, that helps a lot.
I mean, I went eye level, but I didn't go totally in it, and that does help a lot.
Oh yeah,
and I did. Yeah, that's what I feel like trying to go in there.
Yeah. By the way, I was going to send y'all,
but I had about 45 minutes in there too, because I did the knee, then the whole leg, and I did the headphones this time. Try to change that up a little bit. I just told him, give me the best hits of the 80s and 90s. You know,
Yeah, how'd
something
that
like
go?
that.
Good?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Tears for Fears.
We sent them an
Hear a little of
MP3 of us talking to you. They didn't play it.
No, we didn't. We didn't
Dadgummit.
get that.
You can do it, Bubba. You can.
But
do
you know,
it.
they packed the
Deep
pillows
breath,
in
buddy,
there
deep
and all the
breath.
pads. You know,
You get out there.
Were they
donuts.
were they trying to be caring about your situation and trying
Oh
to
yeah,
keep
well,
it?
they're always very
Right.
professional there. So
Yeah.
they
But
do
the
it
Valium, you
roughly.
couldn't tell if the Valium did anything.
Yeah, I really
Other than the fact
couldn't.
you went to sleep.
Yeah, I really couldn't. So what I'm saying is maybe that meant that it worked because I didn't feel an effect, but we had a successful.
They didn't have
trip,
to
so.
give the injured player walk to the car or anything, did they?
No, I just limped out like I limped in.
Mm, okay.
Yeah, I didn't tell anybody I loved them other than Betty.
Right.
And,
Did anybody offer you any Granddaddy's cough syrup?
No, none of that.
Okay, all right. I didn't know about that.
So all went well, and we'll know more about
Now-
this cafeteria.
Now, you probably went in a little hungry because you said that you
Yeah, I
wanted
did.
that Valium to kind of take effect. So
I
did
didn't
y'all
eat
celebrate
anything.
post?
I had a pack of crackers when I got in the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we actually had our Valentine date last night. So.
Oh, really?
Okay, good.
Yeah. How'd that go?
It was good. It's good. Something to look forward to, you know.
Yeah, you got to have something like that. Did
Yeah.
you limp the whole time?
Well,
Sleeping?
most of the time I was sitting down, so
Right,
then,
yeah.
you know, just in and out.
I call his limp the flat foot walk. You know, where you can't really push your heel up, and so that's because how about when you do that, your
But
calf
I've
hurt-
kind
your
of had
calf
that.
hurts when
I've
that
kind of
happens.
had that walk for a long time.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
You know.
I know you're not big on variety, so do you just go to the typical place you normally go?
Yeah, our favorite spot.
Yeah. So
And they kept saying, "See you on the 23rd." Which we hadn't even really
Have we
talked
ever-
about that. I
had
don't
ta-
think we did.
We hadn't talked about this story. Maybe we could do that when we come back. All right, so you're okay. I don't
All
think,
good.
Honestly, I don't think they'll do anything about a tear in the calf.
Yeah,
I think that's one of those things. Just
Yeah, I need to have a knee replacement. I'm just putting it off.
Why are you putting it off?
Because I don't fool with it right now.
Would they do it right now if you could?
Probably have to lose a little weight.
All right, well, okay.
Yeah, they have a criteria.
That's
for
what
that.
I was chipping away at.
Yeah, sure.
What's the limit? Where we got to get
I
to?
don't know. I didn't ask.
I mean, no, not the limit. Like, just tell us how much you would have to lose. Is that
I
10
don't
pounds,
know.
20
I don't know.
pounds?
I was just told I didn't
That's-
fit the.
You don't fit the requirements
I
at this
don't fit
point.
the
You were told
requirements.
too big for knee replacement right now.
Too much. They have more success if you're in a certain window.
Speaking of the headlines, Needle will take a little air out of that balloon.
There's just some motivation, Bob. Of course, you got to be able to walk to do some of that. but-
You got to shut your pie hole. You know, I know
Why's
people.
everything tied to that?
I know people who've had like gastric bypass surgery and they've really done good with it.
Yeah.
But it comes with its own
Of course
issues
it
too.
does. I've seen
And,
people put the weight back on.
Yeah.
Maybe not
I
to that
think
extreme, but
That's a good look.
But
After
when
all
people
that.
get their jaw wired shut, with TMJ, they always lose weight. Maybe that's what we all do.
yeah, but it's not going to be wired together the rest of your life.
It ought to have worked.
Rick and Bubba.
Speaking of giveaways, Bubba, another Rick and Bubba tradition that started many, many years ago. Dr. Dudney has been a part of our program for a very long time, and not that he's better than any other dentist.
No, not at all,
But
Rick.
but of all the dentists in the world, we've picked him for our families. But because I guess it really didn't matter, we could have picked any. But I mean, it's we love Dr. Dudney, and so many people. Oh, excuse me. Do we love you too?
Yeah, we love Christy too.
Yeah, Christy is what. Christy, you and Dr. Dudney we love. That's right. And
Thank you, Rick.
I would
He
love.
didn't see you.
I mean,
over
they're
there.
a 1-2 combination.
Yeah, I
Rick.
love-
I mean, it's like Rowan and Martin. It's all the great 2-man teams. You
I would
you
like
can't
to
have
love
one without the other.
I'd like to love everybody there at Dr. Dudney's office, but there's just not enough to go around. You know what I mean? That's so. By the time you've loved Dudney and loved you, there's just nothing left. It's so. But anyway, everybody there does an incredible job, no doubt. And we know, Christy, that without you, Dr. Dudney would be a shell of what he is. So this contest started long ago, and it's about $15,000 worth of makeover
in a galaxy far away.
In a galaxy far away. So, we tried to help by letting people know when the type of makeover we're doing, there's certain things that have to be in play.
Right.
That, there have to be teeth you can actually work with.
Right.
And I know sadly some people have lost the teeth completely. That's a whole different deal.
Yeah,
So
and that's another department.
And we have a certain amount of time. We have to finish these cases in, and there's some things that could take, years to complete all the work that needs to be done, and it's just not feasible. One other point I wanted to make, and I know Helmsley addressed this, and I appreciate him doing that, but some of the cases this year were what we call orthodontic cases. So if you think about this, size, shape, position, and color. Those are the 4 things that make a smile attractive. Size, shape, position, and color. If your size and shape and color is good and your teeth are crowded or crooked, all you need is orthodontically to have these teeth placed straight and in the right position, and you'll have a beautiful smile. So several of the cases this year, all they need, if you're listening and you're out there, you just need orthodontics, and it's pretty affordable because you can make monthly payments. So I want everybody to have a beautiful smile, but some of those people, you don't want to cut down or drill down healthy teeth just to get them straight when braces could do that.
Well, y'all lay awake at night thinking you wish everybody had a beautiful smile.
Of course. I mean that. I wish everybody could win.
Right.
I read those letters and I think to myself, I want them all to win. And I'm glad one person can win, and there's always going to be one winner, but I respect the people who take the time to write the letters, the husbands, the children. It's amazing. It's very rewarding to read what people think of their mothers and wives, and it makes you kind of get back to reality sometimes, because there's some less fortunate people out there, and we wish we could help more of them.
Well, Doc, you're very giving to do this at all. I mean, this is a very expensive procedure, and when you see those little veneers come in that box, that's somebody's dropped some cash on those babies.
Well, it's because these are works of art.
Yeah, they are. And
it's like rocket parts.
These little the ceramics that make these things, they're very, very talented. In our lab, Dental Designs in California, they do a wonderful job. And Gary Vaughn is our head ceramist there. And shout out to Gary, even though I don't think he's listening, because it's 4:20 right now.
And you call them ceramists.
A ceramist, yeah.
Wow.
I never knew that.
Yeah, the technical dental technicians are ceramists, but they're very, very talented. So like you said, it's a little work of art, and it's amazing what they do.
But they don't do plates on the side. I mean, this is what they do.
They could do pottery, I guess. They'd be pretty good at it.
We'll have to ask Gary that.
Do it
I
as
bet
a
he'd
sideline.
make a heck of an ashtray. You know what I mean?
I wonder if he's ever done that for his mom.
Right.
Whooped him up, whoop up something.
Yeah, we used to make gold jewelry when I was in dental school, so maybe he does some plates for. But it is, and
look at that cup. Wow, that is nice.
But it's a collaborative effort, and we're dependent on them. But it's what you were saying is it is very fun. It's very rewarding to be able to help someone out, and it's just especially something like a smile that means so much to people that they know they otherwise wouldn't be able to get this done. So we're happy to do it. It's a lot of fun.
Well, and then you have to take these letters, as y'all said, and go through them and know that you can't pick them all.
I know that's tough.
I know.
It's one of the toughest things.
Well, and I tell you, the people.
One of the best things, Rick, is his office uses gas.
That's right. I know.
That's by far one of the best things.
Bubba, they're
a happy bunch, but they're even happier when I'm on the gas.
I think you've established that, Bubba.
Oh yeah,
Bubba. There's secret conversations that take place.
Well, I never had that growing up. I'm catching up.
You know how one of the first things you have to do to get help is to admit you have a problem. That's right, baby. 35 minutes past the hour. We ain't for everybody, but those who don't like us, it says more about them than us. All right, so SimpliSafeBubba.com, now more than ever, security crucial. But you want to be sure that your security system is efficient. It gets the job done. You're not wasting money, overpaying to be monitored, overpaying for installation cost, and intrusive, and then I can't even get a sensor on all the different ways you can get into my property. Well, with SimpliSafeBubba.com, you can put a sensor anywhere you think there's a threat. and you design it yourself with them. You install it yourself. They'll help you if you need it. But you can get it installed in less than an hour. They monitor you for about half the price of the traditional home security systems out there. And some of their technology that they like for instance, the verification Fast Protect technology that, of course, it captures that critical evidence so that law enforcement knows the break-in is not a false alarm and you get help quicker. So if you'd like to find out more about this, and we're going to get you 20% off, and we'll get you a free indoor security camera if you use our URL. That's SimpliSafeBubba.com, or go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find it right there under the sponsors button. There is no safe like SimpliSafe, so put it to work for you, like many in the audience who've already done so, including us. All right, so Bubba, we were mentioning that you and I are mistaken for each other all the time. There's people that they'll think that I've been asked about back when you were all into tennis. I would get asked about tennis all the time, and and then people would ask me how Betty's doing, and I'd say, well,
Right.
yeah, not married to Betty. That's Bubba, and
But she's
doing fine from as far as I know. And and we have this kind of stuff happen often. I'm getting to the point now where I don't even really correct it anymore.
Right.
And because it's
you can get to that point.
Well, if you get it mostly right. Now, if they get down to something they really want to know, then I have to pivot and say, well, I'm not the one that has that information.
Right.
But anyway, so you ran into this involving one of your favorite restaurants.
Yeah, well, we were there eating a few weeks ago, and I was talking to the owner of the restaurant. We'll just say his name's Travis.
Okay.
For this,
All right.
for this
We'll
argument.
go Travis. It's a good name.
And Travis said, "Well, look, we're excited about having y'all in a couple of weeks." And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, Travis. He said, yeah. He said, we got a reservation for a big group, and Rick and you and a bunch of people from Texas or somewhere. And I thought, well, let's. He said, let me look at my appointment book when I step in my office a minute. So he came back and he said, yeah, he said it's some people I think from Arkansas or something, and a big group. And Rick, I said, no, that's very possible. I said, but I don't think I'm in that group.
Right.
So,
right.
I guess Rick is
Yes.
seeing the restaurant without me.
Right.
And
it's clearly your restaurant, and you've brought me there, and it was one of those things that honestly I wasn't overly involved in.
Right.
But now what happened is next weekend is the Man Church Conference in my hometown, Oxford, Alabama. So, I mean, I'm looking at one right now that Helmsley just sent me asking questions. One of the things we expected, we thought it might do pretty well based on how we're approaching it. But what we didn't really, honestly, pleasantly surprised is that there are groups of men coming from all over the Rick and Bubba audience. And so, like, I've got one here from Illinois. We've got them coming from Montana. We had one group that was even trying to get here from the Bahamas, but it looks like they're not going to be able to come. But we moved those tickets on to another group. They're coming from all over Georgia and Mississippi and Tennessee and so what happened was, and I want all the guys to know this too, and I understand those of you that this is going to be, we're going to Alabama and we're going to turn it into vacation and we're going to do stuff, and we've even got you set up with your ticket to get to go to big time entertainment there in Oxford, and as part of leaving the conference it's some fellowship together and have some fun. So we're trying to make it a good weekend. But here's what I started getting. Hey, what do you think about us being able to come and watch the show on Friday? Well, we've already got all those tickets gone, and there's been a lot of other groups that have asked me, and we just can't really accommodate that. And then all of a sudden, a group out of Missouri is where it was.
Missouri, yeah.
And so out of Missouri, suddenly they're like, hey, we're coming through Birmingham. Let's have dinner on the Thursday night before. And I'm like, well, I don't. No, bring Sherry. I said, I don't really know whether I can do that. I said, well, we're going to get a place. Send us some options. We want to book a dinner in Birmingham on our way to Oxford on Thursday night. Well, I sent out all the things I would suggest, and of course, I would send out your favorite restaurant. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And of all the restaurants I sent, apparently they picked that one.
It's their favorite too.
And so and it is a good one. Yeah. So they said, hey, we have you in our group, so if you can be with us, we'd love to have you.
Yeah.
And that's where Travis, if that's his name, but
Right.
person
The
named
person we're calling Travis.
I guess he saw. Well, if you got Rick, you got to have Bubba.
Right.
I mean, and so
Go together.
and Bubba's a regular here.
I may be there already.
Right. Yeah.
That's my night.
Right. I mean, it's not like it's Hamfest. If it's meeting, they might be doing that together. So, but you're welcome to join us if you want me to ask.
I may be already. I may be already there. I need to check to see what the lovely Betty Lee.
Right. But and here I am.
Well, they're really not set up to accommodate big groups.
No.
And that that
it's a pretty big group.
Yeah.
And
I mean, they can't. They got limited ability to do that.
Right,
so.
but they got it done, and they said we got a reservation. Here it is. We'd love for you to join us if you can. So I'm definitely going to try. But it's so hard when people are, and I love this, when you're wanting to commit to something. I mean, you start thinking, well, I tell you, the day right before the conference starts. There's no telling what I could be pulled into here or there. And we got to walk through on Tuesday, and it should be fine. But it's kind of like you want to be
flexible to
almost
go
need to
where
be,
you need to go.
Right.
Yeah. But you got to eat, Rick.
I almost have
That's
to.
what I say.
I hate to say it, and people don't like that when they're trying to plan. I need to call it that day,
Right.
Because I don't know how that day's going to go. But my intentions are to try to meet them. But I look forward to seeing all the guys that are coming. But that has been. And again, it shows you how this audience, because most of the people tied to coming are men's groups that found out about themanchurch.com on this show, and they're men that are part of our audience, and they're coming from all over. So it's really, really going to be.
Maybe what you should have done, and I didn't think to suggest this, so it's kind of on me, is have one of these barbecue teams out there in the parking lot of the conference cooking.
Thank you.
Just a big old thing.
How's your mic? Turn out. There it is. Bubba, it's too late now. We cannot add things now.
Well, I mean, and then they could just serve people
here
as
we
they
go.
come out.
Here we go.
And they'd probably like to see their equipment.
If you just had the trailer, Bubba, the food trailer. You'd have it.
If we still had that trailer, this would be it.
This is your dream.
Doggone it.
I'm going to tell you, the food trailer business has taken off. I mean, it don't matter where you work, there's food trailers.
We'll pull right in. We're way ahead of our time.
And how about they'll just send out, we're going to be in such and such area on such and such day, and there's lines.
Yeah.
I mean, they just bring the restaurant to you.
Yeah. So I want you to know, I know that's your restaurant. It's sort of protected on your part of town, but they picked it.
No, it's fine.
Right.
It's wide open. I hope y'all enjoy it. Like I said, I may see you there.
Well,
Who knows?
I tell you one thing, I know I'll enjoy it because I've eaten there before.
Oh,
yeah.
Son.
Just the appetizers alone.
I got to test a few desserts.
Let me
a couple
see
of weeks
Test
ago.
a few.
Let me see if this
Let's
is.
test this on Bubba.
I want to see if this is where y'all going, because this is a big deal.
Well,
is this
it's
where
in
y'all
Bu-
are going right here.
No.
Oh.
No, that's hilarious, by the way. No, look, Bubba and I have different areas of town that like he's kind of the head honcho there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of the head honcho in some areas. Some we kind of share as a shared territory, and this is clearly his restaurant. But
No, I want y'all to.
he's norm
enjoy
there.
it.
He's norm there.
Well, one of the norms.
Yeah,
There's a lot of norms I've
And
noticed.
so they said, if there's a group of men coming in tied to the show, then Norm's got to be. I still love that one on Cheers when he said he had that dream that he was getting his beer for free and all that, and that's really what his life was like.
Yeah.
They said, well, Norm, isn't that your real? He goes, but in the dream I could fly. All right, we'll be back. First phone segment of the day.
Come on now.
Let's go.
Make us proud.
Come on. 10 lines available. Whatever,
Maybe you've seen a balloon you want to report.
Whatever you want to talk about, fire them up. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Maybe you got a grilling team you want to show off.
Oh, no.
Maybe you want to do an outdoor expo right here out in the parking lot. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, look, nobody's gonna say I go to the dentist too much, right? I mean, I still don't go as much as I need to.
Right.
But gas for a cleaning, come on.
Yeah.
Well,
When you're putting the gas on for a cleaning, that's a red flag.
I get the gas for a co-payment. Here's your 15.
Right. All right. So, how this works for those? Now, some of you, God love you. I love all of you. I just love you so much, and I know there's a lot of time that happens, and people don't listen to every. You in your mind, you think you've explained the contest so many times that surely everyone understands it, and then you're like in the car on Mother's Day, going on the Mother's Day tour, and you get an email that came in yesterday asking me if their mom could win. And I'm just,
Right.
and they're emailing me, and I'm like, gosh, I know Mother's Day got you stirred up, but wow, you missed the deadline. I mean, but so
Never stir it up for next year.
yeah, right. But you know what? Go ahead and get it to Helms right now. We'll put it in the pile for next year.
Absolutely.
So when we come back, we're gonna talk about the person who was picked, and really ultimately was picked by the audience. All you guys did was narrow it down to 3,
right?
And then the audience read the letters themselves, and so I know certain families got out and probably tried to generate, however you can get it done, get the votes,
right?
And we'll read to you the letter that was sent in. We'll tell you which contestant won, and then we'll talk about that mom will come in when will y'all actually start the process?
It takes 2 visits, and they're usually about the first visit and second visit are about 3 weeks apart. So we would like if we can get going right away, and the winner can get in pretty quickly, which I hope they'll be able to do within a month. I would say we could have this finished. We like to give them about a week or 2 afterwards, so maybe 6 weeks max before we're ready to go and ready to reveal the after, so to speak.
And we always put Dr. Dudney's email in show notes. Some of you today are hearing about this. You may not even know the advancements that have been made, in the dental field when dealing with veneers. Maybe you don't even really understand them. You too, this could something you could have done.
Right.
And if you want to research that and look at some of that and contact, you have any other questions beyond the contest, you're just hearing about this thinking, you know what, I'd like to have that done too. I know, Bubba, you've talked about what it's done.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I would tell whoever's going to win this, they just trust them, do what they say, and you're going to be so happy on the other side of this.
All right, we'll come back. We'll read the winning letter. We'll announce the winner. All right, so we have the votes are in,
right?
And I will now read the letter.
Okay.
Are you ready? Dear Rick and Bubba, my name is Taylor Sims, and my beautiful wife and mother of our son's name is Kayla Sims. We've both been longtime listeners of the show and love everything you do and stand for. My wife is a wonderful woman and even a better mother. For years, she struggled with her teeth. She takes care of them, brushes them multiple times every day, but they never seem to get better. I work full-time at Union Foundry in Anniston, over in Calhoun County.
And that means he works. He
does.
works there.
Our home county there. Went through there yesterday. Went through a lot of counties yesterday. And my wife is a stay-home mom raising our 1-year-old son. She's so insecure about her smile that I have to beg her to smile for pictures. She is a beautiful woman, but her teeth just bring her confidence way down. The woman raises our son, cooks every meal, cleans the house daily, and makes sure everything is in order. God could not have given me a bigger blessing. She truly deserves to have a smile she's always wanted. We've gone to countless dentists to see what can be done without me. With me being our only source of income, we just cannot afford to pay what insurance will not cover. I've even talked to her about going and getting a loan just to fix her teeth. And being as selfless as she is, she won't let me do that to put us in debt. I really hope you guys consider her because y'all will not only be making my day, but you also will be making her day, and you'll also be making her life. Thanks for the wonderful opportunity you guys give the fans. Thank you, and have a great day. God bless you. Well, that's a husband that knows he is blessed by this beautiful wife, and so Kayla Sims, contestant number 3, got the most votes. So you know what? This is going to happen.
Congratulations, Kayla.
This is going to happen, Taylor.
Yes, indeed.
So Taylor, thanks for the letter, and Kayla, great news. You see that it was to the point they were willing to do almost anything financially to make it happen. And wise, she said, this is not something I think we should go in debt over. That let each individual family make their own decision there. But selfless woman. Have you noticed over the years? That's usually what we get every time. Is we get these letters about these women that say family first, I'm last.
Right.
It's so typical. I was just going to say that it's a great letter, but it's very indicative of all the letters that we get. So many letters just like that. It just. There's a lot of people out there, and the mothers are the ones that, and it's.
It is 10 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Your phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Caroline out of Alabama will get us started. Caroline, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Great. I just dropped my son off from school, and he's so mad because he had to get out of the car because it's going to be late. But we wanted to say hey and how much we love your show. And also that we want to know where your new location is.
Where our new location is? You talking about the studio, the one we've been in the last year?
Yes, we can't go anywhere. We want to buy.
Oh man,
These phones,
so hard.
These doggone phones.
Well, it's right here in Tampa.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
On
right.
the main
here,
drag.
right on the main drag. It's on. I don't know how you even describe where we are. Can you? I mean,
Well, it's on the website.
Yeah,
You can see that.
Yeah, you can check it right there, Caroline. Let's go.
Unless you're a crazy stalker, and then we're not
Right.
here.
Let's go to Sam in Mississippi. Sam, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, hope your day's going good so far.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Yeah, question. Have y'all been following the revival that's going on up at, I think it's Asbury College or something up in Kentucky?
A little bit. I haven't been as I'm not diving in as much as some have. So but I know I'm very familiar that it's going on, and that it's still going on. So we're aware of the story.
Good. Okay, guys, have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, but I don't. I mean, It sounds like it's a wonderful time of worship, and I'm excited about that. I think one of the things you fall into when I see everybody out there, I think it's, those two ends of the spectrum. I don't know why we have to be this way. I think it's wrong to be overly critical and you're against it just because you don't like the feel of it. But I also think it's just as wrong to say nobody can critique it at all.
Right.
I think there's a balance in that you're cautiously optimistic and hopeful, and you just kind of let it play out, and hopefully it's definitely a good thing, if there's people who, are
making a life-changing decision.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely we should be thrilled with that, especially when you're talking about young people, getting serious about their faith. We continue. Let's go to, do you think that's Chad in Florida there?
I can't see it without my telescope.
CHRID. I'm not sure. Is it Chad? Florida? Sherrod? Chris? Okay. So it was the D that doesn't belong. I couldn't figure out which letter didn't belong. All right, Chris, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I like to hear about revivals. God's been good to me, but
Amen.
He's going to protect us whatever happens. But I heard on the radio yesterday somebody was talking about they're thinking we're going to be in war with China in the next 2 years. I just wanted to know what y'all's thoughts on that was.
I don't know where they are getting so specific. They think it's the next 2 years. I really don't know.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. One, even more important than what a war could be, we have economic interest in each other. And I think that a war would be devastating to that on all fronts, and it would not be wise by either group. The thing we do know is that the Chinese has a 100-year plan to be the most dominant country on the planet, not only in business but also in military, and they are moving to that end and trying to accomplish that. We know they want to physically take over Taiwan, and that's going to be a problem since we have said we will defend them. And Taiwan has been digging in and plan of that defense literally since the 1950s when they tried to take them over the first time. So there's obviously some issues there that could be flashpoints. We realize that, but I really think a lot more of it is saber rattling than actual going to war. I think what happened in the Ukraine, or what is happening in Ukraine, anybody who thought they were going to go in and take over a smaller country is having to rethink that now and going, wow, this can become a quagmire. So I really, there's issues there. But remember, China, the reason they have been successful as communist is because they have made their their economy a capitalistic system.
Yeah, the government dabbles in capitalism.
Right.
That's what keeps it going.
Right. So
now the people can't.
If China had no one to sell their goods to, it really would not be in their best interest. So,
yeah.
And Taiwan has defended itself since the communist takeover, and I hear probably could do it again. I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
well, the problem
I hope not. I think this rumor of war thing is always much worse than the actual event.
And we'll always have it.
Right.
Based on Scripture.
Right.
Craig in Mississippi. Craig, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey,
How
buddy.
are y'all?
We're good.
So I wanted to tell y'all I went to a show at the Hattiesburg Sanger Theater a couple of weeks ago, and all this talk about shooting things down
Hey, come on
just
now.
got me to thinking, hey, if the federal government wants it done right, they could just hire you guys.
There you go. There you go. That's good. That's good. That's a good one. Karen in Alabama. Karen, go ahead.
Hey, how are y'all this morning?
We're fantastic. Hope you are.
I am. I just wanted to check in about Bubba talking about his MRI and having a tear in the muscle of his leg.
Mm-hmm.
Bubba, have you ever heard of PRP therapy?
PRP, platelet-rich plasma. Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had that procedure?
I have on my foot. I know it hurt like all get out when I was getting it shot back in there. But there's been a lot of success with that. We had a very famous football player get it to play in the Super Bowl a few years ago. So I think there's some potential with that. I don't know if they use that on calf tears or not.
Interesting, though. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where they take blood out and they spin the platelets out and put it back in, and they're markers for your system to move in to heal something.
Yeah. And when you had it,
it was still early on,
and it was really painful.
Yeah, putting it back in the bottom of your foot it hurts really
Got to
bad.
get it right where they need it.
We did a little bit of everything before Topaz.
Topaz. Randy in Huntsville. Randy, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, how are y'all?
Hey, we're good. How about you?
Hey, real quick, first off, say some prayers for the helicopter crash up here yesterday afternoon.
Terrible.
And then secondly, the devil thing that happened at the award show the other night, just the people's response on praising it. And then you have the Jesus commercials during the Super Bowl and actually have two congressmen come out and speak against the Jesus commercials, saying they're racist and fascist, but have no comments on the previous week. Just want to see what you thought. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, Randy, I think you've answered your own question.
Yeah.
They have nothing to say about what everybody was exposed to on the Grammys, but they absolutely want to be critical of any attempt to point anyone to Jesus. But does that surprise anybody?
No.
I mean, anybody at all? 866 We Be Big. Doug in Kentucky. Doug, go ahead.
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
You there?
Yes, sir, we are.
Hey, just want to point y'all in some UFO alien information.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Do y'all know who Scott Bloomquist is?
Scott who?
Bloomquist.
No, I do.
Track
I don't.
racer.
Do y'all know anybody? I don't know that.
I'm sorry.
This is where Greg's trading phone calls hurt us.
Probably the most famous dirt track racer there is.
Okay.
Okay. See pictures of him now.
Okay.
There you go. All right. If you go to the Dale Jr. download, his podcast, and find the one with Scott Bloomquist on it, he'll tell you about some UFOs and aliens. He'll tell you which one it's okay to get on and which one's not.
So I'm going to hear from the most famous dirt track racer UFOs I should ride with and the ones I shouldn't ride with.
I think that's what he said.
Is that
That's
what he
right?
Oh, okay. Well, so I didn't misunderstand.
This is one of Greg's favorite podcasts too. He's probably heard this episode.
No, when he said it, he looked up like, "What?"
Oh, okay.
So maybe he's been informed as well.
We'll get Greg on that because he's on the Dale Jr. podcast.
Yeah, that's his area.
That's his area. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think we've done a lot of different makers, but we gravitated toward mothers because
All right, so look, if you turn on the news or you open up your Twitter these days, one thing becomes blatantly obvious. The world is in desperate need of godly men. And on this show, you hear us talking about that, even strategy we put together. We've made this point over and over again that if you can address that influence in society, in the home, and in the church, a lot of things get resolved. And you know what? That's what inspired our friend Jason Whitlock. He's organized Fearless Army Roll Call. It's going to be an all-day event to encourage men to put on the full armor of God and to take a stand against the evil forces that is destroying American culture. Now, at this conference, you're going to hear inspiring speeches from Jason. Of course, he'll be there. Several special guests that'll inspire you to be a better husband, father, and more importantly, witness for Christ. Roll Call is going to inspire, uplift, and even entertain. It'll be a great time of fellowship. It'll be a great time of high challenge and discipleship. So join hundreds of like-minded men. It's going to be in the Music City. There'll be great hosts, Nashville, on April the 15th. It's an important conference. Tickets will likely sell out, so go ahead and secure yours today by going to fearlessarmyrollcall.com. fearlessarmyrollcall.com. Again, that's fearlessarmyrollcall.com, and reserve your spot today.
We'd be without our mothers.
Right,
But
yeah. Here it is. It's become quite a tradition here on the Rick and Bubba Show. The Regents tradition, the Champions Tour, coming to our home city, where those of you that hear the show around the country, the show comes most every day out of Birmingham, Alabama, which is where we all live. And this has been going on in this part of the country for a long, long time. And if you have the biggest pledge to children's, then you'll pick whichever one of these groups you want to walk with during the Celebrity Pro-Am that we're about to name off. So without any further ado, Bubba's brought in all of his pictures from the Celebrity Pro-Ams past.
That's just some of them.
Yeah, the ones that you decided to get a picture and get it framed. There's probably some we forgot.
Unbelievable.
No, Gene frames all those for you.
Well, one year
some
we had,
of them
we had a
home.
tough year when
Okay.
we didn't put it in a frame. And this is, look, 2009, the year after the recession.
Yeah,
Remember?
that's it.
Seriously, 2008 is when the market
You
crashed.
can tell. You can tell.
Look how it was even bad cardboard.
You're right. Yeah, you're a little ashamed of that one, aren't you?
We'll put that one on the floor. Look at this. This is unbelievable. First of all, I forgot about some of these. Tom Watson.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. We're looking
Craig
at
Stadler.
Oh, yeah.
The Walrus. That was a lot of confusion that year in our
Fred
group.
Couples twice.
People didn't know
Hale
who was
Irwin
who.
3 times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hale's his boy.
Raymond Floyd.
Yeah.
This is
It is. It's like the Hall of Fame.
Larry
isn't
Nelson in the Hall of Fame.
it? Yeah.
There's
There-
Charles.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and you know, Charles' basketball gigs kind of, that's ruined the whole thing with Charles. Remember when he used to have more free time?
Yeah.
Now he's always, I got to do this basketball thing, Gene.
Yeah, we talked to him last week. He really wanted to come, and they're taking their show on the road for the Western Conference.
I'm gonna
Finals.
I'm gonna slap Draymond, then I'll be back next year.
Oh, the fun we could have
Wouldn't
had
you
with
pay for
Charles
that?
this year. Oh, man.
I had all my one-liner jokes for him about that.
Tell him Draymond's mom is out there behind the sand trap looking for him.
One of my favorite one of my favorite Charles moments, because he was on the show every year. One year we got into it about something spiritual, and went head to head. And then there was that year that he made the comment about Alabama had hired Mike Price, and Mike Price did not get through spring training as the football coach at Alabama because of some unfortunate decisions he made, and concerning the oldest profession in the world. So Charles comes on to defend him on the show. Now this happened in the state of Alabama, where these things took place that got Coach Price fired. I don't understand why everybody's so mad at this man. I mean, it ain't like he did something illegal. And I said, Charles, prostitution is illegal, and where this took place. He goes, oh, I didn't know that.
And he was serious.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
No, what it was, he never really thought about it. Is what it was.
I don't know why everybody's on this, man. So anyway, all right. So let's give the group that Bubba's going to be playing with to be added to these pictures before you, Gene.
Well, he's playing with a multiple major championship winner, including he won the Masters.
Ooh.
VJ Singh.
BJ.
VJ Singh.
Another
He's
golf
on my
Hall of
bucket.
Famer.
He's on my bucket list, Gene.
Now, he's Asian, isn't he?
He is from
Oh, he's not.
Fuji. Fiji.
Fiji.
Well,
Fuji's a restaurant.
I saw the name.
I meant
Fiji.
Fiji. I meant Fiji.
Good night. This is where we're uncomfortable.
It's
closer than
unbelievable
y'all
that
are.
Greg knew where he was from.
That's unbelievable.
Of all the people in
He
here.
said he was at a restaurant.
I said
well,
Fiji,
he
but I was
knew.
close.
Me and you've talked about this before.
Greg,
and he knew.
Greg is a fan of
I knew what
VJ
you were
Singh.
talking about.
Fuji's a camera, right? Or
And a restaurant.
And a bottle of water.
I mean,
but it's Fiji.
It is a bottle of water. That's why.
Well,
y'all didn't know.
He just missaid it. You actually knew. I've heard you talk about that.
And a mountain in Japan.
I never thought that Greg would like VJ.
I don't know why I knew that, but I just did.
And he's playing with, in the group, Coach Gus Malzahn.
Well, it's Daddy. It's a Barner dream come true.
Hey, Daddy, let me hold your putter.
There'll be a fifth one in the group called Woody.
What is the story behind this story, Bubba, in terms of what
he loves Gus Malzahn.
Oh, goodness.
my gosh. We just had not got to play together, right? That's all.
Look,
That's all.
Bubba has read one book in his whole life, and it was Gus Malzahn's book
Hurry Up, No Huddle.
about his offense.
And it wasn't but about 30
Is
pages.
this like you and Brett Favre?
Yes. Seven minutes now past the hour. And here we go. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all standing by and ready for a brand new hour. Much to cover as we welcome back Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us as we continue 30 years of the Rick and Bubba Show.
That's right. We've got 29 in the bucket, working on 30. All right, so we interviewed Andy Irwin earlier in the week, and Andy was talking about the movie that's coming out next weekend, Jesus Revolution, and it goes back to this historic revolution that happened in the 70s and all the people involved in that, and so Kelsey Grammer is playing the pastor that was kind of at the heart of this, the pastor of the traditional church and the hippie movement and all this that took place between he and one of the people from the hippie movement that became kind of a liaison between the two cultures. And there was a revolution involving people coming to Christ and the church embracing those that maybe would not normally be seen at church on Sunday. And anyway, so it's a whole deal. I won't get into the whole movie. But the important part today is, a lot of times when you talk to people that are producing movies that are faith-based movies, sometimes they'll be criticized for allowing actors who have never made professions of faith, be part of the project. And you hear over and over again, well, look, first of all, we want the best actors because we want the movie to be good. And there might be a chance that these actors working on this type of project, and we've heard this before, there may be something that takes place in their life, if they're part of the process of going through these historical events, even if they're from Scripture, or if they're like this, a movement from the advancement of the gospel. And so people just started bombarding us yesterday saying, have you seen Kelsey Grammer on what's the name of the show now?
It's not Regis.
I wanted to call it Regis.
Kelly and
Ryan
Seacrest.
Right. Kelly and Ryan Seacrest, which used to be Regis' show,
right.
and it always will be Regis' show to me. Not that I watched it even then, but still. But Kelsey Grammer, and this is another reason why you do it, being as wise as the serpent, sorry, Bubba, but gentle as the dove, is if you can get a Kelsey Grammer in your movie, he gets on shows like this. Mm-hmm. If you've got actors that nobody knows their name, they probably don't get invited to be on these shows.
Right.
So Kelsey Grammer is on the Kelly and Ryan show, and he starts talking about being part of this movie, and we'll just let you watch and hear for yourself. So here it is.
That's a scene from Jesus Revolution. Tell us about it.
It's a nice movie.
Yeah, it looks
It's
beautiful.
really
I
sweet.
mean,
Yeah.
you're tearing up.
I see you getting
watching that.
emotional. What are you feeling? Can I play doctor? What do you
Yes,
feel?
of course. I love this movie. I really love it. When we first saw the first cut, we sat down in our home and Kate saw it. She said, "Oh my God, it's the best thing I've ever done." She started crying. But he's a man looking for his own faith and finds it as well. A man whose church is empty and he can't get traction, and he's starting to think he's going to be fired from his job as a pastor. And this hippie comes into his life, and he finds new purpose, and started a movement that is still going.
So
I mean,
this
it's
is a true
extraordinary.
story.
Yeah, it's a true story.
You're
Chuck
playing
Smith is the guy I played. He died in 2014, I think. But the number of people who came up and said, oh, "You're playing Chuck Smith? Oh, I listen to him all the time." Or and they say, he married us. Or I was baptized by Chuck Smith. You can see this light in their eyes.
And so then he just, like I say, you find yourself wishing you could see more of the clip. But,
yeah, I know.
But that's what they put out. So you can see that this has been an extremely emotional experience for Kelsey Grammer.
Yeah, yeah, we love him. Love the acting he's done. Love the character Frazier.
Yeah.
And I told Andy, we even off the air, I said we're a huge fan of his. We'd love to get to interview him, but you can tell this is this has been a moving project for him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's there's certainly something that has taken place in him taking on this role, and when you're portraying someone else and you're trying to take on who they are and you're immersed into what happened, apparently it's been very moving for him. I mean that part we don't have to speculate on because we just saw it, right?
Right.
And what about his wife saying that she thinks this is the best thing he's ever done?
Yeah, I'm anxious to see it. I really want to see it now.
Yeah, so it comes out next week, and so it's clearly had an impact on him, and I'm like you. I look forward to seeing what they've done with the movie, because you and I were so young when this happened that I didn't really I wasn't all I've heard people I've talked about it looking back at it. I wasn't old enough to experience it, so I don't remember it at all. And, and then like we had a call already, you have this thing going on back up at Asbury College again that's going on right now. And, it's just there's a lot of things going on in our world right now spiritually. And I'm not making any kind of prophetic prediction or anything like that, because the minute you do that, you're off course. But we are told to pay attention to birth pains, even though we don't know when the baby is due. You can tell if it's far off or it's getting closer. And we do know that today we're closer than we were yesterday to all these things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Even in our individual lives or as a world. And so this and we can see clearly, if you watch, there is a spiritual war that has been going on for a very long time. And there's been ebbs and flows on it. But if you don't see the spiritual warfare that's going on right now, then you either don't have any spiritual discernment or you're just not paying attention.
Right.
Because it's blatantly obvious.
Mm-hmm.
There's some hard lines being drawn right now. And some of that can be good because we're being forced to decide if we're really devoted or not.
Right.
And that middle kind of meandering, apathetic middle ground of I think I'm going to heaven, but it really doesn't impact my life. I don't, whatever. That kind of faith is kind of being challenged and eradicated right now. Now, the sad part of that is the darkness is also saying we're going to leave that middle ground too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And not really hide who we are either.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're living in a very exciting time spiritually.
Yeah. JesusRevolution.movie. We're rolling the trailer now. So I don't remember it. I mean, of course,
no, we were too young.
Yeah. And so this has made me go back and look at it and research it a little bit. And
I'm familiar with Jesus Revolution, and I've seen the cover that was on Time magazine, and all of that. And but like I say, I was a little kid, so I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on. They didn't talk about it much down at Meadowbrook Baptist,
Right.
So
down in Gula, I didn't hear about it
in Alabama. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way. But obviously it's had an impact on Kelsey Grammer. You can see that clearly. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, it's worse.
Now you're dialing
it's
in.
nowhere close
Now
to
you're
that.
dialing in.
No.
You're right about that,
You called
Bubba.
me in the fall about this, Bubba. I think there may be more of a
you
crush
watch
for
his
Jake
clothes.
Frost than you realize.
Bought a house beside us.
I don't eat ice cream sandwiches that he doesn't finish.
Well, look, that was just a weak moment in time.
So we'll start early in the morning.
Go stupid with him on the
7:40.
weekends.
Poor old Toons messed it all up, hasn't it?
Do what?
Toons. I'm just about their new hours and stuff. Dang it.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right. So that's one group.
Yep.
VJ Singh.
8:40.
8:40 with Gus Malzahn. So if you would like to bid and you get the most money, you can pick that one. But here come the others. And I'm looking at the clock. I'm trying to get them in.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead? And,
7:40. Jesper Parnevik from Sweden, playing with Coach Derek Mason from Vanderbilt. First time he's appeared. Then you've got Colin Montgomery playing with Coach Matt Luke from Ole Miss. Then you got David Toms with the greatest athlete of all time, Mr. Bo Jackson.
Bo.
Corey Pavin at 8'10" playing with Coach Tommy Tuberville and Taylor Hicks, the American Idol. Steve Stricker, who just played great this week at the PGA Tour event, the Players' Championship. He's playing with Dr. Condoleezza Rice at 8:20. At 8:30, you've got Marco Mira, another Hall of Famer, playing with Coach Kirby Smart from the University of Georgia. Then you've got Jerry Pate playing with the Crimson Four, which is a new concept this year with 4 quarterbacks from the University of Alabama: Greg McElroy, Jay Barker, John Parker Wilson, and Brody Kroll. And then at 9 o'clock, you got Bernhard Langer, the 2-time defending champion, playing with Coach Nick Saban.
So there you go. If you bid the most money, we're starting right now to Children's Hospital. You give the biggest pledge. You can pick any of these groups, and you'll get to walk inside the ropes with them as they play their 18.
And get autographs, hang out with them. It's a fun day.
It really is. It's
Some
a
great,
blast.
insightful conversation goes on those fairways.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it really is a lot of fun. All right, so we talked about this earlier in the program. A little Trump update here, and it's a biggie on the world stage today. Yeah, here we go.
Always get what you want. Incredible. Really amazing. Don't be stupid. But if you try something, you might find. Deal or no deal? You get what you need. I don't wear it to play. It's my hair.
So, Donald Trump, one thing you can say, love him or not, if he says he's going to do something, he seems to do it. We now are showing it all over the news today and all around the world as Israel begins celebrations to mark Jerusalem U.S. Embassy opening today.
You know, Rick, we're just minutes away local time there in Jerusalem. It's almost 4 p.m. there of the official opening of this. And this is another case, we talked about it earlier, like or dislike Trump. Care for his tweeting or not, this, that. The guy is doing what he promised he would do on the campaign trail. And, Rick, this one hurts a little bit because this decision was passed through Congress a long time ago, and many presidents that we've had, some that we really like and respect, have always pushed this back. They didn't want to deal with it. They didn't want the PR, didn't want the fallout. I will never forget seeing Trump at a campaign stop. It was on the news when he said, if I am president, we're moving our embassy to Jerusalem. It is the capital of Israel, period. And today it happens. You remember when he announced he was going to do this, it wasn't very long ago. And, I mean, they got this thing together, and today they opened the doors in Jerusalem. And I'm going to tell you, this is historic, I think, in a lot of ways. And this may, if you're one of those prophecy guys, you need to mark this date because I think this is big.
It is a biggie, and the Prime Minister there, Netanyahu, thanked President Trump for his bold decision. Thank you for making the alliance between Israel and the United States stronger than ever. He said Trump's decision to recognize a 3,000-year Jewish connection to Jerusalem and the truth that Jerusalem would be Israel's capital under any future peace deal. It's been the capital of our state for the past 70 years. It will remain our capital for all time, Netanyahu. So there it is. That's one of the things I love about Netanyahu is he's not afraid when he gets a chance to speak to say, any concessions that we've made are concessions because it all belongs to us, and we'll point to Scripture to say this is ours, and he's not afraid to say that. And so the Capitol has been recognized. You know, as you said, when you look at historic events, 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. We thank you for being with us today. So a couple of things. Strahan has talked to Damar Hamlin. A couple of clips that go together. Strahan is asking Damar Hamlin, can anybody tell us or tell you, you know, what happened to you? We'll get that response. And then when you start talking about the huge increase in heart-related deaths since the pandemic, you're going to have a doctor come out and you can probably guess is going to what this doctor says that this doctor is trying to tie it to won't surprise you, but we'll walk that out. Let's start with Strahan first. So here he is talking to Damar Hamlin about, do you have any idea what caused your cardiac event? Here we go.
From the ICU, the question on so many minds, what caused his heart to stop beating?
You're 24, peak physical condition, could run circles around me right now. How did doctor describe what happened to you?
That's something I want to stay away from.
I know from my experience at NFL, they do more tests than anything. And in the course of you having your physical, did anybody ever come back with any, say you had a heart issue or anything that was abnormal?
Honestly, no. I've always been a healthy, young, fit, energetic, human being, let alone athlete. So it was something that was just, that we still processing, and I'm still talking through with my doctors just to see what everything was.
So, Bubba, what say you? He clearly pauses. Does that pause tell us there has been a discussion, but he's just not going to talk about it?
Well, he said he didn't want to go into it. I don't know.
That was a long pause.
I mean, obviously your medical stuff is private.
Understood.
Unless you don't care, and we do that a lot here on the show.
Yeah, we don't care.
much to some people's dismay.
Yeah.
Torn cat.
But his heart stopping was so public. It was on Monday Night Football. It was the top issue in the story in the country for several days, and now still going on. It seems like he'd want to clear that up. I don't know why he's not wanting to say. I don't know if they have just said we don't know, or and we know there's several things. You can have blunt force and it just be at the wrong millisecond of the heart beating cycle, and it could cause it to stop or something else. But I don't know why he would not say that.
Well, you can look at this two ways.
And you knew if he was going to be interviewed, that's going to be one of the first questions.
Well, yeah, you can look at this two ways, and it could really be either. It could be it had something to do with my participation in football, so there's a lot of baggage if I go there, and that's how we all make a living. Or you can look at it as it was tied to the vaccine or these vaccines we were forced to take. That opens up another can of worms. I don't know whether he's ever had COVID before, because you can hear this next clip and they're going to say, "Oh, all this is from COVID itself."
Right.
But of course, that's why our people who got the vaccine, which is supposed to be the end all, they're having the trouble too. So I don't know how this doctor is going to explain that part away, but we'll hear that clip. So it is interesting. He says something I want to stay away from. So the doctors have talked to him about why they think he had this cardiac event, but he's just not ready to tell, or he may never tell us. Mm-hmm. And it's his business and between him and his doctor.
Is it a possibility? Is there a possibility? I didn't look at that as someone trying to hide something. I almost looked at it as, I'm still so traumatized by the whole thing. I was basically dead and they had to bring me back, and I don't want to talk about that. I'm not ready to discuss that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what I took from it.
Yeah, it could be anything.
But
I mean, but you could see why you would go, I'm still processing it. They're still processing. And I do have something I could say right now, but it wouldn't be wise.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't mean like conspiracy. I mean, we're still processing all this.
Right.
You know?
It's almost like he was trying to figure out during the interview what he wanted to say. And came to the conclusion he wasn't ready, or I don't want to go
Adler,
there.
I know you've probably gone to 3B, and I apologize for that. Can we see him take the pause one more time? Is that a big issue?
It seemed like he could have just said, I'm not ready to talk about it.
Well, you can
Seemed like
see
he knew he was going to be asked.
He's contemplating it.
Yeah, he is. He is.
And Strahan
and probably made a wise decision.
Because it's hard to stop beating.
You're 24, peak physical condition, could run circles around me right now. How did doctor describe what happened to you?
That's something I want to stay away from.
13 seconds, by the way.
Yeah,
how did?
And by the way, I think I saw an edit.
What
I
happened to you?
I think I saw an edit. It might have been longer than that. It looks like they almost. There's a little jump in there, like they cut the time down a little bit.
Something happened in the break. Did he talk to? Did he look off camera and say, "What can I say here?" Who knows what happened? But I agree. I think there was an edit there, Rick.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know if that means it was longer or shorter, or they're trying to be dramatic. I don't know, but
Right.
But there's no doubt that he pauses, almost like he's considering it.
Yeah.
Because if I was ready for that answer, I'm not going to talk about that right now. That'd been the first thing I said. But you see him contemplate for a minute, and then he decides not to for whatever reason. Now let's go to one of the things out there is that there's some issues involving some of the vaccines and some of the treatments involving heart and blood clots and all that. So CBS is going to note that is taking place, but watch what is going to get blamed for it. Here we go.
Heart attack deaths have become more common across all age groups since the start of the coronavirus pandemic.
But a recent study found that young people are actually most at risk in this case. According to Cedars-Sinai Hospital, the number of heart attack deaths among 25 to 44-year-olds in the U.S. over the first 2 years of the pandemic was 30% higher than predicted. Dr. Celine Gounder is here on set with us to talk more about it. She's editor-at-large for public health at Kaiser Health News, and she is also an infectious disease specialist and epidemiologist and a CBS News medical contributor. Dr. Gounder, thank you for being here. What stood out to you in this study?
I think the fact that you're seeing such a big increase specifically in the youngest age group, so the 25 to 44-year-olds, you saw this 30% increase in the risk of death from heart attack. And that really is quite striking. That's not an age group in which you normally see heart attacks, much less dying from a heart attack.
So to do a study like this, you look at the years prior to the pandemic and the typical rate of heart attack death in that age group, and then you see it increase, and you wonder what's the new variable. And so the pandemic is that new variable?
That's right. So these researchers looked at 10 years of data across the U.S., all the death certificates that get filed with the CDC, that data. And so what they saw is prior to the pandemic, heart attack deaths were actually dropping. And then that trend reverses, and you see those deaths go up, especially among that youngest age group during the pandemic.
And do we know why why younger people might be more at risk, or?
We don't know for sure, and in fact, these death certificates are probably not even capturing the fact that they might have had COVID. They're really just saying, did you die from a heart attack or not? What we do know, however, is that younger people were less likely to protect themselves against COVID than older people, less likely to mask, less likely to take other mitigation measures, and they were also farther back in line to get vaccinated. So they were not protected with vaccination until later in the pandemic. Those might have been a factor here.
So you see the pivot. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First country to recognize Israel as a state. And now we finally, even though we had decided to do this a long time ago, finally have a president that says, why do we make this decision in secret and refuse to publicly do it? So we will now publicly.
And what it is, the president had an option to basically delay the opening.
Yeah.
And they all did it.
And
Reagan did it. Bush did it. Daddy Bush did it. And, you know, again, you think on the world stage and how history will roll out, these great leaders who all had incredible accomplishments as a president, But they were just skittish about doing this, and it took Donald J. Trump, to do this.
Because they didn't want the backlash. I guess you can see where at least 26 Palestinians were killed today and more than 900 wounded because of the protests at the Gaza border.
Well, they'll be complaining, and even some of our allies were kind of sour on it. But it's like a lot of other things. They'll get in line once we do it, and they'll follow suit too, and they'll have their embassy there very shortly.
Well, that's the thing, and I've heard others talk about it, that a lot of these leaders before him didn't understand. Everything the rest of the world does, they're trying to call our bluff. And they're waiting to see if we have the resolve to do what we say we believe and do what we say we'll do. And when you show them resolve that you'll do it, and Israel certainly isn't afraid to defend themselves.
No.
And they will do it, and they will do it severely. Is that when they realize that you don't bluff, then interesting, they start making deals after that. But they always try to scare you and make you see if you'll back down, because we back down so many times. And I would say on this particular topic, and like I say, Trump and I would not agree on everything. I don't understand. It's really cowardice to secretly say that you believe this, but then refuse to publicly do it. If we don't want to do it and we didn't have the stomach to do it, then we should never have voted to acknowledge it. We should have just said we don't acknowledge Jerusalem as the capital and stayed out of it. It's kind of to me kind of weak to get behind the scenes and say, yes, secretly we all acknowledge that that's the capital of Jerusalem. And then the president says, you ready to open it? Nah, let's wait. And that's just kicking the can. That means either you really believe it or you don't. And if you believe it, stand up and let the chips fall where they may. And at least this time we've done that, whether you agree or disagree with it.
You might as well call it the capital.
Because if we didn't believe this, then when we voted, we should have not got the votes.
Right.
But if we said this is what we believe, then publicly acknowledge that. I hate to take this to a spiritual place, but I think, those of us that believe that Christ is Messiah said the same thing. You can secretly say that you're with me, but if you don't publicly acknowledge it, then I'm not going to acknowledge you before the Father.
But think about Reagan negotiating with Gorbachev.
Yep.
Daddy Bush being there when the wall actually came down. George W. when we had the war on terror and all we had to go through with that, and they didn't want to. With all they accomplished, they didn't want to deal with this. And Trump said it's happening. Did it?
Yeah. Well,
boom, there it is. Rick, you were talking a minute ago about Mother's Day and good deeds never go unpunished.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks for bringing that up.
I got up early, went and got. Now I'm not going to cook breakfast because I can't, but I went and got breakfast
no, it's good.
for the family. Brought it back. We're kind of trying to get everything done. We got a lot of places to be. We got to get to Betty's mom's, and so I was there, and they were not up yet. So I put the breakfasts I got in the microwave in the oven to keep them kind of warm until they got up and could warm it up and eat everything. So we got home yesterday afternoon, and Betty said, "I just found a waffle in the oven."
No.
So she didn't look in the oven where the waffles were, because I had already eaten and gone on to get ready while they got up and eat. We were running the shift. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So there you go. Good deeds never go unpunished. We had some waffles that got away.
Did you ever forget? Did you forget to say, "Hey, there's breakfast in the oven"?
Well, I thought they understood microwave and oven. It was a combination, but apparently just microwave maybe is what I said.
So the waffles didn't make it.
The waffles got left out, and I hated that. That's a shame.
Oh, waffles. You hate to see it.
You hate to see a good waffle get away. That's almost a sin.
Yeah. Well, the kids are old enough now. Where you try to fly cover for them, because you don't want them to make a mistake, but you let them know this is on you.
Right.
I mean, two of the three can drive, and the one that can't needs to hook up with one of them, and y'all need to take care of your mom, get the cards, all this kind of stuff. So, you text the oldest who's at school, "Hey, don't forget your mom," and he's coming back with that. And because I know we're going to see him at one of his games. And so the two that I was worried about was the middle, the 16 and the 14-year-old. And they were headed to get cards.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us today. Let's visit for a minute on buyraycon.com/Bubba. A lot of you, is there anybody on this show that's more critical than Greg Burgess? Probably not. But you love the Raycon earbuds.
I do.
Yeah, and it took you a minute. You let me tell you one thing. Greg's not going to rush to the latest trend. I'll promise you.
No, I'll give it a minute.
Yeah,
Let it soak.
Yeah, let it soak. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. The audience, including Greg, have fallen in love with these earbuds.
Right.
You know what they deliver? And
the Helix mattress.
It appeals to Greg because it does what it's supposed to do. It appeals to Speedy because it's about half the price of the other premium audio brands, but you're not compromising anything.
Smart buy.
Why would you pay more?
Smart buy.
If you're getting the same quality or even better. Why would you, Speedy?
So who likes to waste money?
I don't.
No.
I don't. But I'll tell you this. With the buyraycon.com/Bubba earbuds, they will not budge. They stay in your ear. They fit comfortably. They don't look silly. They're really hip and cool. And you've got all kinds of sound profiles based on what you're listening to. You've got noise isolation options or awareness mode. Whatever you need, you're going to love these. And they are durable. Bubba, the emails we've gotten to people that have washed them in their clothes.
I know. Dropped them,
come on.
run over them, found them later. They
yeah.
seem to be indestructible.
Yeah. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. How about another 15%? Hello, Speedy. So go right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Get yours or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and we can't wait to hear from you. So we ran up against the break. Demar Hamlin says he'd rather not talk about what they've talked about why he had this cardiac event, whatever that means. That's his own business between him and his doctor. But it was a long, uncomfortable pause. Then the CBS quickly comes on and brings a doctor on who is a contributor for them. Of course, you've heard other doctors say the opposite. You can go back to our podcast last week. No. There's nothing to see here. The vaccines and all that are fine. All these young people with heart issues that were perfectly healthy. This is happening because of COVID, not the treatments, and they were reluctant. Now, the only problem I think this doctor has, and I'm not coming down on any of it because I don't know, but the only problem that I think she has is I know people personally that were on board from the vaccine from the very beginning. They've taken every booster that you could possibly ever take, and they got blood clots trying to kill them. Okay, and so here's a person who did exactly what y'all told them to do, and you're going to blame COVID on that? And so if COVID, and there's no doubt COVID can have long COVID, and you can have side effects from that. Like I said, I'm not a doctor, but I know that even though I've had it one time, the very first thing, and I may have one of the others tomorrow, but I know when I had the first one, the only thing that I had, I was a little bit fatigued, and I lost my taste and smell. Well, that may not sound like a big deal as far as my life, but that's the neuros being impacted when you shut down taste and smell.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a good thing to have that happen to your body because of what part of your body controls all that. So that was an insult that I had from the virus. Now,
it was a direct attack on your nervous system.
Nervous system, yeah.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it happened in your throat.
And I will tell you this, that I think that and that was December of 2020. And right now, I can tell you that things still don't smell quite the same. I've got it back mainly, but it's almost like I'm not high def anymore.
Right.
But
you can smell what the rock's cooking.
That is. Now, that I can smell with
Right.
zero problem.
Right.
But things don't smell right to me in some certain things. And I know, I'm probably not at liberty to share, but somebody we all know, he says there's foods he can't even eat anymore because they're disgusting to him after he had it.
Yeah, it clearly made some changes.
Yeah.
To your system.
So I'm not ignoring that the virus it was novel and it can cause problems, and some of them could be severe, some of them are just kind of inconvenient. But to say that the vaccine and the treatments are just free and clear, I just don't think you can make that statement because of what I just said.
Let me propose this to everyone's logical thought process.
Mm-hmm.
I have information here. This is from the American Heart Association, and they've just completed one of their largest studies. It had 48 million people in it. It was actually studied by the Great Britain National Health System. And now 48 million, that's a big survey.
It's a big number.
People who got COVID-19 had a higher risk of dangerous blood clots for close to a year later, according to this new study. As seen in previous studies, COVID-19 was linked to a sharp increase in blood clotting issues, including heart attacks and strokes, immediately after diagnosis compared to people who had never had COVID-19. But the new study found that the risk remained higher for some people up to 49 weeks after the fact. At this point, the risk of deep vein thrombosis, clots from the large veins, was nearly double in people who had COVID-19 compared to people who had not.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take that data on face value.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got no problem with that.
We know that COVID-19 had a spike protein in it. And if nothing else, that spike protein got hung up in a bunch of stuff and caused blood clots, okay? The vaccine, and there's some people that want to make it absolutely a vaccine issue, and I don't think the facts support that. But I also don't think the facts support that there's not a major blood clot issue out there that's maybe a combination of the two.
Either one, yeah.
But think about this. Okay, if I didn't have COVID-19, so I didn't have spike proteins, I went and got the vaccine. Well, what does the vaccine do? It generates a spike protein that your body attacks. Mm-hmm. That's how it teaches it to attack the spike protein.
Now you're back at last week's podcast.
So, but now you have spike proteins, which can cause blood clots.
Mm-hmm.
So while the vaccine itself may not have done it, it caused your body to produce things that would cause blood clots. So you would say, well, the vaccine caused it. I think the fact that any tie to COVID-19, whether you had your body fighting against it or you were vaccinated against it, part of that process raises the potential of blood clots. And I think that's just what the science is saying on this. It doesn't mean that the vaccine is totally evil. It doesn't mean that everybody that had COVID-19 is going to die of blood clots. But it does raise the risk. I think that's what the data shows. No matter how you get that spike protein, either naturally or through the vaccine, it raises the risk of blood clots. And you have to be aware of that because we are having more clots. I've looked up several stories.
Oh, yeah.
They are echoing what a young lady in the medical field had told me. Blood clots are up many-fold to what they were prior to COVID-19. So I think the facts that we have shows that the spike protein will cause an increased chance of blood clots, whether you got it naturally or whether you get it through the vaccine.
Right, and if you listen,
and I think that's fair. I think that's what the evidence is pointing.
Yeah, because if you listen to the doctor we interviewed last week, he explains to you scientifically why what Bubba just said is true. No matter how you got them,
right, and
no matter how you got them,
and there's ways to treat that,
Right.
and people are being treated. And if you think you have problems and you have pain or you get your regular checkup, you need to be very aware of the potential of blood clotting. And like I say, there's ways that you can go about treating those.
Well, and then you go to Calhoun County logic. So if I have a person, and I have these examples, this is not speculation. This is what I know from the people who I know personally. I took everything they told me to take, every vaccine, every booster. Okay,
right.
So now I'm in the blood clot situation, and they're going to tell me it's because of COVID, not the treatments. Well, I thought all this was supposed to keep you from getting COVID, and it didn't. So if you took these things, still got COVID, and COVID is to blame, what good was all that?
Well, again, the vaccine might help some people.
It didn't help that.
It might have made the COVID itself less. But I think what you're really talking about two different issues here,
Right.
being
But you see
sick
my
with
point.
a COVID virus versus what the spike proteins are doing for his blood clots. It's really, you have a common thread there between the disease and the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And
But if I still caught the disease and the disease made me get these blood clots, then what y'all gave me didn't help.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
you can't have a double-blind study
Right.
on somebody that got the vaccine and then got sick,
Right.
because you go, well, would I have been this sick if I hadn't got the vaccine? It's really hard. It's obvious. I think the vaccine helped some people in higher groups that had issues, and it was a risk. You go, well, my risk of dying from COVID is more than the risk of dying from blood clots or something we don't know about,
sure.
so we're going to take that
Yeah.
risk.
Yeah.
But it's it certainly requires more study.
Here's somebody said, I took every vaccine and every booster. I've had no taste and smell for 34 months.
Yeah, I mean.
And he said, I took everything they told me to take.
But he doesn't know if he didn't take the vaccine, would he have been much sicker? So he had a very light case of it. So maybe it did help in some cases. It's a risk. It's any vaccine, any medicine is a risk.
Right. Yeah.
Pro and con.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like you. On the other end, you can't say, well, the vaccine kept you from having no taste and smell for 40 months. I mean, you can't do it on that end either.
No.
Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I guess it was late last week, and I get a call from them, and I can hear them arguing. They're standing in Walgreens or something, Your card's, mine's better than yours. They're arguing about whose card's better.
Right.
Hey, do you think Mom would like this, that, the other? And there's just constant arguing going on the whole time. And so I gave them an idea of what to do, and there was an argument about what would be better. A flower or some candy or what to go with the cards.
Yes.
And so they come in, and it's Saturday night. They come in, and they've got a presentation for Mom.
Oh, good.
And I'm worried because you got the boss, and then you got JC. And JC, I can just tell he wants to do it, and the boss, he wants a presentation.
Sure.
And the boss has got Bubba's smoothness when it comes to trying to feed you information.
Right.
He'll walk around and start feeding you something. Well, he for some reason comes and lays down and hugs me on the bed. And I'm laying there on the bed. I'm like, what? You're laying on me. What are you doing?
Right.
And he came just to get in my ear. Hey, the cards are under your bag in the kitchen. I'm like,
Right.
Okay, all right, buddy, great job.
Not very
Great,
subtle.
hot breath in the ear.
Right.
No, okay, buddy, that's good. That's great. And of course they come in with their arms behind their back because I know they got a presentation. So they swing around, and it's some yellow flowers they bought. They were nice. They were in the little wrapper, and that's all that matters.
Right.
And the argument was roses, red or yellow. That was the argument, and that I heard in the background.
Okay.
One of them wanted roses, the other didn't. And so they go, hey, Mom, Happy Mother's Day or whatever, and they're so proud of themselves. And just seeing her, okay, well, thank you very much. Should we go and we put them in a little vase or vase, whatever you want to call it. And there's only a couple of them, so they're laying out like, flat,
Sure.
like wings.
They've had a tough day.
Yeah. And then trying to organize signing the cards that were under a book bag so she couldn't see them.
Right.
And trying to be strategic in that. But they pulled it off. I mean, she's like, this one because the
Mamas
boys,
love any of that.
the boys were in full control.
Right.
And I guess it just meant more.
But them doing it's all that mattered.
That's right.
If you go in and do something that they weren't part of, and it might be much nicer than what they did.
Yeah.
But the effort put in by the boys, Mom
and
loves that.
they each have different personalities, so the difference in cards was just was precious. I mean, Reese's was so long and detailed and emotional. Terry's like, did you pick this out? And then of course JC's got some joke, about his.
Yeah.
And then Tyler, here, Mom. But they pulled it off.
Yeah. We'll be back. I know Helmsy also goes into the no good deed goes unpunished.
Oh, yeah.
From this past weekend. That's a good story. We got that next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A lot. Mother's Day was going on, and we had different things that were happening. I attended a wedding over the weekend, which I messed that up too. Got a little moment that happened there. But Helmsy, you were telling me that you had you know how we just throw things out to each other. You asked me, hey, Rick, have you ever whatever? And I was like, no, I haven't.
Hey, have you ever?
Hey, let me ask you, this ever happened to you? So what
Well, our Sunday morning started off pretty hectic. Braden actually had a tennis match at 8 o'clock.
Oh, that hurt.
Amanda was thankfully off this weekend.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, and Caroline played at 9:30, and depending on whether they won or lost, depended on whether I even went to where they were at, because I had some obligations at church I needed to tend to. And so I nearly messed up because I thought I did something good. On Thursday, I went ahead and bought cards. And like Speedy said, my kids are younger. And so I went and bought 3 different cards that I thought captured each of them's personality. Like got something silly for Braden.
Nice done.
Serious for Caroline, and something that was a little younger type for Madeline.
And then when I picked them up in carpool on Thursday afternoon, I had them sign, write whatever they wanted to, and make it personal, fold it up. I hit away and was very close to dropping the ball and forgetting about that in the hectic morning that was Sunday.
But you did.
But we got that accomplished. I got Caroline, the serious one, to, hey, here, you're in charge of the cards. Y'all are about to leave to go play tennis. I'm headed to church. Make sure Mommy gets these. That'll be something y'all can do on the way to the tennis tournament, blah, blah, blah. So I think, okay, I got my hecticness out of the way. Go to church, relax, have fun, do what I do, and then hopefully I'll catch up with them here in a little bit. Little did I know I was going to walk into something that I had no idea was headed my way. So normal, we get everything set up. We pray before. Kids start rolling in. Hey, glad you're here. You know, the service starts. I'm up there rocking the microphone.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. All righty, so the View, I don't know who delivers more for us, the View or Biden. To me, it is a clash of the comment titans. And this is a thing that's been going on right now that I've noticed in our society that I don't fully follow. It's like, when this new revisiting, we're pretending that things in history that have taken place moving us forward when it comes to bigotry and racism, we're kind of living in a time with all this talk of reparations and certain, some of the movements, as if there's been no progress whatsoever concerning the plight of people of color in this country, which I think really takes a lot of heroes of the civil rights movement and heroes that eradicated slavery from our country and just throws them in the garbage as if they've never done anything. And so one of the things is like acting like that something has not taken place or it just took place when it took place years ago. One of them now will include, does anybody really believe that is a fan of American football, honestly? And it did happen at one time. I heard it myself in the stands. No doubt there was a time when bigots and racists in our country thought that black men could not play quarterback. No doubt that took place. But I think we overcame that, and we have overcome it long ago. Well, Sonny, thank you for the sunshine on The View, because a lot of people tried, and there were even black men that said, I don't want to be part of this. There's two black quarterbacks playing each other in the Super Bowl. We finally arrived, and it's Black History Month. There were even black men going, we've long gotten past this. Don't do this to these two quarterbacks. They don't need to be pulled into that narrative. Let them just be great quarterbacks who led their teams to the Super Bowl and have been playing well as long as they've been playing.
One of them's the highest paid player in team sports.
Right, and is the MVP of the league. So there was a pushback on that these men shouldn't be treated that way, even from black people. Some. But Sonny wants us to know that black quarterbacks have finally, we can stop all the thinking they can't lead teams. Does anybody think black quarterbacks can't lead teams?
That thinking. I've been around it from high school all the way up. Nobody, I promise you, if you're winning, they don't care who's playing quarterback.
No. So here she is.
No. The only thing that would have made it better for me is, finally we know that black quarterbacks can lead teams.
Finally, she said.
Finally?
We finally figured this out.
We
knew that. That was never a question. We knew that. But, it takes people a minute to catch up.
How about we know that black quarterbacks can lead?
Guys, listen, Doug Williams was way before my time, okay?
Okay.
But that's ridiculous. You can go back, 9-10 years, Russell Wilson.
The list goes on and on.
Yeah, I mean, Steve McNair.
Oh, yeah, we can go way back.
I mean, we can go back to just Doug Williams.
Yeah, again,
when that took place, that was the beginning of the end of this narrative because he was dominant in the game. His team was dominant offensively. And really from that moment on, you've never – I mean, think of all the black quarterbacks you can name right now that have led teams to either opportunities to win championships or championships.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because they were black or what they were.
No.
The bottom line
Steve
is, if
McNair,
you get the
Randall
job
Cunningham,
done,
Warren Moon. I mean, goodness gracious,
if you're a fan of the team, you don't. There was a time when that was not true.
No doubt
they were bigots and they didn't like it. We all heard it.
No doubt.
That was a long time ago.
But that is no longer the narrative, and it hasn't been the narrative for a really long time.
Yeah,
and she's acting like that this Super Bowl finally did it.
Finally did it.
Playing quarterback requires a very specific gift far as your ability to look and read defenses and make quick decisions and get out of trouble. And some people have that gift and some don't. And really, skin color has nothing to do with it.
And if you want to make it about race, which I'm not, Mahomes is just as white as he is black.
Yeah. No question.
I mean,
But really what she's doing is she's insulting former black quarterbacks that were great leaders.
Exactly.
Of course she is.
And she acts like this is finally. I love that statement.
Yeah.
Finally.
And currently,
Hey, guys,
right now, I'm sitting here thinking of all the NFL teams. It's harder for me to find white great quarterbacks than it is black because they're all over the league and doing extremely well and extremely successful.
Hey, guys, if we're worried about diversity in that sport, or really any sports, you're going to be very disappointed because it's not very diverse. But I personally don't have a problem. I care whoever the best play.
That's it.
And whatever.
Yeah.
And that's college and pro and
high school.
It is
whatever.
what it is. If we truly go the best play, let them. I don't care what color they are.
No.
If you're the best, you ought to be out there.
I'll go with this again. You know who else is disrespectful to? Of course, now these people never get an audience. It's disrespectful for people who are not bigots and are not racist, never have been, or maybe they saw the error of their ways and they were generation breakers, and they're just sitting there saying, here's two great quarterbacks, and I got to keep hearing that somehow y'all think I got a problem with that. It's disrespectful to those people, too. Did anybody, honestly, I know there's still probably some old folks that are still living, or some of these idiots that have been raised up in this and they won't let it go. But I want everybody to be completely honest. Did anybody watch that Super Bowl and think, hey, a couple of black quarterbacks? No. I mean, these men's name have become synonymous with being great quarterbacks. And, you know, Jalen Hurts he's gotten better every year. But
amazing story.
But nobody thinks that he is not a great quarterback. No one remotely thinks Mahomes is not one of the best of all time.
He's the highest paid player in the NFL.
He's just getting started.
And of course, we're ignoring any part of his ethnicity that isn't black, but that's a whole nother story. We've covered that.
Apparently, he's the best at chugging beer too. Did you see him in the?
I don't think
really
I remember very clearly that the Rams had a black quarterback when I was growing up. I looked it up. James Harris in 1974. He actually was a starting quarterback for the Buffalo Bills in '69. Denver had a starting quarterback that was African American in 1968. So,
what about Vince Evans? He was back in the 70s, wasn't he? The Bears.
Yeah, you had
The
Vince.
Bears.
Well, Joe Gilliam with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 73. J.J. Jones, James Harris, as I mentioned, Vince Evans, Warren Moon, Randall Cunningham, Reggie Collier.
But we're acknowledging there was a time when there were people who had
Rodney
a problem
Peete.
with it.
Yeah,
right.
And
No question. And then even if you had black quarterbacks at one time, they said, yeah, but they can never get you to the championship. Well, Doug Williams shattered all that, and from that time on, that has not been a discussion anymore. It certainly isn't a discussion now. No way, no how. And she's acting like that finally. Woo!
Y'all, Steve McNair in 2003 was the MVP of the league.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sure was.
Yeah.
One
of the best to play the position.
Yeah.
We saw him in college.
Yep.
Boy, did
Up
Guys,
close.
I had
Was a few yards from winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Warren Moon and Randall Cunningham were posters in my room.
Yep.
Did you ever think they were black
My
quarterbacks,
goodness.
or did you just think they were quarterbacks?
No, I had Tony Gwynn. You couldn't find a white dude in my room.
Yeah.
Not one. Tony Gwynn's up there.
Oh yeah.
It's just.
I mean, what are we talking about? Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Deion Sanders, Bo Jackson. Now I'm starting to think about it. I didn't have any white athletes I looked up
Well,
to.
you know what? They were fans of what they did. It didn't matter.
I'll tell you
And it
why. 'Cause
shouldn't
you
matter.
probably put posters of the best
I
athletes.
did.
up. Yeah.
I did.
It shouldn't matter.
You'll find a whitey every now and then, but I mean,
I mean, throw Dale Murphy in there just for good.
Yeah, that was a good
Larry
one. That was
Bird.
one.
Larry Bird.
Larry Bird. Everybody goes to Larry
My
Bird.
dad liked him, so I didn't like him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Harrison, Big H, love H. Me and him are up there. We get the game started, and we move into the things that we do. Well, during the video, now we've been in there for probably 30, 35 minutes, and then we have a video before we do closing and time of decision. And so I'm sitting there, and I look down, and I think, well, what is that on the carpet? And I thought, I didn't see that when I was on. I didn't see it where I was standing on stage. But now that I'm back here, is that new? Did somebody spill water? we're huge on we don't bring drinks, snacks. The leaders are not even supposed to bring stuff in there. So usually I'll get a cup of coffee and on my way in drop it in the garbage can. So I thought, I'm the only one that had coffee. I hadn't seen anybody with water. I don't know. So after this, to be honest, I kind of forgot about it because we were wrapping up the service.
Yep.
We cut the lights back on. We start meeting in small groups, and I look up and, there's that spot. I need to go check that out. And so I go over and stick my hand in it and pick my hand, and, that's what the first thing you do. You're going to smell, I guess.
Oh, no.
And
Soft drink, coffee.
My first thought was water. Because it didn't have that coffee-type stain that you see with coffee. And I thought, well, let's just check it out. So, I go all in. I don't just take one finger. I put whole hand, kind of dab my hand in it.
Oh, you're palming?
And I bring it up, and I think, Helms, you've just stuck your hand in pee.
Oh.
What the?
Somebody has wet the floor.
Then you tested that with something else.
Then he tasted it to see if it was salt.
Wow.
And so
this person's dehydrated.
I'm kind of caught off guard. I'm thinking, what did I just that's pee. Like your hand is now soaked with pee.
You have put your hand in someone else's urine.
Correct. So I got two dilemmas. One,
check the cameras.
one, there's a pee stain on the floor. Two, I can't use the restroom that's in our kids area. We adults have to actually go out and use and it's about 100 yards. So I'm thinking, okay, first of all, I got to notify somebody that this is pee. Two, I've got to walk about 100 yards and take the chance of somebody's going to want to shake my hand between here and there.
Welcome. Happy Mother's Day.
I've got strange pee on my hand.
And so how do I explain
Just stuck my hand in
the
pee.
left-handed fist bump versus, this going on? And so it all worked out, but for some reason we go back over there to evaluate. And I told the director, sweet Stacy, I said, listen, I think somebody's peed in the floor.
Bottom line. Somebody
And
has.
she goes,
I stuck my hand
and
in
of course this is a first for me. She goes, it's happened before. She just acts like, no big deal.
No big deal.
She goes over there. It's smart for her. She takes one little finger versus my whole hand like I did. And she just kind of taps. She goes, yep, believe that's what happened here.
Oh, boy.
And so here's what's bad is then we started the investigation. Okay, well, who is it?
Yeah. What age group was in
Who
there?
took a tinkle in the floor?
Look for wet pants.
Yeah, you
Either
normally
somebody real young or real old.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing is we're in a transition. So we have first service leaving, second service coming in, and some of the kids are actually staying for multiple services because their parents serve in other areas. So we're thinking, well, they may have already left, but let's start going around and kind of just evaluating. And we start. I think we nailed down who it was, but I think they had already left. It wasn't the kid we thought it was because we went and said, and they were fine.
Okay. Somebody got a little prize when the
They sure did.
kid returned with their Mother's Day card.
They sure did.
That's a tough question to
We
ask.
did that craft,
Of course
by the
you
way.
did. You did
We
that
did the
craft.
Mother's Day
You
craft.
got to do a Mother's Day.
Here,
Mother's Day.
Mommy. By the way, I tinkled while I was in there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Mommy. Here's two gifts for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been doing this for a couple years now. That was a first for me.
Yeah. Well,
Usually by this time you say I've seen it all. No.
Yeah, Sherry and I spent
Could've been
time.
worse.
The first part when our kids were younger, we taught second grade, and I can give you a number story.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, what catches me off guard?
Not
about
everybody's
this,
a lot.
Yeah.
This is you're right. That's the thing. And so you think by that age, we've got first through fifth, and we've got sixth graders in there helping, but first through fifth, and you would think, okay,
right.
Oh, y'all got this dialed in. No, they don't.
No.
They certainly don't.
Sometimes we're ready to get we're excited to get where we're going.
Yeah.
We need to take one more stop. Yeah.
And I really wish they would have just, I know it would have been tough, but just come tell us, hey, by the way, that was me. I'm so sorry. And I know they're a little first, second grade hard. Nobody wants to talk about that. I'd have probably acted like I wouldn't have done it either.
Right.
I'm wondering if they wet their clothes or they just went ahead and
Well, that's-
and went. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think they went to the floor while sitting there.
I think that's what happened.
By what you're describing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
You would think it would be easy to figure out who did it.
Well, you know what you get to
Well,
say?
I remembered 3 kids that were around that area.
Yep.
and that's why it dialed in. And
Any
then,
of them walking funny?
Yeah. They ruled one
That's
out.
tough to ask on the mic. Raise your hand if you peed in the floor.
You know what you,
Leave.
you know what you can tell the person who
It's
put the
okay.
video together, though? That the video was very captivating.
Yeah, it was.
People were not leaving their seats.
Nobody moved, and I mean nobody moved. Yeah.
But I'll tell you this: I've had many of kid come up to me during the services and say, "Can I go to the restroom?" And depending on what time, it's usually the same old kids because they just want to get up and move around.
Yeah.
I tell you this: I'll let everybody go from here
Yeah, it
on
won't
out.
have me in.
Yeah.
You're right.
Hey, you
I'll
just,
never
you
say,
just-
"Hey, hold on."
You just look like you might need to go. You go.
What grade is this?
1st through 5th.
Yeah. Oh, you got first and second graders in
Yeah,
there.
you never know what they'll do.
Boy. Mr.
I
Buddy.
think I know who the culprit was.
Six minutes past the hour. Hello. Picture Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. We thank you for being with us today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party called Rick and Bubba.
We go to everybody's favorite leader of the free world, Joey Biden. Hey, President Joe Biden. Did he go? Where'd he go? That's right.
Everybody
Hey!
Basement Joe.
Well, let's run through our Joe Biden quotes today. Of course, now the facts don't matter when Joey's talking. But and again, I'm with what Greg was saying in the break on this first one.
He feels our pain.
I don't want to be overly critical of Democrats and act like they are when it comes to those they oppose politically. But if a Republican had said what Joe Biden is about to say, unfortunately, he would have been attacked from all ends, been called a bigot, a racist. See, look, there it is. That's that. What is it called? The passive aggressive. When you're being racist,
but you don't know it.
You don't even know it.
Yeah. You uncontrollable.
There's a term.
Passive-aggressive,
Is it
though.
microaggression? Microaggression.
I don't know.
That's what I've come up with.
Let me tell you this. I would give Joe Biden the benefit of the doubt, and I don't think he should be attacked for this, except for the fact that he would attack somebody else for it. So here...
And the View certainly would.
Oh, the View. Whoopi would be screaming at us, pointing her finger at the camera, wearing some shirt with some sort of, I'm out to get you phrase on it. So here is Biden referring to Democrat Wes Moore, who is Maryland's first black governor. And here is what he says.
And you got a hell of a new governor in Wes Moore, I tell you.
So insincere.
He's the real deal, and the boy looks like he can still play. He got some guns on him.
Oh, my God.
Look, I don't think. I mean, it's all, we're all scared of words, but like you said, if that had been anybody else,
I will tell you this, leftists out there.
And the term boys. What we call
That's what I'm talking about. You had a white man in authority refer to a black man as boy. That's what just happened. Now, do I think that was micro-racism? I think that's not being fair to the president. But if it had been a Republican, and if the unspeakable, his last name starts with a T, if he had said it, y'all be losing your ever-loving mind. And so it is uncomfortable. Boy looks like he can still play. I might say that about any friend of mine.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know if they're friends, but that's a bobo no-no in the hypersensitive world of micro-racism and bigotry from white men in authority. Am I correct?
Yeah.
If I'm a leftist. Now, I'm not, so I'm not going to do that.
Right.
But would the left let anybody get away with that other than this guy?
No, they'd be pitching a fit.
Okay. I'm just saying. Would the View let it go?
Oh, no.
Oh, they'd have a special primetime get together.
Oh, yeah.
Special report.
This just in.
That's just it. And little Peter Pan on MSNBC.
Oh, Rachel.
she did. She Mad Al just be mad at it, and she'd be crying, screaming.
Play it back.
End of the world.
The Ku Klux Klan is back in the White House.
Oh, yeah.
All right, now the next one. This is a trick from the left they've done for the longest. They keep telling you they're not going to tax you If you make less than some outrageous amount, something they think really resonates with people, 400,000. Oh my gosh! But when you really look at what they're actually doing, because that's not enough people, they always lower what they consider to be wealthy, so they can get enough tax revenue, and before you know it, you're considered wealthy by them.
Right.
And they've done it again, but here is Biden telling you a just complete lie. Here we go.
No one making less than $400,000 a year, and I don't know a lot of people I grew up with made $400,000.
Oh, don't do
will
this.
not see a penny increase in their taxes.
That's
Good
wrong.
night.
He's already raised the tax burden on Americans making as little as $20,000 a year. They do it every time. The most famous was when Clinton did it that time in '94. Was it '94?
Yeah.
So they've been playing this game forever, and chumps keep going for it.
Mm-hmm.
Before you know it, suddenly that $20,000, $40,000 a year, they want it too.
Mm-hmm.
You know why?
Oh, yeah.
You know why? If they only go after the top 1%, it's not enough people.
Ain't got enough money.
Right. It's not enough people.
I think Joe, and I may be totally wrong on this, but I think he misquoted that. I think his number was 200,000, wasn't it? 400 if you were married.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. So he may have been wrong on that too.
Well, if you look at it though, as normal, they've taken the scale all the way down to $20,000.
Yeah. And speaking of lies, Rick, look at 1C. I mean, this is another lie here.
Here's the latest one. It's just, do they have any new tricks?
No.
Any whatsoever? Republicans are going to come after your Social Security and your Medicare. Here he goes again.
Wait till the very end. He pauses. Listen to what he says at the end.
Okay,
This is good.
Here we go.
As I said in the State of the Union, if anyone tries to get rid of Social Security,
No.
Oh, spinning.
We're spinning. That is a long pause.
We're spinning, y'all.
He's having to read.
How about
Oh,
this?
my goodness.
How about this? He is spinning.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Out of control.
Mm-hmm.
But
Wow, that sandwich on 4. Oh, that's looking right at it, Rick. I tear that up.
Bubba's mouth water.
No cheese. Hopefully it works.
All right. Here we go.
as I said in the State of the Union, if anyone tries to get rid of Social Security or Medicare, I will veto it.
There's more.
If that's the Republican dream, I'm their nightmare.
That's the Republican dream.
Straw man.
Yeah, to shut
Straw
down
man.
Social Security and Medicare.
I'm their nightmare.
Now, granted, it's probably going to just run out of money before they can, but
Yeah, that's the problem.
what was I thinking?
It's a Ponzi scheme that's running dry. And, you know, if anybody
Yeah,
else
it may
other
be
than
shut
the
down
federal
regardless.
government was doing this, they would go to prison, i.e. Bernie Madoff.
Right.
And a whole list of
right.
others.
Yeah.
So we got it now. How do you keep it solvent? It has been suggested, you know, they get very little return on their investment. And it has been suggested that you take some of that and put it into the stock market just to try to get a little more interest return on it. And that has been, I mean, that just, you know, you were attacked.
oh, yeah.
That, they even said you were wanting to get rid of it for doing that when you're actually wanting to save it. But here's the problem. When you had more people paying in than retiring, it worked fine. But now we're going to have more people retiring than paying in. So how do you make up the difference?
Well, I think it's typical. You must be a Republican. That must be your dream.
No, I'm a mathematician.
Right.
I've got a calculator.
Now,
I've got a calculator, and it says.
Yeah. President, we all feel like we're in a nightmare. You're right about that.
Yep.
All right, so now, hey, $500,000, big number
Hey,
here.
if that's his dream, we're the number.
Yeah. Hey, how about this? How about this? Big number here coming from Joe.
Yeah.
He's going to bring 500,000 charging stations, and he's going to take millions of barrels of oil off the road, Bubba. Here you go. Here you go.
No, this is going to have a major impact on the environment, what we're doing.
No, it's not.
Specifically reducing carbon in the air as we begin to move these 500,000 charging stations around the world, around the country. And ultimately, it's going to take millions of barrels of oil off the road.
Okay, well, that's an interesting way to phrase that. I know what he's trying to say.
Yeah, oh, sure.
But here's the problem, and here's the first direct issue. More cars, battery cars, more plastic, that's still more oil on the road.
It is.
You're just driving the oil instead of burning it.
Yep.
And the other part is you're charging electric cars, that's fine. But how are you generating the power to charge that?
500,000 of them.
Unless you're charging them directly with a solar panel, You're probably turning a turbine burning fossil fuel somewhere down the road. So instead of it being burned on the tailpipe level, it's being burned at the smokestack level. Still burning fossil fuel.
It may not be on the road, but it's still.
But Bubba, boy,
Bless her heart.
But the uninformed masses just if I'm a tree hugger, I'm just eating that up with 2 spoons. I'm not listening to how it's actually going to work.
No, what's that got to do with anything? I'm driving an electric car.
I wanted to ask too. When we were just outside Orlando this weekend, I saw massive solar panels, and I never did find out whose those are or what are they charging at.
Now, I want to know how efficient they are. I mean,
yeah, I'd like to know a lot more about
phone calls, all 10 lines available. We chat with you right after this on any topic.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks.
But I'm not sure. Totally.
Dialed in, huh? Yep. Bubba, I do need to
oh, no, I hate when you say that.
apologize to some people from this past weekend. You know, I told you that I guess this should have been a sign that the weekend was going to be trouble when I went on to ask the person about Mother's Day. We did that story earlier in the show, but didn't realize that he hated his mother. But wish I'd have known that. But
yeah, right.
But I went to I attended a wedding. And I know, Greg, we got a biggie coming up with your daughter. But
buddy, it's coming.
It's coming. Here it comes. I went to
2 weeks out.
And, you know, it just as this one.
Is it that quick?
You know, it is the thing now that I don't know. Does no one want to be married indoors anymore?
Evidently not.
So
you got to worry about the weather.
I mean, is getting
where the air conditioners on?
Is getting married in the heat? Is getting married indoors? Is that just over for everybody? I mean, when's the last time you went to a wedding that was indoors?
I like indoors.
Yeah. And
I can't remember the last time.
So anyway, this was a beautiful setting, and it was a beautiful service, and was glad to be there. But, you know, when you're at a wedding, it is a really, really, really big day for the families involved. I mean, it's a very big day.
Boy.
It's a covenant with God. It's just a very, very reverent thing. So we got there and got on the shuttle to leave one pasture to get over to where the wedding actually was being held. And so when you get there, it's getting close, and it's a beautiful day and beautiful spring day. Could have been much worse in our state. It was warm, but it could have been a lot worse. You know.
Yeah, it wasn't that humid.
Now, those of you that have weddings in the South in June, July, and August, September, I don't know whether this is your first test to see as a couple if you can survive that kind of heat. But anyway, so cell phones are always an issue. We know that, and so I've become. I'm not trying to brag, but I've become a pretty good photographer with my phone, and I like to capture some. But I realized
kind of blew it away. That's just what happened.
That's just what happened. But I found out pretty quick by the seats that we had that my desire to take pictures was a waste of time. I didn't have the angle, and so at that point, I sure do wish that I had cut my phone off completely, is what I wished. Now, my phone has been doing something lately that I can't really describe. I'll just be walking along, and all of a sudden, like a podcast will just start playing. And when I go, I'll look and try to cut it off and hit pause, and it won't stop. And the only way to get it off is to turn the phone completely off and just act like it. I've never successfully been able. I've tried to do the swap up, and it won't swap up and go away.
Now, which one do you have?
The 7, I think.
See, I've got the older one, the 7. You got the 7 like I do. You got the button, right?
Yeah, I guess. So anyway,
what happens? That phone probably gets trapped in that pocket against that big thigh, and something gets pushed.
But I don't know why.
What happens on mine?
But here's what I don't get: why can't you cut it off?
Yeah, why can't you stop it?
Why can't you cut it off? That's the part that's gotten weird. So I knew I had the volume off, I had it turned off, all that, and then timing. The world's just a cruel place.
Oh, it is.
The timing. So we're on the back 3 rows over on the groom's side because we're connected to the groom.
Right.
So beautiful, beautiful God-honoring service. It was just phenomenal. So in a beautiful, beautiful moment, the entire wedding party under this incredibly Civil War era giant oak tree, casting by the grace of God the shadow of its giant limbs and shade on us. And it's just a beautiful scene. And they're all praying over the couple. And now you get the moment that really
You wasn't that guy.
Listen,
was you?
the moment that
You wasn't that guy.
the moment that every single person is waiting on, especially their families, and especially them, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. and Mrs. In this case, Hunter Garnett. I go to stand up with my massive thighs for this moment, as we all wanted to. And the song that they probably planned, there's no telling how long they planned that walkout song.
Worked on it.
Yeah.
Whittled down the list.
My wife's there. Don't miss that. And as I stand up, a song from Apple Music. Now I don't even recognize this song. I don't know where it came from. Okay. We unleash our first phone troll of the day. It's a little different than a normal phone segment because we limit the callers to 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, your time on the program ends. Another person gets a chance. You could possibly garner a timeout from Helmsy or Bubba. They have one each. But you can't really rely on that because, I mean, what if they all get eat up before you even get on, if they're used at all? But we need you to, this is a let me get my point together. We're not chasing rabbits. We're taking this 30 seconds of meat, and we're asking questions, which we can pontificate on if you want. You can make a comment. You can bring stories to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, or anything like a baby prediction. All that would be excluded from the phone troll format. Mike in Alabama will get us started. Mike, you have 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Fired up, fired up, fired up.
Hey, I want to talk about the new 30 for 30 if you hadn't seen it. It's the Baltimore Ravens of 2000.
Saw it last night.
Baltimore.
Saw it last night.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Amazing show.
Yeah, it was really good. And you know what I took away, Mike, from it? And I was telling the guys here, did you hear? Well, of course you saw it. When Dilfer makes the comment on how much the game has changed and coach as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to me, and they make great points. First of all, Belichick said, no one will ever break the record of this defense, which, by the way, averaged giving up 10 points a game in the NFL for 16 games.
Yeah, that's tough.
All right, he said that will never be matched because the rule changes to benefit offenses. Now, there's no way you can hold people to that average anymore.
Right.
What they were allowed to do defensively, people can't do anymore. So it's changed the dynamic of the whole game. And Dilfer said the same thing. These quarterbacks right now have outrageous numbers, and they're certainly phenomenal quarterbacks. But if you can't hit the quarterback, you can't hit receivers over the middle of the field anymore, you can't knock people off their route anymore, no wonder they have numbers like this. So the game of football, unfortunately, and not positively, has changed into something that is nothing like what it once was. I even have guys that have played in the league before. They say they don't even watch it anymore. So it's nothing like the game we played. So let's go to Caleb. But if you want to see what football once looked like when it was a burrito, watch that 30 for 30, and that was in the 2000s. That's how much it's changed.
It ain't been that long.
Caleb and Bubba, the Super Bowl's on there that you and I got to go to. Caleb,
I saw y'all on it.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hello, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Awesome. I got two questions. I'll go real fast. Number one, David Paulides has his newest documentary, 411, The UFO Connection.
Yes.
Have you guys seen that?
I have seen it.
Bubba has seen it. I haven't, but we're going to have him on the podcast in a couple of weeks, so I'm stoked about that.
Well, that's awesome. I'm a skeptic. I mean, I'm a Christian, and I don't necessarily believe everything I hear when it comes to UFOs and things.
Wow. Yeah.
I think you should be a skeptic.
Yeah, you should be a skeptic. Let's go to JJ. JJ, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm a first-time caller, and I just love y'all.
Thank you.
I love the show. I watch it every morning. But I was wondering if y'all had ever done a show before with all your lives at the same time.
No, and that'll never happen.
We've had different ones on at different times, maybe a couple of them at a time.
Yeah, if you will go.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yeah, you're talking about all of them up here at the same time, and you know
Yes.
that. Did you ever see the shows Back to the Future? And you know, when they talk about you can't. There's certain, or maybe Ghostbusters, do not let the streams cross.
Right,
you know,
right.
That's just
don't feed the Mogwai.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. Go out and find the archives. Every one of them, just about. Except Helmsley's wife, because we haven't got, and Adler's wife, but a lot of the wives were guests on the podcast. So that's it. They had their own podcast. On Rick and Bubba University, and then there's been times, like Bubba said, that they've been on the just regular show, but never all at the same time. And I just don't think we want that, guys. I mean, do y'all? I just
it's tough enough for him as it is.
Rick.
And hey. Robert in Alabama. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I want to know, did y'all hear, hey, Greg, doo-doo?
I don't know what that guy is.
I just don't find that to be funny.
I don't know.
I mean, it's just. But anyway, so
at least he tried to set it up.
He did. Chuck in Alabama. Chuck, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm not going to be happy until we have a gay midget, albino, transgender, female lesbian who also plays soccer as the NFL QB MVP.
That's quite an order.
Yeah,
he covered all
ground. Got it. But somebody'd still complain about that.
Yeah, they would. Finally.
There would be something about our attitude about they still wouldn't like.
Yeah.
Doug in Sweet Home, Alabama. By the way, I want to tell somebody before I go to Doug. Can I just give some of you a heads up, especially those of y'all that tend to live your life looking through emotions? If people ever reach the point where they think they can't make you happy, they just quit on it. Yeah. Can y'all please listen to that? Overplaying your hand all the time. I think you get people,
they go, that's enough.
You get people started out motivated saying, oh, okay, I see you have a sensitivity here. It's not really, I don't live on this earth to upset you. So you make a little adjustment. That's not enough. What about this? Okay, adjustment. That's not enough. And then eventually, when we get to the point where we think we can't make you happy, we just quit on it.
Yeah.
You know, that's
done. I'm done.
That's the
I'm
end
out.
of it. Yeah.
I'm out.
Doug in Alabama, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, a couple visits ago, Dan Mulcher was talking about his 3D printer and printing a scaled-down size of a feeder. I think him and Bubba should go into a joint venture where you print 3D printers, feeders that put out peanut M&Ms for your desktop.
That's pretty good.
That's actually a pretty good
That's
idea.
not a bad idea.
And we got a merch meeting coming up in March. I'll make a note of that.
Well, it wasn't Dan printing it; it was some of his guys. Yeah.
But that wouldn't be a bad idea, would it?
No.
A little something put on you.
I'd be sitting at my desk at the given time.
Can I ask you this? Could the 3D printer create a 3D printer?
Don't know.
Technically, I guess it could.
Right. See, that's how my mind works. I'd like to see the 3D printer create a 3D printer.
It could make the parts that you make a 3D printer.
Right. Yeah. Wouldn't that be something? Yeah.
Be real nice.
Duplicate yourself. But aren't these just mainly for models that you look at? It lets you.
No, I mean the parts. Some of the parts you can
a
actually
gun
make.
one
Yeah.
time? Is that
Yeah.
what
Oh
I'm
yeah.
talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Anything
right.
plastic.
People
you can.
doing that
Is anything?
That is odd, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, there's something about that technology that's fascinating, but at the same time
It's a
creepy.
little creepy. Yeah.
Yeah. Greg, so when I want to come ask you about this. The guy that called and said that you listened to Dale Jr.'s podcast.
Yes.
And is the greatest dirt track driver of all time. Does he claim to have been abducted by aliens?
Yeah. I tried to find it a few minutes ago, and I found it, but it's long. I didn't know to that exact part, but I remember him describing the ships and how they look, and he told you which one to get on and which one
So
not.
you did hear that podcast that
Yes.
the guy was talking about?
He's saying there's different ships, good ones and bad
Yeah,
ones.
he said, don't get on that other one.
Now, how many wrecks
and
has
he's
he
probably
had?
just,
Was he messing around, or does he really believe?
I'm sure. I mean, I think he claims he was abducted or saw something. But now adding all that other, I doubt he was serious. But who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Bubba's right. He's probably had a lot of wrecks over the years. Maybe banged his head around.
You're right. You're right.
But I did hear it, yes.
Bottom of the hour.
There's some of those stories, though, seem to, stand up on the test of time. We interviewed one of the most famous ones here, Calvin Parker, which is still a good one.
You can't beat Calvin Parker.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Now, Barney Rubble, that one. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Begins to belt out from my right thigh as loud as it possibly can. I grabbed my phone thinking it's a simple stop. Okay? Now, keep in mind, do you remember Funny Farm? When everybody's screaming, knock him out.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Just knock him out.
Right. And then you remember the great Jerry Clower story. Just shoot up here amongst us. One of us has got to have some relief.
Yep.
That phone would not. I could even see the song, and I could see the pause button, and I'm pressing the screen, and it will not stop.
And it's just blaring.
Would you rip the battery out of it?
It was. Listen, people began to run toward me, like with sledgehammers. You know what I mean? It's like somebody beat that phone. I cannot get it.
You were that guy.
I cannot get it to
Rick,
stop.
you were that guy.
Yeah, I could not.
Rick's going to get phones banned from weddings.
Listen, I couldn't stop it. Why wouldn't it stop?
Do you think about just throwing it in the woods?
It wasn't. So somebody, and finally, a person who was like somebody working the wedding, just ran over there and took it away from me.
Give me that.
And give me that, you idiot.
Rick, you were that guy.
And I was like, and you don't know what to do right then. I kind of went back to my childhood. It was laying on the ground. I don't know whose it is.
It ain't mine.
It was under one of these chairs. The people setting up the chairs must have dropped it. Idiots. And then look, and then they turned it over. Rick
goodness.
Rick and Bubba logo on the back. And then the look at me. I think the woman that came to get it from me would have killed me if she could have. Would have just knifed me.
Did she know how to make it stop?
Rick, you were that guy, though.
My wife.
That always creates the noise that messes everything up.
My wife and my two sons abandoned me like they didn't know me.
I bet. You had leprosy, man. You're out of there.
They went away and said, I don't know who this hobo is that wandered up.
Did you ever consider just throwing it into the woods?
Yeah, Bubba, I was ready to just break it.
If there was a pond, you could have chunked it in the pond.
Here's the thing I get. I understand what you said about old heavy thighs. Yeah. I got that.
My pockets are tight.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just tight.
Well, I got dress pants on, so
there's a lot going on.
But what I'm talking about is I understand how it could engage Apple Music. Number one, it was a song that I don't recognize, don't know where it came from.
How did it sound? But you know what it was
Rick.
now. I'd like to know what it sounded like.
I really don't.
You didn't even know.
I was in such a panic. I didn't know what it was.
Was it upbeat or slow?
I was just so thankful it wasn't Donkey Butt. I was so thankful.
That's true.
Rick, what genre was it?
It sounded like praise the Lord. It sounded like praise and worship, but it was a band that had a little rock feel to it. It did not fit the environment.
Okay. Or the moment.
It did not, no.
You are notorious for butt dialing people.
Yeah.
You are.
I FaceTimed you the other day.
You did, and I knew the minute it was FaceTime that it was a mistake.
But the vision was not friendly.
Yeah, what was looking back?
And all I could think about and that's why I didn't answer it, and I texted you back and said, hey, by the way, did you just butt dial me?
I was in the middle of a game.
And
there was a big quarter.
But all I can think about is if you're doing this with me randomly, I'm not the only person you're doing this to.
I know.
So this is going on a lot with you.
But here's what I don't understand. Why couldn't I turn it off? Why couldn't you simply just hit stop?
I don't know.
Pause. It wasn't pause. It's like the screen.
You were probably hitting it twice, and it was constantly
the screen.
Pause play. That's probably what was going on.
The screen was
confused.
It's like the screen said, "We don't know you."
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't do anything. Eventually, they cut the volume completely down. Because I had it turned off, but because the volume, now the music's different or whatever, it busts through. And then finally they powered the phone off. And I've never seen a woman throw a phone so far. I mean, she must have played softball because she turned it loose. And
you get rid of it.
And I mean, I cannot believe you did that. Now, what I heard from everybody who was trying to harass me about it is that if you were anywhere beyond the 3 rows where I was, you couldn't hear it. But now the 3 rows around me.
Quite the distraction.
Oh.
They heard it.
No,
it well.
Moment ruining. It was that, can't get that moment back. We looked up and the bride and groom were getting pictures made. That's what happened. I mean, I caused such a commotion, they went by so we didn't even see them.
I think you need a new screen.
It was terrible. 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 It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so as we work our way back, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. When you go there right now, you're thinking to yourself, Rick, talk to me. All right, well, here's how it's going to work. Now, look, I know there's people out there that come up with different things, meal planning, or let's help you meal plan. But here's where HelloFresh, the #1 meal kit in America, and here's why. It couldn't be simpler. First of all, the recipes are phenomenal. Their chefs are fantastic. They send you the meals to choose from, over 40 every week, and everything. You can go to, I'm trying to be fit, and I'm trying to lose some weight, I want to be healthy, or, hey, in here I just need some stuff that's family-friendly, even for the pickiest eaters. Over here I need some quick and easy stuff for us moving around. We got games this week, all this kind of stuff. So any of that. But here's the beauty. They send you the recipe cards, which are really well done and easy to follow. Then they send you the ingredients for each meal. So you're not getting a list of things you got to go get at the grocery store. You're getting what you need to actually prepare the meal. So it's done, and you're not wasting food. Have you ever gone in there, and we just had a recent cleaning of the pantry, and how many things you go in there and go, we never even ate this. we never got around, and now it's past the due date and all that. Not due date, but the fresh date. So HelloFresh.com is efficient. We're going to get you 65% off right now and free shipping with the code Bubba. The meals are fantastic. You're getting the family back around the table. You're saving money on your total food bill. You're saving money on takeout because it's less expensive than takeout. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, 65% off and free shipping, or you can find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Adler, let's talk a little Video 7. I didn't know this happened, but I've heard other people talking about it, that how refreshing it is that when the Philadelphia Eagles were beaten in the Super Bowl by the Kansas City Chiefs, they actually have taken responsibility and accountability for the loss. They're not blaming the refs for a bad call. They're not blaming something on being unfair or somebody cheated, all the stuff you hear now. It's really a breath of fresh air that they actually take accountability for losing, meaning they just didn't get the job done. And so here is the video of the players from the Eagles talking about losing the Super Bowl. And so, Adler, set this up for us.
And you're going to hear him talk about a couple different things, from the holding call to the turf being slippery and things like that. And it starts with Jason Kelsey.
All right.
I'm never going to be somebody that puts a blame or anything on officials. It's a hard job.
I don't think this game is defined by one play. One play throughout the game, one call, whatever it was. I'm big on self-reflection and reflecting on the things that I could have done better.
It was a hold, so they called it.
I trust them refs, man. The refs gonna make the call in the moment of the game, and that one right there, that one stung a little bit, but we shouldn't even put ourselves in that position.
I know it always appears to be that, it's one call that makes it. It's not what it is, right? It's not what it is. There's so many plays that contribute to the end result of the game, and today they were better than we were.
On that field,
the footing.
Yeah. What was your experience?
But again, the Kansas City Chiefs have to play on it too.
I mean, both teams have to play on it. I don't think it ended up being an advantage either way. I think both teams probably had their fair share of slips and whatnot.
A lot of people said that, if you look at the film, everybody slipped on both sides, so I'm not going to sit there and use it as an excuse or complain about it. I mean, it was evident, though. When you see the tape is on there, whether it be us or them, when you see the tape is on there.
Both teams played on the same field. Saw them slipping around a little bit. Obviously, field conditions, we got to make sure we're right. A lot of us did change cleats and it seemed to work a little bit better. Definitely not the reason we lost the game or anything, though.
So, what a breath of fresh air.
Wow, that's really nice.
It's talking about the field thing. I can remember one time that and Dad was going to do the coaches show, and they played the day before in pouring rain. It was horrible weather, and they had beaten the team pretty bad. And the other team's coach was having his coach's show, and Dad was walking through the house. You remember this, Greg?
Mhm.
And he just stops and listens to the guy make all the excuses. He looked. He said, "Man, you'd think it was raining on one side of the field." It's almost like we got to play on a dry field, and they got to play on a wet field.
Right.
Where'd we get our 34 points from? But anyway, so it's a breath of fresh air, and it's one of the things, we always talk about the influence that our fathers had on us. And if that was one thing, and Bubba, you talked about that with your dad earlier in the week, but if that was one thing that my dad did not tolerate, it was making excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
He absolutely would not stand for it.
Right.
You had to take accountability for what you did, and you don't go through your life making an excuse when sometimes you just have to say you didn't get the job done. And,
absolutely. I agree. I heard it. I agree with it.
And modern day, you don't really hear that much anymore. Everybody's got an excuse for something. Nothing's anybody's fault. I've been wronged. I got this. I got cheated, and all this kind of stuff. And to hear them go through and say we all played on the same field.
Mm-hmm.
It was a hold. They just called it. That we shouldn't have been in a position that call would have made any difference one way or the other.
Yeah, let's cover the punt. Don't let them run it inside
Right.
the 10.
Yeah. You got to cover a punt. It's funny how that punt return just all of a sudden got forgotten by a lot
Well,
of
you
people.
play 4 quarters.
That
Like
was
you said,
the-
you can go through the game and pick out different stuff.
Yeah.
Did I see where the Eagles lost both coordinators? One to the Colts and one to
Did they
the
really?
Yeah.
Arizona
Hired for
or
other
Houston.
jobs.
Mhm.
No, Arizona as head coach.
We
They
had
both got
we
hired.
had really through a very long season, the two best teams played in the Super Bowl. They played an outstanding game, and the Chiefs were a field goal better when all was said and done. I don't think it's any slack on anybody. 'Cause, if you lose, you want to win. I got that, but they were better that day. But it looks like the Eagles got a pretty good team, good coach. Looks like they got the right attitude. I'm sure they're going to be right back in the thick of it.
Do we dare show Bubba Video 9?
I just watched it, by the way.
Is
and
it awful?
I don't know that it's much worse than I thought it would be. And so, I mean,
there is a disclaimer on here.
How many
My
times do you
goodness.
think people have already sent that to me?
Have you seen it?
Oh, yeah. It's horrible.
Did you watch
then
it?
if he's watched it, then I think we need to show the rest of the world.
It's horrible.
Mm.
This is one reason not to live in this place, wherever it is.
Wherever it is. It's one of those things when it comes to just snakes. There's just things I don't even want to get around. We're spinning in there, so he's having to reboot again.
Well, you know why? That's probably God not wanting us to look at it.
Well, it's the devil's little hand puppet.
Right.
Or a big hand puppet in this case.
Right.
I can't get over that how they come to know this was it is they were sleeping. They kept hearing something
Don't
above
say
them.
that.
Yes,
No.
yes. And
No.
so then they got to looking and realized this is what it is. And then when the process of getting them down, here we go.
You said getting them down?
Oh, look,
multiples.
look, Rick.
All right, so they
Just
hear
watch.
things in their ceiling,
Yes.
and it's a bunch of pythons.
Oh, my God.
Gosh, Bubba, did you
Look at
Bubba? Did you have to see that?
Must be what hell looks like.
You're right. Oh my
Can
goodness.
you imagine, guys? If
Look
that's
at-
your house.
That's your house, and those things
so
are
fat.
You've been sleeping while that's going on.
No.
Yes.
But there ain't no rats up there.
No, Greg,
No.
well said.
They just fall from
They're
the
just
ceiling
too
like
heavy.
demons.
They're
do.
just
That's
too
tough
heavy.
right there.
Yeah, it is.
They're just.
Can I
too
ask y'all?
They're
Is
so
that 3 of them?
At least
Or
3.
is that one
Yeah.
doubled over?
I think it's at least 3.
We got us a hot
Burn
snake.
it to-
we got us a
burn it
hot
to the
snake.
ground.
Please watch when they hit the ceiling.
They tap it just go. Oh, they're like bigger than my legs combined. Easily.
I know how them snakes feel falling through that ceiling.
That's like 4 of Speedy's legs.
Okay.
I'm laughing at both of y'all, by the way.
Is there
Greg, you said they know. You know.
I know how they feel.
Yeah.
It's not pleasant. Y'all being a little rough on the snakes. It ain't a good thing.
I like to see
You
them
followed through the roof, had you?
Yeah.
Is there a hot snake up there? I mean, how's that work? Because it looks like
Yes.
they're all kind of.
Cold up around
What
each other.
country is that? Is that Malaysia?
Will you ever go to Malaysia ever? Just based off this video? Huh? Would you go near there?
No.
Huh?
Why would I?
So, guys, I've been hearing something in my ceiling, and I call exterminator, and this is what they find.
No.
Goodness.
I don't know how the ceiling held them.
No.
Well, it didn't, apparently.
Yeah.
When I was a little kid, I did hear some sounds, and we got some squirrels out of our attic once when I was a kid. But it took us a little while, and I was trying to fall asleep as a kid, and it's just.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
I hate
I mean,
those.
Squirrel ain't no
Hey,
biggie.
hey, would you do me a favor? Did you see the one I sent you about the streets of New York?
No.
Adler?
Oh my goodness! Yes, I
Please
did.
show Rick that.
No. Is it rats? I don't want to see that.
You didn't see the guy sleep on the subway the other day, and that one was crawling on him.
I don't want to see
Rick,
that.
He went like,
Rick, this guy skins them and cooks them on the street.
No, I don't want to see that. Why would I watch that?
It's rats on a stick.
Well, I bet he's never hungry.
Look, Rick.
Gosh.
I bet he's never hungry.
They're big as cats.
That's just gross.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm done.
Wow,
with
that's
that.
big.
Right across the street from a Subway. Look at that.
Please look, Rick. Everybody look at Rick's face.
That's awful.
Oh my
Rick, are you
gosh.
okay, buddy?
Guys, that's a big rodent.
Are they that big?
That's your snake, isn't it?
Why are we cooking them and
I don't
eating
like
them?
either one. I like snakes or
Just
that.
cut their
Is
head
that a
off.
thing?
I don't like
Cut
that.
their head off.
There's got to be a better way to prepare them than that.
I know. They didn't even.
Ugh.
All right.
Well, we come back, Rick. We got news from Ryan Seacrest. Did you see that?
Yeah. Well, I heard you talking about it. I know you're distraught.
He is. Tore up.
I'm not
Found some
distraught. I
snakes.
never see it.
His calf's hurting. It's bad.
Yeah.
Tore my calf.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know if there's anything to gain by doing that story,
we
but
got
it was.
Bubba, let me ask you this: when throughout the last 24 years did we ever say, "Well, I don't know if we should do that. There's really nothing to gain with that," and then not do it? It was it's hilarious, and I think there's to me it opens up to a lot of comedy gold, especially like you said in the before we started. Wonder what's on the other side of the marquee, but anyway, it's a funny story, and of course we can always have fun with Speedy and Hams on that one too, because
Thank you.
Anytime it's something we're all part of is tied in the story, it makes it even more fun. And I mean that's when you really start mining for some gold there. So anyway, we may cover that today. There's a number of stories out there. Your phone call's part of it, and of course the thing that's on everybody's mind: do we need to do the Will of Meat today? You know, I mean, I know we've got a lot of controversy in Jerusalem, but what about the Will of Meat?
I mean, it must continue.
Right,
it must go on.
Right, and I'm
just looking here at the headlines. That's something we do fairly early here.
Sure.
Did you see this one? The ISIS leader that was responsible for executing the downed pilot. You remember the guy that was burned alive in the cage?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh my gosh.
They've caught him. The guy in charge of it.
Oh, good.
That did that. So.
Well, I knew anything was possible today when I saw Jimmy Kimmel saying he believes the American people have had enough Trump bashing.
Yeah, I mean,
thought to myself,
is he trying to steal Kreskin's gig? What's up with that?
I'm not so sure. His comments and the comments of the video we're talking about aren't tied to the same reason. But anyway,
and Rick, how about this? Marvel confirms first Muslim superhero will be featured in an upcoming movie.
Now, is that one that they've just created that's new, or is this out of the comic books of old? I'm a little, because they usually come from people they've already created back long ago, right? This is going to be a cartoon.
I guess this is the beginning of a character, right? Is that what I'm seeing? Because I just saw the headline, but I just thought that was an odd headline to have.
Well, if this is her I'm seeing in this picture, there's some. They're not going all in. I mean, I clearly see her face. That's not a very good mask.
Yep, I know. They're going to have to work on that. Well, interesting. That's what the headline says.
Right.
Sometimes the headlines are not as accurate as you want them to be.
Well, I know this. I know that is this what they're talking about? Because they're promoting a movie about this character that's obscure that I never knew about that is coming out. Okay, this is it. I didn't know she was Muslim. Called Miss Marvel. As a matter of fact,
Miss Marvel.
At the end of the Avengers Infinity or something, or one of these deals, they're in that the scene that comes on after the credits. Someone told me that was pointing to the Miss Marvel movie, which I don't know anything about any of that.
No, I don't either. Out of the loop.
Because I think if you go back to the history, and I'm really stepping out here, and I know I'm about to kick an ant bed over here, is that there was a character called Captain Marvel. And is this supposed to be Miss Marvel that just takes over for them or something? I don't know. I don't know.
The name is MS Marvel, so it's.
She's not married, I guess. I'm gonna go into this and just say I don't know that I could be any less interested in this character. You know what I mean?
I will say right out of the gate, not a big draw there. But
if you're trying
I hope they're not. You know, they got a lot of money to play with now, I guess.
If you want me to get my popcorn and get ready to sit down for the next for the wild ride, I don't think this one's going to draw me in.
Yep.
Just on first glance. Yeah. All right, 15 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We've got much to do, and we'll dive right in. Bubba, we also have a controversial quote in a senior yearbook. I'm a little surprised it's out of Arizona, based on what it says. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we work our way back, mentioned it earlier, but we'll mention it again since it was on the schedule today at themanchurch.com. Blake Prime was scheduled to be at Hopetown Church in Huntsville tonight to kick off the men's discipleship strategy, but due to potential rough weather in the area, they have moved that to next Thursday, the 23rd. Just FYI on that. All right, as we work our way back, couple of things. I know you cannot announce. We're going to do a couple of celebrity things, but you cannot announce it, Bubba. I probably shouldn't announce it, but it appears, if we can get some confirmation from people that are more reliable than you and me, that Raquel Welch has passed away.
Yeah, I think that is pretty settled, Rick. A lot of stories on that yesterday, too. So at 82.
82 years
old.
old.
One of the first pinup girls.
Well, I remember y'all were saying in the break, when I was a lad, I can remember hearing the older men, or the adult men, is a better way to put it. She was the standard.
Yeah.
If you were talking about somebody's potential attractiveness, the standard for those men was always Raquel Welch.
Yep.
They would say Raquel Welch in a second.
She got her starring role, Rick, on a movie called 1 Million Years B.C., which she played a cave woman.
Okay.
And that's where she became
there you go.
The best known.
There you go. And I think also picked up a little bit of entertainment legend, if I'm not mistaken. Now, she wasn't the one that Johnny Carson was interviewing, was she?
I've heard that story.
That story, I do believe.
Is that a real story, or is that urban legend? Is it
that
urban?
may be urban legend.
Can I ask you?
We ever
got it confirmed?
Is that urban legend?
I don't know.
And it may be. I'm not going to say it, but
I'm not going. I don't know.
This is a stretch, but I've got to ask. Y'all may not even know.
We've all heard it.
Is Raquel Welch the person that's in the poster in the movie Shawshank Redemption when Andy Dufresne covers the hole up?
It's a good question. I can't remember.
Is that her?
Or was it?
Or was that Bridget Bardot?
Or Rita Hayworth?
Might have been Rita Hayworth.
Yeah, it might have been.
Might have been Rita. That sounds more accurate.
I actually heard somebody report on her like it was.
It's Rita Hayworth.
Okay.
Because I thought to myself, I don't think they're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Rita Hayworth.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
But you ain't gonna yell about it.
Well, I knew it was one of those.
I'm whispering, Greg.
Right. Urban legend. But anyway, all right. So the other announcement, Bubba, is it urban legend? Because it's got Bubba tickled.
Look at Bubba. There she is.
That's in the.
Look at the
Is
turtle.
that a turtle?
They
Please
used
look
a
at-
turtle
please
for
look
a dinosaur in that movie.
Please
how
look
big
at
it
the special
What's she
effects.
doing right
Please
there?
look at the special effects.
It's a snapping
That's
turtle.
hilarious.
Not known for her acting.
She's blowing like a warning horn.
like a
warning
conch
horn.
shell.
Yeah. Trying to warn the rest of the tribe.
What was that?
Yeah.
All right. So
What was it?
so
I'm sorry, I didn't catch
Yeah.
it.
all
What
right. So
She was warning the
Calling the turtle.
yeah. So let's talk about the other announcement that Ryan Seacrest, and we just played a clip with him with Kelsey Grammer.
Yeah.
He's stepping down from that show, right?
Yeah, he's leaving live with Kelly and Ryan. Said he is going to be, still doing his other things that he does. He's moving back to L.A. And Mark her husband, Mark, how do you say his last name?
Consuelo or something?
Yeah,
Is that right?
He is going to be taking his place. I don't know if that's permanent or temporary, but he will still be on through the spring.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
Big Ryan. He's been there 6 years.
No, what I'm
Hard to believe it's
saying.
been
But
said.
have you noticed, and we have to take notice of this, she never leaves, but the men who are co-hosting all do.
Oh, yeah.
Does that tell us anything?
Well, I think
Michael Strahan was in and out of there so fast.
Oh,
Didn't even
was he
get
even
the
there
seat
2
warm.
weeks?
The marriage is doomed. Let's just face it.
Yeah, that's true though. This might be a bad move.
Oh, he didn't need to
she
go
may
work with
be
her.
she may be tough to work with.
What I'm saying is she
may be.
seems to be in the camp of a little bit may go a long way.
Right.
You know, there's some people
Doses.
there's some people you can't stand
Sprinkle.
you don't want to be around at all. And I don't think she's one of those. But then you have another category of people you go a little bit of them goes a long way. And I think she's probably in that category. And it's just a guess on my part. I could be completely wrong. It may be wonderful. But it looks like that most of the male hosts there's a timer that goes off no matter how successful the show that they have to move.
Well,
on.
let's face it.
I mean, she ran Regis out there. He'd been there forever.
Yeah. And said he wasn't leaving.
Ryan-
And he made it through Kathy Lee Gifford, who couldn't make it through her.
Ryan Seacrest has a lot of irons in the fire, and he's going to be,
Stacking money.
still doing American Idol. He does his radio show. He does the New Year's show. I mean, he's got a lot going on.
Does he-
It's amazing he could do this too.
Do we ever see a wife come along? Seacrest?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that he may
Steady
but I'm
girlfriend?
not aware
I
of.
think at one point there was.
He's had several girlfriends.
Has he?
Yeah, that was pretty well noted.
Well, we think they were girls.
They've been photographed, on exotic vacations.
Not
and
making
stuff.
any comments, just being interested.
Yeah.
Just
I think
wondering.
he's 48 now.
Just wondering.
He's dating some girl named Aubrey Page.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
I don't know who that is, but
Of course, John Travolta was married, but yeah.
Hey,
But the
what are we doing?
well, I just
Back to
speculate.
Raquel. People were saying that there was one of her posters was up in the prison.
So both.
Yeah.
I was like, they
So
mentioned
he had
it in that
several.
thing.
okay.
Well,
And so
yeah.
It's a
Rita
pri- it is a
Hayworth was
prison,
one,
so-
and Raquel Welch was one.
Well, it's a prison. You might as well have them all.
And on the Johnny
And it's
Carson,
the same one Greg has up in his office.
What?
Isn't that crazy?
on the Johnny Carson story, and I don't know. This is just someone commenting on it. They said it was not Raquel Welch. It was Zsa Zsa Gabor, but that did happen.
Oh, so that's not urban legend.
That's what this person says. Now, I don't
Thank
know.
you for using that.
We're ready to email.
Clyde in Huntsville knows.
Yeah. Well, you never know.
You don't. You don't.
Please look, being attacked.
Uh-oh.
Well, the graphics.
The special
The
effects.
special
on this-
effects
this
are that
1
looks
million
real.
BC.
That looks real. That's so funny.
That's fantastic.
But
Of
think
course,
about
now we're
when
going
that
back to
movie
where things
came
don't look
out.
real again.
When
By
did
the
that
way,
movie come out?
I do want to tell the current movie people, and I'm speaking
1940?
on behalf of my baby brother. These computer created animals don't look real.
They don't.
Y'all got to drop that.
Was it
That y'all think y'all are being sharp with it, and you think that we're okay with it, but we're not. The computer generated animals, that looks ridiculous.
And if you've seen the latest,
It's like a step backward.
Fast and Furious.
No.
I
never got into that
video.
series.
I didn't either, but I'm talking about I saw the preview for the new one. It looks like a video game.
Yeah, he's pulling helicopters with his car and all
The
that.
explosions. The fire is what really looks bad.
Mad.
It don't look real.
But like even on 1923, I don't like these
Right.
computer generated leopards.
No,
Right.
They look ridiculous.
I like for them to like go find a
Scary.
real dinosaur and quit
Snopes.
doing that.
Exactly.
Says
Teach
it's
it how to
not
act.
real.
Right.
Didn't happen.
All right, Snopes says it didn't happen.
Didn't
now,
happen.
Clyde said it did, but Snopes said no.
Right.
Look at that, Rick.
Golly, I wish
My goodness.
1 million BC came out in 1966.
That ain't bad. That's the year I was born.
That ain't bad. That's the year I was born.
That's so good.
Because I'm bad.
Picturing you and infant.
I'm
back
sick.
in- Oh, yeah.
Sick.
I didn't care. You think I cared about Raquel Welch? I didn't care.
No, you just wanted to.
No.
What's a bottle?
What in the
bottle.
world was that?
It's really good.
You
man.
can't reference
He's
that
done it
and
again.
Raquel
He's
Welch.
done it again.
It's a bottle. Don't
He
you?
never- he
Somebody
never-
wake Bubba up, please.
He never thinks. He never
I
thinks.
was looking at Raquel Welch picture.
It's a bottle.
Yeah,
It's a. I was holding a
But you know,
bottle.
Speedy
Yeah,
never.
you were working it.
You
That's
were
what they
working it.
do. You ever seen an infant get a hold of it?
But you got to be aware of all the conversation that's going on. You got to get it. You got to think of all of it.
Oh, did you just hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Can you
got it.
imagine that?
Okay, I understand your point now because I was like, if you saw me, I was clearly doing
Do
something.
what Raquel's doing there.
Do
Speedy.
Raquel with that conch shell.
Hold on.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Women's sports advocate Riley Gaines is calling on the NCAA to establish separate locker rooms. That just seems so logical for transgender athletes competing in female sports after she and her teammates were forced to undress in front of the University of Pennsylvania swimmer Leah Thomas after a meet last year. Well, now they're going on and they're being interviewed, and they say the separate locker rooms for transgender athletes must be done because she said, I was in the locker room with Leah, but as Greg would say and Bubba have said before, Leah has not done anything about the plumbing in front of Leah. Leah is exposing male genitalia to us. No matter what her mind says, and we're being pulls his body. She is living as a woman, but when she pulls her pants down, there's a man. Flag, and it was just a caution flag that waves all the transgender.
Their family.
Yeah, then they'll come out and they'll give us the details. But thing back. Senator Tommy Tuberville.
Rick, glad to be here.
We've got 29 in the bucket, working on 30. All right, so we all right, so to Damar Hamlin. So a couple of things Be big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. All righty. So, the View, I don't know who delivers more for us, The View. I mean, welcome back, Bill Bubba.
Great glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. This little party called Ricky Bubba.
We go to everybody's favorite leader of the free world, Joey Biden. To this on any topic.
Now, and I want to know how efficient they are. I mean,
Yeah, I'd like to know a lot more about it. Super Bowl. They played an outstanding.
That link at Rick. Heard other people talking about. I didn't know this happened, but I
Tor McCall.
It appears, if we can get some confirmation, I probably shouldn't announce it, but she never leaves. But the men who are co-hosting. Let's talk about the other announcement that Ryan Seacrest, and we just
trying to warn the rest of the tribe.
What was that?
Please look at
a dinosaur in that movie.
Please look at the special
What's she
effects.
doing right
Please
there?
look at the special effects.
it's a snapping turtle.
Hilarious.
Not known for her acting.
She's blowing like a warning horn,
like a
warning
conch
horn.
shell.
Yeah, trying to warn the rest of the tribe.
What was that?
Yeah.
All right, so
What was it? I'm sorry, I didn't catch
Yeah.
it.
all
What'd you
right,
say?
so
She
Raquel's doing there.
do
Speedy.
Raquel with that culture.
And now the details, but the details.
To my knee. To my knee.
All right, so a couple.
Bubba. Bubba.
We go to
I'd like to know a lot more.
I didn't know. I probably shouldn't announce.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Bubba.
Thanks for listening.